Who can tell her where she is?
Wearing cartoon pajamas, panda slippers on her feet, and carrying a strange backpack, Wu Jinhua looked at the endless wilderness in front of her. She blinked blankly. She had been studying abroad, working hard to graduate, and finally returned home for the summer break. Just one day back, she hadn't even had a bite of her favorite flatbread and hot pot before waking up and finding herself transported. Was she dreaming within a dream? Looking at herself out of place in the wilderness, Wu Jinhua shook the backpack that suddenly appeared behind her. She was about to open it to see what was inside when a huge light screen suddenly appeared in front of her. A bright-colored small ball was jumping around inside the screen, making giggling sounds. A loud, childish yet extremely sharp voice came through. "Welcome, residents of Blue Star, to the survival game. Dear players from Zone 47 of Huaxia, the game begins now. Please calm your emotions and carefully read the rules." Wu Jinhua frowned and stared intently at the small ball in the light screen, muttering, "Survival game? 1. Participants are between 15 and 60 years old, healthy humans of Blue Star. Once you join the survival game, you cannot leave, and death is irreversible. 2. The beginner protection period lasts for 3 days. During this time, players are immune to 90% of damage. Players should gather supplies quickly. After the protection period, the difficulty level will increase from easy to hard, and new tasks will be issued. 3. Beginners must explore within designated areas. Entering unopened foggy maps will disable automatic protection. 4. Players are encouraged to explore areas on their own. Some regions will randomly spawn treasure chests, and defeating monsters may drop rewards. Tip for beginners: beware of all creatures, including plants. 5. Communicate civilly in the chat channel. During the protection period, limit to 3 messages per day. Private messages and unlimited chatting after the protection period are allowed, but spamming is forbidden. 6. Pay attention to game announcements, leaderboards, and missions. 7. The initial backpack contains basic materials for building a shelter. Players should find a suitable place to construct their own refuge. 8. The beginner gift package has been added to the player's backpack. Remaining game guides can be viewed by opening the system panel. After finishing these words, the small ball suddenly charged forward, pressing tightly against the light screen. The entire sphere seemed to stick to it, and the sound became sharp. Dear players, the survival game begins now. Wishing everyone a safe start through the beginner period. Remember to survive. The next moment, the light screen exploded like starlight, then gathered together and formed a ring, perfectly fitting onto the index finger of Wu Jinyue's right hand. Wu Jinyue surprisingly raised her hand. A silver ring appeared out of nowhere. Thinking of the system panel the little ball mentioned just now, Wu's mind moved, and the previously retracted light screen suddenly popped out from the ring again. The messages in the world channel were flashing rapidly, making it hard to read the words with the naked eye. Wu Jinhua used her finger to swipe the light screen, stopping at a few people's comments. What is this? Are aliens invading? Survival game? Looks so real. When did such realistic action games become available domestically? Wow, let me go. I'm allergic to all these flowers and plants around here. Is this a time travel? Okay, finally my turn to show off. I will definitely make a name for myself in this world. Beep beep, help me get back home tutorial. There were no useful comments explaining the current situation. Wu Jinhua looked at the chaotic messages from players and felt it was a waste of time. She manually closed the screen and opened her profile. Player, Wu Jinhua, age, 22, stamina, 4, needs to be replenished quickly. Below 2 causes slow response. Health, 10 strength, 7 spirit, 20 luck, 12 can be increased. Seeing her stamina only at 4, Wu Jinhua felt very unlucky. She woke up early in the morning, didn't even have time for breakfast, and came to this strange place. But at least she woke up. Otherwise, if she had stayed in bed, she wouldn't even have her slippers here. The light screen's upper right corner has a toggle for attributes and location, which she immediately clicked to hide. She thought it was better to stay low-key. Revealing too much would be like showing her cards in a game. Besides her profile info, there are other modules, friends, tasks, announcements, rankings, achievements, guides, and trading mall. Unlike the other modules, the buttons for tasks, rankings, and trading mall are gray. When clicked, a message pops up. Open after the newbie protection period. She was still in the beginner phase, and the modules were empty, with no additional information. She simply closed the light screen. After exploring the system panel, Wu Jinhua habitually reached out to touch the jade hanging around her neck, but this time, she felt nothing. She immediately became anxious. This was an item her mother, the dean, had found and placed in her swaddling clothes when she was a baby. According to her mother, her unknown parents had put the jade and a letter in the cloth wrapping her. The letter said that their family had faced a sudden crisis, unable to raise her, and had left her at the orphanage door, hoping someone kind would adopt her. The jade stone was dull and rough, shaped like a jade pendant, with some impurities inside. It looked like it wasn't worth much. Her mother, the director, wrapped the jade with a red string and hung it around Xiao Wu Jinyu's neck. She had been wearing it for over 20 years. During all these years, whenever Wu Jinyu thought about it, her hand would unconsciously touch the jade, gently stroking the patterns on it. One day, she noticed the jade was missing. She nervously checked her pajamas pocket, but it wasn't there. She could only focus on her backpack behind her. What if the jade was automatically taken by the backpack? The backpack had 25 compartments, including a beginner's gift pack, 50 wooden planks, 60 bundles of hay, 15 iron nails, and the jade. Wu Jinyu quickly took the jade out of her backpack. As soon as she did, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Buzzed up buzz. Race. Human no tribe. Bind? Bind? Bind what? Bind this jade? Before Wu Jinyu could finish thinking, the voice made the decision for her. Binding complete. The system detects poor physical condition. Would you like to immediately extract a talent? Wu Jinyu, who had never seen such a thing before, understood what was happening. Her parents' gift, the jade, was not ordinary. She thought that even in the worst situation, it couldn't be worse than now. She was in a strange world, alone and helpless. Gritting her teeth, she silently said in her mind, "Extract immediately." Suddenly, a lottery box with red and yellow polka dots appeared from the jade. It grew larger until it was nearly 30 centimeters in length, width, and height. A golden glow shone from the opening at the top, but she couldn't see inside. She stepped forward and reached into the box, whispering, "Lucky charm. Lucky charm." She felt a smooth little ball slip into her hand. Wu Jinyu quickly withdrew her hand, and the bright color in her palm slowly merged into her body. The mechanical voice from the jade sounded again. Talent extraction. Sui Ji technique. Talent level. Level 1, range. 500 meters, upgrade conditions. 30 mental strength. Talent analysis. The higher the level, the greater the range, and the finer the details that can be seen. Everything within the range is visible. Note. Can evolve. A cool feeling spread through her body, and Wu Jinyu felt her mind clear up. A faint map-like image appeared in her mind, marked with various symbols indicating the nearby scene. She couldn't help but widen her eyes. Now she could quickly find treasure chests. Thinking about how she could quickly locate treasure chests and other supplies, Wu Jinyu couldn't wait to start collecting resources. Looking at the jade in her hand, she gave it 2 firm kisses, then held it up to the sunlight. Only then did she see its true appearance. Compared to before on Blue Star, the jade now seemed completely transformed. Its dull, earthy surface was gone, revealing a yellowish base color. It felt less rough to the touch, and upon closer inspection, faint flashes of light could be seen inside. Most importantly, the jade's description showed it as Xuanji damaged. How could a damaged item still have such good talent? A valuable item, she decided to keep it. She put the jade back into her backpack pocket. Checking the panel and drawing talents had already taken a lot of time. The beginner protection period was only 3 days. She needed to gather enough supplies within these days to survive the difficult mode of the game on the 4th day. Thinking of her poor 4 points of stamina, Wu Jinyu sighed. She had to find a way to get some food. She glanced at the screen. It was now 10 a.m. Looking at the messages in the server channel, perhaps because of the beginner protection, there was a limit of 3 posts per day. The messages weren't coming in as fast anymore. Starving to death, starving to death, starving to death, starving to death. Is anyone nearby? Please give me some food. Why are you hungry? Didn't your beginner gift pack include food? 6 baked buns aren't enough to fill your stomach? 6 buns? Why do I only have a pack of toast? What's your luck value? How did you get so much food? Seeing these messages, Wu Jinyu immediately took out the beginner gift pack from her backpack. It was a flat metal box, not looking like it could hold 6 baked buns. Open beginner gift pack? Yes, received. 3 baked buns, 2 slices of toast, 8 bottles of mineral water, 1 workbench, C-grade dagger, durability 70. Looking at the food in her backpack and considering the comments in the World Channel, Wu Jinyu guessed that the amount and rarity of items in the gift pack were probably related to her luck value. The metal box disappeared instantly from her hand after opening, and the items automatically appeared in her backpack. Those who got good luck mostly received filling foods, while others mostly got everyday items like toilet paper or hairbands. It's not that these small items are useless, but in a time when food is scarce and danger is everywhere, a small loaf of bread is more useful than such trivial things. She took out a baked bun and ate it, then looked up and squinted at the sky at 10 a.m. The sky was pure and free of any impurities, shining brightly. She lowered her head, opened the light screen, and checked the guide to find the times for daytime and nighttime. The Xianchao time zone is from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., and the Thorns time zone is from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. The homepage shows that the current time zone is Xianchao, and it's only 10 o'clock now. She still has 8 hours to go today. She needs to find a place to build a shelter quickly. Although the game rules and guides do not mention what happens after dark, her instincts tell her it's dangerous to stay outside in unfamiliar territory. She quickly finishes her snack, claps her hands, and her stamina increases from 4 to 7. It's time to set out. Wu Jinyu immediately uses her talent in her mind. Within 500 meters, the map shows areas with treasure chests and different types of terrain, mostly dense vegetation. She cannot see any strange animals or plants, which makes her frown. She wonders if her skill level upgrade will show the full map. The beginner's guide warns to be careful of all creatures, including plants. Since she cannot see their locations on the map, she must be extra cautious. Based on her current position, the map shows 2 treasure chests about 200 meters to the west, inside a cedar forest. Wu Jinyu decides to go west first to get the chests, and then look for a good place to build her shelter. She tightens the straps of her backpack and holds a dagger she just got from the beginner's gift pack, making a swinging motion. The beginner's guide says weapon levels are ranked from high to low as S, A, B, C, D. Finding a C-level weapon in the gift pack already surprises her. She is wearing slippers, her hair is messy, and she carefully observes her surroundings as she moves forward. When she sees sparse bushes, she reaches out to pick some, and the wooden sticks drop into her backpack automatically. But she doesn't dare to put her hand into dense bushes because she can't see inside, and there might be small, strange animals, which would be dangerous. In just over 200 meters, Wu Jinyu reaches the outside of the cedar forest. Along the way, she picks 5 wooden sticks from the bushes. Although the sun is shining brightly now, the inside of the cedar forest feels cold and dark, as if it's a different world. The beginner's guide says treasure chests are classified as wood, iron, silver, and gold. Outside the cedar forest, she spots an iron chest surrounded by weeds, leaning against a cedar tree, half buried in the ground as if it just grew out of the soil. About 7 or 8 meters away, she sees a wooden box partially hidden near a pile of stones. The iron chest is very tempting for a beginner, but as she looked at the forest, she felt something was wrong, and her mind was racing with the urgent feeling of red lights telling her to run. She clenched her teeth, but decided to remember her location first. She thought it was best to build a shelter. Next to the cedar forest, there was a small stream. She followed the stream upstream for about 2,000 meters and finally found a flat spot. It was not far from the stream, easy to get water on higher ground, and had resources like wood nearby. It looked perfect for building a shelter. Use 50 wooden planks, 60 hay, and 15 nails to build a basic thatched hut? Yes, the construction was complete, and the basic thatched hut was built. A shaky little hut, a simple shelter that anyone can build, not very sturdy, but enough to block the wind and rain. She carefully pinched the wooden door with her fingers, pulled it open, and immediately heard a creaking sound. Inside, she saw a small 15-square-meter space with only a wooden bed and a window frame. There was nothing else. Yukiyu had a strong ability to adapt. She just took a quick glance at the simple interior, then started thinking about how to gather supplies. Food and water were the most urgent. Her backpack only had 2 baked buns, 2 slices of toast, and 8 bottles of mineral water, enough for only 2 days. If she did physical work, 2 days wouldn't be enough to eat. Also, besides knowing there was food in the box, she didn't know if there were other sources of food. She had to get that iron treasure chest no matter what. Plus, she was still in the beginner protection period, which could reduce 90% of damage even if there was danger. If things got really dangerous, she could just run away with a quick kick. She decided to act. Turning around, she left the thatched hut and headed back into the cedar forest. The cedar forest was not far from the shelter. Yuki reached it in no time. From outside, the iron treasure chest was only about 10 meters from the edge of the forest. She estimated the distance and rushed into the woods. Suddenly, the terrifying aura in the forest seemed to tighten like a noose around her neck, then burst out with even more frightening energy. The closer she got to the buried chest under the tree, the more terrifying the aura became. Yukiyu. Just as she was about to give up on the chest and turn to run, a small orange-white rabbit suddenly dropped from a tree right in front of her and lay on the ground. The terrifying aura in the cedar forest instantly disappeared. Was the powerful aura she felt just now caused by this tiny creature? Wu Jinhua looked at the still dizzy rabbit and, before it could react, quickly grabbed its neck and slipped it into her pajamas pocket. Then she grabbed the treasure chest and ran out of the cedar forest. As she sprinted, the rabbit struggled and stuck its head out, a fluffy little paw resting on the pocket edge, tilting its head in confusion. Bo. After tucking the treasure chest into her arms, her backpack automatically picked it up. She ran while thinking that it was good she was wearing sandals with back straps. Otherwise, running in regular slippers would turn her into a barefoot wild person. Just as she was about to step out of the cedar forest, she suddenly remembered another wooden treasure chest. The brave are never afraid of death. Closing her eyes and steeling her heart, she quickly lunged toward the wooden chest. The moment her fingers touched it, the chest was successfully caught in her backpack. Thus, even though nothing was chasing her behind, she and the rabbit sped away from the cedar forest for a few hundred meters before finally stopping. Catching her breath, Wu Jinhua supported her knees with one hand and took the rabbit out of her pocket with the other, waving it in front of her eyes. The rabbit, like a toy with batteries, let her wave it, its big black eyes blinking steadily as it softly called out, Bo. Could this be a little rabbit that creates a strong aura? Wu Jinhua frowned. She wasn't stupid. The game rules warn her to be careful of strange beasts. But if this rabbit wanted to hurt her, it would have done so when she approached its hiding place, not by pretending to be threatening and increasing its aura then falling from the tree. Oh, poor little rabbit. Its stomach was empty. It must have been hungry for a long time. She sensed that this aura was frightening, and this little rabbit probably used this ability to scare away other creatures. Otherwise, how could such a weak-looking creature survive until now? However, she seemed to have found a way to avoid danger. Wu Jinhua smirked slightly, gently placing the little rabbit from her fingertips into her palm. She affectionately stroked its fur, and then took out a pack of toast. The pack contained 6 slices. She took out one and tentatively offered it to the rabbit's mouth. Are you hungry? Can you eat this, little rabbit? The rabbit, which had been listlessly resting in Wu Jinhua's hand, suddenly brightened at the sight of the toast. It lunged forward and started eating greedily. As it ate, it made sounds like bo, Wu, bo, The rabbit ate heartily, and Wu Jinhua smiled as she fed it the entire slice of toast. Seeing the satisfied look on the little rabbit, she reached out and poked its belly. The rabbit cooperatively lay in her palm, exposing its belly for her to touch. Wu Jinhua tentatively spoke. "Can you understand me? If you can, hop onto this hand." She extended her other hand. The little rabbit immediately stood up, backed away, and with a quick jump, landed on her other palm. "Good girl. If it can understand human speech, then it's easier to handle." She gently stroked the little rabbit, then looked down with a sad expression, saying regretfully, "Sigh, I didn't have much food today, and now I've fed you a piece of toast. Sigh, I don't know how I'll survive next." Hearing this, the little rabbit suddenly perked up its ears and hopped a couple of times in her hand.
What?
"Do you want to come with me? You're jumping so vigorously." The little rabbit nodded heavily. "But I can't take care of you. You saw. I'm very poor." Wu Jinhua pretended to be sad, with slightly reddened eyes, acting as if it was all her fault. She could actually take care of the rabbit easily. Just a piece of toast was enough. But she wasn't lying. She was truly very poor now. The little rabbit became anxious, lifting its head, and a tense aura filled the air as it called out, "Bobo, Bobo." Feeling the little rabbit's energy, Wu Jinhua couldn't help but smile. "You mean to say you're useful and can help me?" The little rabbit proudly lifted its chin, nodded, and rubbed its face against her. Wu Jinhua was overjoyed. "Then we'll live together." She said this while tapping the little rabbit's forehead with her fingertip. Suddenly, a golden totem lit up and flickered where her finger touched. The little rabbit seemed unaware, continuing to nuzzle her furry face. "Should I use the contract stone to contract this high-level exotic beast, juvenile stage? Contract stone? Can this little rabbit be contracted?" Wu Jinhua quickly opened her guide and found that exotic beasts are classified into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and elite. It seemed this little rabbit's level was not low. Yes, lack of contract stone, contract failed. No need to rush. She carefully put the little rabbit back into her pocket, gently patted its head to comfort it, then took out a metal box from her backpack and said, "We'll follow the cedar forest later. Bobo will look around for other exotic beasts nearby." Bobo was the name she gave to the little rabbit. She felt no guilt about commanding such a cute and adorable little rabbit. She wanted to train Bobo to be more useful. After eating her food and following her around, I felt I had to work for her. Wu Jinhua opened 2 new treasure chests from her backpack. Opened a wooden chest, received 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 red bean buns, 1 matcha cake, and 10 nails. Opened an iron chest, received 8 bottles of mineral water, 3 steamed buns, 1 jar of honey, 1 fire starter, 1 pair of outdoor gloves, and 1 D-grade iron axe, durability 90. The food and water she got would last her a while. Wu Jinhua put on the outdoor gloves, took the iron axe, and with Bobo, headed down the creek. The map in her mind showed a treasure chest deep in the cedar forest, but it was too dangerous, so she decided to give up. If she ran into trouble, she wouldn't be able to escape the forest. She followed the creek downstream, planning to cut some wood whenever she found a tree and see if there was anything else nearby. Although she knew the forest's aura was released by Bobo, she instinctively felt the forest was unsafe. She decided to wait until she had better weapons before exploring inside. Suddenly, she arrived in an unfamiliar place and didn't dare to run around. After walking a few hundred meters, Wu Jinhua finally saw 2 oak trees. Excited, she ran over, grabbed her axe, and swung at one oak. The tree only got surface scratches. Wu Jinhua stared in shock, looked at the tree, then at her iron axe, and couldn't believe her eyes as she checked her stats again. Why was her strength only 8? Was her iron axe not good enough? She clenched her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. She continued chopping the trees, one axe after another. It took her an hour to cut down 2 oaks. She looked at her axe, which still had 80 durability left, and saw she had 4 pieces of wood in her backpack. She was exhausted, breathing heavily. Her stamina dropped by 1 point, and she felt thirsty. She took out a bottle of mineral water, poured some for Bobo, then drank the rest in one go, planning to keep moving. At that moment, Bobo suddenly poked its head out of her pocket and made a deep call toward the front.
Bobo.
Bobo. Wu Jinyu immediately raised her dagger, held it in front of her, and prepared to defend herself, her eyes fixed on the dense bushes ahead. Wu Jinyu kept her eyes on the bushes, slowly backing away, thinking to herself. She needed to increase her mental strength and upgrade her tracking skills quickly. Not being able to see the map was deadly. Even with Bobo, her reactions were being tested to the limit. But she had not taken a few steps back when a rustling sound of sliding objects and leaves was heard. A bright green snake crawled out from the dense foliage, its crimson eyes fixed on Wu Jinyu. The snake's body was coiled, and its blood-red tongue flicked out constantly, making a hissing sound to ward off enemies. Suddenly, Wu Jinyu remembered that within 3 days of protection, damage from injuries was reduced by 90%. She stopped, clenched her dagger tighter, and pointed it at the green snake. The snake immediately stopped hissing and coiled up in attack stance. Just as it lunged forward to strike, Wu Jinyu quickly fell to the side and rolled on the grass. The Bobo in her pocket suddenly released a strong burst of energy, warning her. The snake, sensing this, turned its head to retreat into the bushes. Wu Jinyu quickly got up, stabbed her dagger precisely into the snake's neck, then slid it downward. The snake's body was cut open, and purple-blue blood gushed out. The snake, hit fatally, twisted violently, and tried to escape back into the bushes. But the dagger stuck in its body prevented it from moving. It turned to bite, but Wu Jinyu swiftly pulled out the dagger and struck the snake's head, killing it. Successfully defeated a low-level green snake, gained 1 wooden treasure chest, 3 snake meat, 1 snake gallbladder, and 1 vial of snake venom. Snake venom, a mild toxin that is not deadly but can cause paralysis. Congratulations! You completed the Hunting Exotic Beasts achievement, earning 1 achievement point, 1 iron treasure chest, and 10 iron blocks. Congratulations! You are the first player in Huaxia Zone 47 to complete the Hunting Exotic Beasts achievement, earning an extra achievement point, 1 iron treasure chest, and 1 attribute point to allocate. Completing achievements also grants rewards? Wu Jinyu opened her profile page. Only she and another player named Chun Linhan shared the top spot in the zone, both with 2 achievement points. There was no second place for now. Players who complete the achievement for the first time receive rewards, but only the first to do so across the zone gets extra rewards. With effort, she could get treasure chests, but these reward attribute points are the only way to boost her mental strength and upgrade her Soka technique. Wu Jinyu suddenly felt more motivated to gather supplies. She clenched her fists and, holding a Bobo rabbit head, proudly said to it with a heroic tone, "Bobo, you're awesome. Great teamwork, and you even warned me of danger. Keep it up. Tonight, I'll reward myself with a red bean bun." Excited, Bobo eagerly pawed at her pocket and cheered happily. Wu Jinyu looked at the little bunny in her pocket and couldn't understand why such a harmless-looking rabbit would be a high-level exotic beast. The green snake she had killed before was only a low-level beast. She decided not to think about it and allocated her remaining attribute points to mental strength. Her mental strength increased to 21. She checked the time. It's already noon, 12 o'clock. Her stamina still had 5 points. She took out a baked bun from her backpack, tore off a piece of the crispy crust to feed the bunny, then quickly ate the rest. Over the next 2 hours, Wu Jinyu didn't encounter any monsters and no more treasure chests appeared on her map. But she wouldn't miss any chance to gather supplies. She wore outdoor gloves and walked while pulling branches from bushes and dry grass. She collected 15 wooden sticks and 20 pieces of dry grass. After walking for a long time, she finally saw a treasure chest in the northwest part of her map. Since she needed to return to the shelter before 6 p.m., she quickened her pace and jogged toward it. She preferred to go back early rather than risk missing the time. Soon, she reached the location marked on her map. Looking at the empty grassland in front of her, Wu Jinyu scratched her head. Where was the chest? The map showed it should be here. She circled the marked area repeatedly. It was all weeds. Could the map be wrong? But considering her previous treasure hunts, the map was usually accurate. Maybe the chest was underground instead of on the surface? Determined, Wu Jinhua took out her workbench. Workbenches place materials to craft items. There are no items that can't be crafted, only users with insufficient materials. She quickly checked the beginner's guide for the materials needed to craft a shovel, 2 pieces of wood. She took out 2 wooden sticks and placed them on the workbench. A ding sound rang out. Successfully crafted a D-grade wooden shovel, durability 50 × 1. She picked up the shovel, weighed it in her hand, and found it was still manageable. She swung it a few times to get a feel for it. Time was running out. Wiping sweat from her face, Wu Jinhua swung the shovel and started digging. The soil away from the creek was harder. After 40 minutes, she finally felt the shovel hit something solid. Carefully removing the dirt on top, a wooden treasure chest appeared before her eyes. She touched the chest, and it automatically stored itself in her backpack. Wu Jinhua squinted. Suddenly, she noticed what looked like 2 earthworms in the soil beneath. Maybe the environment was too good here. These worms were at least 3 times fatter than those on Blue Star. Since the treasure chest had pressed down on them earlier, they looked almost dead, their bodies weakly wriggling and tangled together. Wu Jinhua bent down and carefully reached into the soil to pull out a worm. With a resource-saving mindset, she stored the worms in her backpack. Gained 2 worms. Worms can be used to make basic bait. After collecting the worms, she drank a bottle of water and checked the time. It was already 3 o'clock. With 3 hours until 6, she couldn't keep moving forward. She had walked far from the shelter and needed to hurry back. Luckily, she had the Soka technique, which, although only allowing her to scan within 500 meters, enabled her to remember landmarks every few hundred meters and find her way back. Plus, her backpack was almost full, so even if she had more time, she couldn't gather more supplies. Thinking about the 4 boxes she had received, which made her feel the joy of a lucky draw, Wu Jinhua quickened her pace toward the shelter. She decided not to pick up small materials on the way since she only had 3 hours and needed to return quickly. The wool in her backpack was more important than some minor items at the moment. On her way back, she thoughtfully tore off a few large, soft leaves from a tree to make a nest for Bobo. She could sleep on the hard wooden bed, but Bobo, with its small arms and legs, deserved a cozy nest. Both she and the rabbit hurried back and finally reached the shelter before dark. She closed the thatched hut, securing the door with a latch that looked like it might fall off, and finally stood inside the shelter again. She checked the system. There were 20 minutes left before 6 o'clock. After a long day, she could finally rest. Wu Jinhua flopped onto the bed with a big stretch. Bobo also crawled out of her pocket, collapsing into a little bunny ball, looking exhausted. She stroked Bobo on the wooden bed and looked at the thin, almost translucent straw on the ceiling. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong with the shelter. She couldn't believe a shelter was described as a shaky, thatched hut. That sounded too unreliable. She checked the upgrade requirements for the shelter. Thatched hut, basic. To be upgraded to a thatched hut, advanced 60 wooden planks, 80 dry grass, 30 iron nails. She could gather more dry grass from bushes, but iron nails were processed items, and she wasn't sure if only treasure chests could produce them. The wooden planks she got from chopping trees today were almost the same as the ones needed. She decided to look up the beginner's guide for more information. Wu Jinhua quickly opened the beginner's guide. Nails can be made using a workbench with iron blocks, and 1 iron block can produce 10 nails. Wooden planks can be made with a workbench using wood, and 1 piece of wood yields 4 planks. Today, she has earned 10 iron blocks, enough to make 100 nails. Now, she can only slowly chop trees for wood. After thinking about the shelter, Eugeniu put Bobo aside, sat up quickly from the wooden bed, and excitedly took out 2 wooden chests and 2 iron chests from her backpack, rubbing her hands together. Finally, it's the exciting lottery draw. Bobo looked at Eugeniu as if performing a magic trick without real objects. She took something invisible from her backpack and placed it on the bed, calling out in confusion. "Bobo?" She looked at Bobo staring at her hand strangely. She picked up a wooden chest and waved it in front of Bobo. Bobo, what is this? Bobo tilted its head in confusion, then suddenly jumped, rushing toward the wooden chest. Yujinyu didn't have time to move the chest away. She saw Bobo rush like a small cannonball through the air, passing through the chest and landing on the wooden bed, bouncing happily. Yujinyu's eyes widened as she looked at the chest. The chest felt real to her touch, but Bobo couldn't see or touch it. Yet, Bobo could see and eat the food coming out of the chest. Perhaps this chest isn't from this world. Otherwise, as a native, Bobo wouldn't be unable to see or touch it. Watching Bobo happily calling out, Yujinyu took a red bean bun, placed it on a fallen leaf, and then handed it over, deciding to use food to keep Bobo quiet. Seeing Bobo happily eating, she felt relieved. If Bobo kept pestering her to know what her error was, she wouldn't know how to explain. Better to open the chests first. Yujinyu wiped her hands with her pajamas, then clasped her hands together and silently recited a spell in her mind. Remove bad luck, divine luck, divine luck. After finishing her secret chant, she sincerely opened the 2 wooden chests. Open the wooden chests. Yes, she received 8 bottles of mineral water for steamed buns, 2 toasts, 1 egg yolk pastry, 1 pack of ham sausages, 2 small honey bread rolls, 1 pair of mid-calf socks, 1 men's vest, and 5 candles. The items automatically failed to be stored in her backpack because all the slots were full and everything scattered on the wooden bed. Bobo, who had been happily munching, looked up and exclaimed, "Wow! So much food!" Drooling with hunger, Bobo first lowered its head, glancing at the half-eaten red bean bread, then looked at the pile of food without hesitation. It immediately straightened up and ran toward the delicious food. It had suffered so much before. Why are there suddenly so many tasty treats? Just as Bobo was about to pounce on the food, Wu Jinue grabbed the back of its neck, lifted it up, and gave it a gentle tap on the head.
You can't eat this.
This is our stored food for later. Bobo needs to work harder for me so we can get more delicious food. Only then can Bobo have more tasty treats. Hearing this, Bobo's proud head drooped sadly, and it let out a little sad squeak. Bobo. Wu Jinue placed Bobo back in front of the red bean bread, but it looked so gloomy that it even frowned at the delicious bread. Thinking for a moment, she remembered that Bobo was the first to warn her about danger today and helped her kill the green snake. Wu Jinue took the only egg yolk pastry from the wooden treasure chest, broke it in half, and placed 1 piece on a leaf. She gently touched Bobo's fluffy fur. This half of the egg yolk pastry is a reward for Bobo warning me about danger today. When Bobo, who was still unhappy, saw the half pastry in front of it, its bad mood instantly disappeared. It excitedly hopped onto Wu Jinue's lap, rubbing its tiny paws happily. After expressing its excitement, it jumped back onto the leaf to continue enjoying its dinner. Wu Jinue ate the remaining half of the pastry, gaining 1 point of stamina. Thinking that she had only eaten 2 baked buns and 2 bottles of mineral water today, she took out a piece of toast she had fed Bobo earlier and finished it along with the remaining bottle of water. Her stamina was restored to 8 points. She realized she needed to keep an eye on her stamina. Dropping below 2 would cause her to slow down. Although she didn't know what slowing down felt like, she imagined her actions turning into slow motion. Wu Jinue shook her head. Being slow was definitely not a good thing. The Suaji technique still couldn't detect other beasts, so she had to rely on Bobo to give her early warnings. She needed to be generous with Bobo. However, she still preferred to open treasure chests where Bobo couldn't see. Bobo couldn't see the chests, but it could see what was inside when they were opened. With the current food she had obtained, she could feed Bobo comfortably. But she didn't want to create a habit of opening chests just to feed it. She wanted Bobo to understand that working hard was the way to get food. Wu Jinue checked her backpack, which was full, then opened the workbench and the beginner's guide to see if she could craft any storage items or boxes. The small storage box can be made from wood at the workbench. 1 piece of wood makes 1 small storage box, and 2 pieces make a large storage box. The small box has a capacity of 20, while the large one holds 50. She still has 2 pieces of wood in her backpack, and today she must make a storage box. The thatched hut isn't very big, and if everything is piled on the ground, she might have nowhere to stand. She looked at the workbench and stroked her chin. Since the small box holds 20 and the large one 50, it might be better to make the bigger box to save 10 space. Should she spend 2 pieces of wood to make a large storage box?
Yes.
The construction was successful. Looking at the square wooden box in front of her, she put everything from her bed into it, including her backpack's contents, except for food, water, the workbench, axe, and dagger, and packed them all inside. She sat on the wooden bed, turned to look out the window. A huge shadow covered the land as the sky darkened outside, and the inside of the hut grew dim. Night fell. She took out a recently lit candle and struck a flint to light it. To prevent Bobo from seeing what she had obtained, she decided to open the remaining 2 iron chests inside the storage box. Should she open the 2 iron chests?
Yes.
She received 14 bottles of mineral water, 2 steamed buns, 3 slices of toast, 6 honey buns, 1 bag of rice, 1 Swiss roll, 1 grilled eel, 2 bottles of Huaxiang Jingqi water, 1 air conditioner blanket, 1 set of women's underwear, and 6 candles. She thought about it. Seems like the mineral water had a high drop rate from the chests. She stored these items in the box and checked her food supplies. She now had 39 bottles of mineral water, 1 sesame seed cake, 4 slices of toast, 1 red bean bun, 1 matcha cake, 9 steamed buns, 1 honey jar, 1 pack of ham sausages, 8 honey buns, 1 bag of rice, 1 Swiss roll, 1 grilled eel, and 3 snake meats. Except for the snake meat, which was raw and needed to be cooked, all other food could be eaten directly. After organizing the box and her backpack, she exhaled and set everything down. She climbed into bed with the air conditioner blanket. After a long day of work, her body finally relaxed, and she realized her leg muscles were sore. She rubbed her thighs, did a full-body stretch on the bed, then leaned back. Her shelter was not very sturdy, the candlelight was dim, and Bobo was lying on soft leaves. She opened the World Channel and started browsing online to see what others in her area were talking about. The daily limit of 3 messages effectively slowed down the refresh rate of World Channel messages. To her surprise, the number of players in the top right corner dropped from 1 million in the morning to less than 900,000. It was only the first day of survival, and over 100,000 players had already been lost. Even with 90% damage immunity during the beginner protection period, once the 3-day protection ended, casualties would likely be even worse. Upgrading the shelter and strengthening abilities became urgent. I want to go home. I want to return to Blue Star. Can someone take me back? Fortunately, there's the beginner protection period. Today, I encountered a crazy porcupine. If I didn't have 90% damage immunity, I might have been one of those 100,000 people. Does anyone want to add friends? Let's support each other and share experiences. What should I do? The items from the beginner gift pack will run out tomorrow. If I can't find a treasure chest by then, I'll be doomed. Hey, that brother up there, don't even think about going back. Look at how many people are missing from Zone 47. You still believe you can return to Blue Star. While chopping trees, a wooden treasure chest fell from the tree. Why are these chests always hidden in the corners? And they don't even contain much food when opened. The person above is really lucky. Has anyone else found a treasure chest? Someone posted a picture of a wooden chest this afternoon. Has anyone found an iron chest? What does it look like? At this moment, a user named Chun Jing posted a picture of an iron treasure chest, causing the message refresh rate in the channel to suddenly speed up. Wow, big shot. I didn't even find a wooden chest today, and someone already found an iron one. Can I ask what's inside the iron chest? How much more resources does it have compared to the wooden one? Big shot, please add me as a friend. Besides that, I guess your friend requests are about to overflow. Can you tell me your location? I want to latch onto your coattails. Surrounded by many messages, Qinjing spoke again. Luckily, I was chased to a steep slope by a strange beast and saw this iron chest stuck between some rocks. Don't keep adding me as a friend asking for supplies. The trading mall isn't open during the beginner protection period, so I can't trade even if I have resources. After Qinjing's message, Other comments appeared, besides requests for big shots to help. Why trade? Aren't we all blue star people? You can report your coordinates or turn off the hidden function. If someone is nearby, they can ask you for supplies. You've already found the iron chest. When the beginner protection ends, can you go to the trading mall to trade? I'm pretty poor and haven't found a chest yet. Maybe later I can trade 10 dry grass for it at Qingjing. Hey, you've been spying for so long I finally caught a few people upstairs. I curse you, using moral pressure. If I curse you, I might do something worse. Player Xiao was muted for 1 day for violating chat rules by insulting other players. Wu Jinhua was amused. This person has a fiery personality. She opened Xiao's profile, enabled the hidden features, and saw it was blank. Before leaving her profile, Wu Jinhua casually liked the top left corner. She checked the time. Only 8 o'clock. Since she needs to wake up at 7 tomorrow, she decided to sleep for 10 hours, then spend an hour browsing before sleeping. Wu Jinhua casually stroked her plush toy beside her and continued scrolling through chat messages. Suddenly, an ID named Ding Shan posted a suspicious comment, sparking a new wave in the chat. Chen Linhan, the top player in achievements, and Wu Jinhua, second place, have been silent all day. Why aren't they talking? Exactly, top players, share your tips. How did you complete your achievements? I only gathered some dry grass today. I wanted to cut trees but had no weapons, so I just slept in a thatched hut all afternoon. Hey, the beginner gift pack can give you an axe. Why didn't I get one? Is it because my luck is only 2 points and I can't get good stuff? Wu Jinhua opened her achievement list and saw that Chen Linhan, who was tied with her at noon, had gained 1 more achievement point and was now in first place. She was second. Seeing the chaotic chatter in the chat, Wu Jinhua temporarily closed it and opened her profile. She had over 99 friend requests. Some notes from friends were polite, like, "Big boss, please help me," but others were less friendly. One person, after multiple rejections, kept sending frantic messages to her family in the notes. Wu Jinhua didn't want to tolerate that, so she reported and blocked him. She also selected a few rude users and added them to her blacklist. Just as she was about to leave the friend request page, she saw a familiar name, Chen Linhan. Thinking about how he was tied with her for first place, Wu Jinhua accepted his friend request. She didn't usually add friends randomly, but his note said, "Trade materials." Since the trading shop wasn't open yet, she wondered what he wanted to trade. After accepting, Chen Linhan sent a message first. "Did you find any treasure chests today?" Wu Jinhua frowned. Why was he asking about her privacy right away? Just as she was about to delete him, he sent another message. "I killed 4 venomous scorpions and 1 hedgehog today, and I got a wooden box. Apart from wooden boxes, the dropped items are toxic meat and venom. However, I didn't trigger the first achievement for defeating a strange beast in the entire zone, so I guess you must have killed the beast before me. Please don't delete me yet." On the other side, because there was no candle, Chen Linhan's fingers were almost smoking from typing in the dark. When Wu Jinhua didn't reply to his first message, he felt she was about to delete him. Afraid of being misunderstood, he quickly typed again. "I'm here to discuss trading supplies after the protection period." Seeing Chen Linhan's last message, Wu Jinhua raised an eyebrow and replied, "Your note says you're trading supplies, but you immediately asked if I have a treasure chest." Chen Linhan: No, I want to trade supplies. I only have enough food for my beginner protection period. I plan to trade with you after the trading mall opens. Wu Jinhua: So, you killed 4 venomous scorpions and 1 hedgehog dropped a wooden box. Chen Linhan: The drop rate for these boxes is a bit low. Wait, how many strange beasts did you kill today? Wu Jinhua: 1. Chen Linhan: Unfair. I killed 5 and almost died to a scorpion, but I only got 1 box. You only killed 1 and got a box. Wu Jinhua: That's quite lucky of you. Thinking for a moment, Wu Jinhua noted her luck stat was 12. She had seen someone find a wooden box earlier, but the food inside was barely enough to survive for a day. Compared to that, the food from her own wooden box could last over a day of work. Her luck was high among players, but she didn't ask Chen Linhan about his luck directly. Instead, she replied, "What supplies do you have that you can trade for food?" Chen Linhan: I need food. Can I trade you some toxic scorpion meat or raw meat? I can do a 1:2 exchange. Wu Jinhua. How much does a portion of toxic scorpion meat and raw meat weigh? Chinlinhan. A portion of toxic scorpion meat is 200 grams, and there are 4 portions. The raw meat is hedgehog meat, 300 grams. After thinking for a moment, Wu Jinhua decided to make the trade. She had the skill to find treasure chests faster than others, and the food she got was more than enough. Today, after getting many boxes with Bobo, trading a little food didn't feel painful anymore, unlike when she first fed Bobo plain toast. Although she couldn't eat the toxic meat, she could use it against other strange beasts. Wu Jinhua, we can trade. I'll give you a bottle of mineral water and 2 steamed buns for toxic meat. For raw hedgehog meat, I'll roast it for you, and you can pay me a processing fee. She doesn't want to eat hedgehog meat, especially since she already cooked some snake meat she caught today.
She can nibble on that.
But before coming to this world, she raised a hedgehog. She really doesn't want to eat a pet she once cared for. Instead, she thinks Chinlinhan can pay a manual labor fee and roast the meat for himself. After sharing her trade terms, she waits a few minutes, but gets no reply. Wu Jinhua looks at the chat window and falls into thought. She makes a simple guess about Chinlinhan. Without fire-starting tools, he wouldn't trade raw meat with her. His strength must be quite high. Killing 5 strange beasts isn't easy. His luck is low. He only gets 1 treasure chest from 5 beasts. Then he responds. Chinlinhan. Okay, let's do this once the trading shop opens. I have a question. Do you have fire-starting tools? Wu Jinhua. Are you just checking my background? Chinlinhan. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend. I was just wondering if you have fire-starting tools. When the trading shop opens, can I trade for fire pit from you? The fire pit requires 4 wooden planks and a fire-starting tool to make. 1 fire pit can burn for 24 hours. Wu Jinhua. 1 fire pit for 3 pieces of wood. Chinlinhan. No, 2. The 4 wooden planks needed for a fire pit can be made from just 1 piece of wood. If I trade you 2 pieces of wood, you'll still earn 1 piece. Wu Jinhua. The fire-starting tool I got has limited uses. Trading 3 pieces of wood for 1 fire pit feels like a loss. But if you want to trade, go ahead. This last part is false. Wu Jinhua doesn't plan to tell the truth. The fire-starting stone she has doesn't have limited uses. It's just valuable because it's rare. Fire-starting stone, a legendary fire-making tool that can be used even when wet. With it, she never worries about lacking fire. She takes half an hour to chop down a tree. Upgrading to a high-level thatched hut requires 60 wooden planks, which equals 15 pieces of wood. Not to mention, she needs to chop down 7.5 trees for that, taking almost 4 hours. The key problem is she only has an iron axe with 80 durability left. While this axe is enough to gather wood for her shelter upgrade, she found in the guide that many crafted items also need wood. She can gather wood herself, but trading her extra supplies can save more time for finding treasure chests. As Wu Jinhua worries and plans, Chinlinhan on the other side is also thinking. He only has an axe, which was found in a treasure chest. It's just a steel axe with only 40 durability, so it can't cut many trees. Thinking about his discovery in the forest today, he gritted his teeth and spoke. Chinlinhan. I still prefer trading 2 pieces of wood for a fire pit, but please don't delete me yet. Let me ask, is there a jungle near your shelter? Wu Jinhua. What does this have to do with trading for a fire pit? Chinlinhan. I can exchange some information with you. My condition is trading 2 pieces of wood for the fire pit, plus some extra food. Fearing Wu Jinhua might not believe him, Chen hurried to speak again. Chinlinhan. My information is about the message released after the 3-day newbie protection period ends. I know what the message is. Wu Jinhua. What message? How do you know? Chinlinhan. Although I can't guarantee 100% accuracy, I'm sure that tasks released after the protection period will not be too different, even if there's some bias. This is the information I got from the forest. Wu Jinhua. If your information is true, I can give you extra food and a good deal. After saying this, Wu Jinhua stared intently at the system interface, thinking carefully. 5 minutes passed, but the other side remained silent and didn't reply. She immediately guessed that Chinlinhan was becoming cautious. He claimed to have information and promised to give food, which seemed suspicious. Also, from the chat in the global channel, it was clear everyone was short on supplies. She had little extra food, and trading scorpion meat was already rare, so how could she have enough to buy information? Thinking this, Wu Jinyue quickly got up from her bed, went to the storage box, took out a toast and a steamed bun, took photos and sent them. Wu Jinyue, I have food to trade with you. You can only choose to trust me. Do you think if you go to the global channel now and shout, you'll find someone who has extra food and a flint, and after the protection period, won't deceive you and will trade honestly? Wu Jinyue believed she was an honest person. Although she was in this cursed otherworld, she wouldn't cheat her fellow countrymen too badly. After a few seconds, she finally received a message from the other side. Chun Linhan, what if the protection period ends and you don't fulfill the trade? Wu Jinyue, I don't know either. Why don't you go to the global channel and curse me? Chun Linhan scratched his head in front of the light screen, organized his words, and continued speaking. Chun Linhan, my starting point is deep in the jungle, which is very dangerous with many strange beasts. To set up a shelter, I escaped to the edge of the jungle. The place I chose has a nest of scorpions. I haven't built the shelter yet, and they just raised their tails at me to scare me away. After I finished building it, they seemed to wake up and attacked the door of the shelter, almost breaking it. The protection period for beginners isn't just about 90% damage immunity. It should also reduce the aggression of strange beasts. But when they see someone inside the shelter, their aggression returns to normal. I guess that the rules of this world probably won't make strange beasts stop attacking at night for humans to rest, so I need to watch out for nearby beasts. There must be some kind of thing that can prevent beast attacks. But before I get that, we have to survive the beast attacks after the protection period ends. Xiao Qiu said that the difficulty of survival increases, possibly because the beast's attack power has returned to their original strength. Based on my experience killing 4 poisonous scorpions, their original attack power is very high, and it's hard to kill them without weapons. So, I've written so much. Are you paying attention? Wu Jinyu. Yes, I am. So you guess that the strange beasts will try to attack the shelter during the protection period. After it ends, their attack power and chances of attacking the shelter will be even higher. Chun Linhan. Exactly. And the basic thatched hut shelter can't withstand it. I observed that even this wooden door would break after prolonged attacks. Maybe it's just bad luck. My starting point is surrounded by jungle, with one jungle connected to another. There are many strange beasts, so I can only stay at the jungle's edge. This afternoon, I collected supplies and already saw beasts coming out from deep inside the jungle. If I find even more beasts coming out tomorrow, I am sure my guess is 100% correct. The protection period is more useful than we think. When it ends, it's not just about increased beast aggression. It might be even scarier. They could find the shelter by following the scent. Wu Jinyu. The strange beasts I encountered today initially just wanted to drive me away, but when I decided to fight back, they attacked me. Chun Linhan. The shelter needs to be upgraded quickly, or it won't withstand the beasts. After 3 days, upgrading the basic thatched hut to a higher level should make it much safer. Wu Jinyu. I understand your message. Thank you. Chun Linhan. I don't need your thanks. I just wanted to keep your promise and give me food. Otherwise, I might really suffer a big loss. Wu Jinyu. Don't worry.
I'm honest.
Let me calculate. After the protection period ends, I can exchange 4 portions of scorpion meat for mineral water ×2, bread roll ×1, and buy information for you. Mineral water ×2, toast ×1, bread roll ×1. How about that? And how do you want to handle the processing fee for the grilled meat? Chun Linhan. For the fire pit trade, let's count it as 2 pieces of wood. No more trading raw meat. I'll cook it myself after we finish the fire. Wu Jinyu. Sounds good. Wu Jinyu didn't originally want to trade information with Chun Linhan, but offered him so much food afterward. Then she thought, if she could kill 5 monsters, even with low luck and fewer treasure chests, killing enough could make up for it. But killing more also meant Chun Linhan would use more energy, and the food he got from treasure chests wouldn't be enough to cover his exhaustion. Having killed a blue snake before, she knew there were plenty of good things on monsters. Showing him she has food, and if he can trade good items, she can give him what he needs. It's a win-win. After the protection period, She believed the venom she gained today and the toxic scorpion meat she just traded for would be useful. She still needs to find more treasure chests and gather resources. Wu Jinhua looked at the time. It's already 9 o'clock. If she were still on Blue Star, she should be enjoying the nightlife at this hour. She sighed, turned off the light screen, and lay on the bed, looking at the thatched roof swaying above her. Though she kept telling herself internally that life here was just life, being in this dangerous otherworld made her feel a bit melancholic. Could she work hard enough to enjoy the small lobsters and hot pot she missed from her study abroad days? Wu Jinhua casually blew out the half-burned candle, plunging the room into darkness. Suddenly, sleepiness overwhelmed her. She curled up with the air-conditioning blanket, her face pressed against Bobo, slowly closing her eyes. In her last moment before falling asleep, she thought, fortunately, it's not cold. Just covering with the air-conditioning blanket is enough. Bobo had fallen asleep long before Wu Jinhua was still surfing online. Feeling something soft close to it, it couldn't help but stretch its paw and press closer to Wu Jinhua. The two, one person, one rabbit, warmly shared the quiet night and fell asleep. The next morning, before 7 a.m., Wu Jinhua was awakened by the fluffy fur pressing against her face. Bobo. Bobo. Bobo called softly while trying to wake her with its paw. Even in deep sleep, Wu Jinhua should have woken up. After removing Bobo from her face, she half closed her eyes and turned on the light screen. There are 10 minutes left until 7 o'clock. Because of yesterday's intense activity, even though I stretched my muscles last night, I still feel sore all over. I let out a big yawn and rubbed my fluffy head, saying good morning. I opened the box, took out a honey bun and a bottle of water, poured out some water, and placed the food in front of my fluffy friend. Bobo, breakfast time. Bobo happily shouted, then lowered his head to enjoy his meal. If it had been 5 days ago, he couldn't imagine that he would be able to eat such delicious food after getting lost from his group. Who understands how painful it was for him to be hungry for so many days? What is this breakfast? Chewing, it's really tasty. I rinsed my mouth with the remaining water and wiped my face. I packed my backpack for today, took the necessary supplies and tools, and also brought out my breakfast. 1 Swiss roll, 1 honey bun, 1 bottle of water. I need to eat a good breakfast because today's task is tough. After giving Bobo some crumbs from the Swiss roll to taste, I quickly finished my own breakfast. I hope the treasure chest I find today will give me a set of clothes or suitable shoes for climbing and running. Wearing pajamas and slippers all the time isn't practical. With my current activity level, these clothes will be spoiled in 2 days. Everything is ready. I checked the time. It's exactly 7 o'clock, and outside it's already bright. I put Bobo back in my pocket, opened the door, and prepared to leave. Today's main task is chopping trees, followed by finding treasure chests and other supplies. Yesterday's intuition was confirmed by Chun Linhan's message. If I don't upgrade the shelter, I feel very anxious. I opened the map in my mind and decided to change direction today. Within 500 meters of the shelter, there are no treasure chests on the map. Yesterday, I followed the creek downstream. Today, I decide to go east. I closed the wooden door, held my dagger, and headed east. As I walked, I carefully observed my surroundings, looking for dry grass. My task today is to gather enough materials to upgrade the shelter. There isn't as much dry grass in the east as in the bushes, and the amount of grass I get each time varies. Some small patches of grass only give 1 or 2 blades, while other sparse areas yield 3 or 4. After walking hundreds of meters, I only collected 12 pieces of dry grass and 18 wooden sticks. Suddenly, she noticed a treasure chest appeared within her map range, about 200 meters away. Next to the chest was a small patch of forest. The beginner's guide explained that treasure chest locations are random and refreshed daily. The spot where the chest appeared yesterday might not have it today. Plants and strange beasts do not respawn, but they migrate. When she kills all the monsters in an area, new ones will come to take over after a few days. Seeing this, she wasn't worried about resources near her shelter being exhausted, since she couldn't go far to find supplies now. Just as she was about to reach the treasure's hiding spot, Bobo suddenly moved restlessly in her pocket, claws gripping the edge, and its head sticking out, sniffing wildly. Bobo. Bobo. She quickly pressed her hand over Bobo, who was trying to jump out of her pocket. She stopped walking and looked down. Her little pet's head was still stretching forward. This look was exactly like how Bobo rushed over last night when she placed food from the treasure chest on her bed. Sighing helplessly, she tapped its tiny head with her finger joints and said, "Don't run around, Bobo. Turn and look at me." Still immersed in the scent, Bobo suddenly heard her serious voice. It resisted the urge to push out of her pocket, turned around pitifully, looked up at her, and called out softly twice, Bobo. She gently pulled Bobo out and placed it on her shoulder. As she moved forward, she asked sideways, "Bobo, do you smell something tasty?" Hearing this, the little rabbit's eyes lit up. It nodded, pointed with its paw toward the front, and then danced around, showing how tempting the food looked. First, it mimicked the shape of the object with its paw, then nuzzled her side affectionately. Seeing Bobo's vague way of indicating the direction, she understood that the delicious smell and her treasure chest were in the same direction. Since they were heading the same way, she decided to first open the chest and then go look for the food with Bobo. However, her habit of wanting to jump out of her pocket whenever she smelled something tasty was a bit problematic. She turned her head to look at Bobo's wet eyes, then made a firm decision. "Bobo, do you want me to go find the food with you?" Bobo thought she had agreed to its request. Excited, it jumped from her left shoulder to her right, then back again. "Bobo, why didn't you make a sound to tell me, but instead tried to jump out on your own to find the food? Did you just not eat enough?" The excited little rabbit stopped and tilted its head, then shook it. Bobo had eaten enough this morning. That thing called breakfast was super tasty and sweet. But in the next moment, Wu Jinyu spoke coldly. "But Bobo is not obedient. A disobedient little rabbit cannot have its wishes fulfilled." The little rabbit, which had been tilting its head cutely, was struck like lightning and froze completely. It didn't expect that smelling something delicious would make it forget that it was living closely with a two-legged creature in front of it. It instinctively wanted to go look for it. Bobo's small eyes were full of shock, confusion, and sadness. After a few seconds, seeing that Wu Jinyu didn't take back her words and kept walking straight ahead, Bobo gave up and lay down, burying its head in its soft fur. Bobo felt wronged. When it sensed that the little rabbit on her shoulder was unhappy, Wu Jinyu stopped and reached out to take Bobo off her shoulder, placing it in her palm. A disobedient little rabbit cannot have its wishes fulfilled, but obedient little rabbit can. If Bobo wants to be obedient, it just needs to make one sound. If it wants to be disobedient, it makes two sounds. The little rabbit in her palm made a low call. Okay, so if the obedient little rabbit smells something tasty, what should it do? The previously lying Bobo in her hand stood up, looked up at Wu Jinyu, and let out a soft sound. Then it climbed back into her pajamas pocket, its tiny paws pulling at the edge of the pocket, looking at her pitifully. Wu Jinyu reached out and gently stroked its soft fur, speaking softly. "Bobo is very good. How about this? After I finish chopping the trees, we go find something delicious, okay?" Hearing this, the previously pitiful Bobo immediately perked up. Its tired look disappeared, and it became lively again. "Bobo. Bo." It patted the pocket, and Wu Jinyu continued walking forward. After walking a few hundred meters, they finally reached the place marked on the map, where the treasure chest was buried. From afar, a wooden chest sat in the middle of a pile of rocks. Wu Jinyu approached and put the wooden chest into her backpack. Then she used her special ability again, looking at the map in her mind. To the right was a forest, and in the middle of the forest was a treasure chest she couldn't reach for now, so she decided to cut some trees first. She swapped her dagger for an axe and began her work for the day. Just as she reached the tree and swung the axe upward, her ring suddenly vibrated. Strange. Could someone be sending her a message? Wu Jinyu put down the axe, opened the light screen, and a message popped up from her friend module. It seemed she had only added Chunlinhan. What does he want from her? Wu Jinyu opened her chat window with Chunlinhan. "Chunlinhan, More strange beasts are running out from deep in the jungle. When I came out from the jungle earlier, I remember there was a blind leopard inside. Now, that leopard has already reached the edge of the forest. Wu Jinyue. Got it. After sending the message, Wu Jinyue reviewed her chat history with Chen Linhan again. To survive in such a harsh environment, Chen Linhan must either have incredible strength or possess special items from treasure chests. She couldn't imagine how he avoided the beasts surrounding him. Shaking her head, she reminded herself that now is not the time for daydreaming. She needed to gather supplies quickly. Wu Jinyue picked up her axe again and started chopping. Cutting trees was boring, but Wu Jinyue was very patient. Even with outdoor gloves, she could feel her palms tingling from the long friction. In 2 hours, Wu Jinyue successfully cut down 4 trees. After storing 8 pieces of wood in her backpack, she put down her axe and wiped her sweat. Wow, that was tiring. My hands feel like they're about to break. I should rest a bit. Wu Jinyue stored her axe in her backpack and walked to a tree. She took out a bottle of mineral water. She poured a few sips into the lid for Bobo, then drank the rest in one go. She patted her pocket, and Bobo's rabbit head immediately popped out. Let's go, Bobo, lead the way. We're looking for something tasty. Wu Jinyue didn't believe that only the food she got from her treasure chest could excite a high-level strange beast. Besides addictive processed sweets, ordinary wild fruits or small things in the wild probably wouldn't make Bobo so excited. Maybe she'd find something good. She checked the time. She could take a trip with Duo, then come back to continue chopping trees. There was enough time. Bobo happily climbed out of her pocket, jumped onto her shoe with a slap, and bounced a couple of times. It then ran with Wu Jinyue toward another direction. Wu Jinyue quickly followed behind Bobo, walking into the woods together. The deeper they went, the colder it felt. After walking a while, Wu Jinyue couldn't help but ask, Bobo, are we almost there? Bobo, who had been running ahead, immediately stopped when she heard this. When Wu Jinyue reached her side, the little rabbit hopped onto her slippers and rubbed against her pants. Then it shook its head. Is there still some way to go? Can Bobo sense danger here? The little rabbit first nodded, then shook its head again. Seeing Wu Jinyue look confused, Bobo climbed up her sleeve along her pajamas. She reached out her small paw and slapped the dagger she was holding, tilting her head proudly, with a little hum. Eugene couldn't help but chuckle softly. Bobo means there's danger here, but we can handle it together? The little bunny nodded proudly. Haha. Now that Bobo is full, she's no longer the same little bunny who once fell from a tree after using her talent once. After spending these past 2 days with Bobo, Eugene understood her greedy little personality. She then pulled Bobo out of her sleeve and placed her back on the ground. Bobo, keep leading me. Remember to avoid the dangerous strange beasts first. After calling twice, the little bunny continued to lead the way. Bobo seemed to deliberately match Eugene's pace, stopping every so often to sit on the ground and wait until Eugene caught up before moving on. After about 10 more minutes, they passed a pile of rocks. Bobo stopped and stretched her paw forward, pointing at a hole in the rocks. It was hard to see clearly without a closer look. Bobo, is the tasty thing inside that hole? Eugene asked, looking at the small opening with curiosity. Bobo shook her head, pouted her 3 lips, and pointed her paw at her dagger. It seemed Eugene understood her meaning. She weighed her dagger and slowly stepped forward. Bobo is saying there's something inside that hole. She nodded and quickly climbed into her sleepwear pocket, sticking her head out and staring straight ahead with bright eyes. Seeing Bobo looking both cautious and timid, Eugene couldn't help but smile. She had just told Bobo to avoid dangerous strange beasts, and Bobo understood her. Now, Bobo's meaning was that she could handle whatever was inside the hole. Carefully, Eugene picked up a stone and threw it at the pile of rocks, then immediately hid behind a tree, listening carefully to the sounds from the rocks. The two, one person and one rabbit, stood straight behind the tree, listening to the sound of stones falling and a rumbling noise. Then, they heard a series of scratching sounds, like claws scraping on stones, which was very uncomfortable. Eugene cautiously peeked out, squinting her eyes, and saw a crab crawling out of the hole. Who could tell her why there was a crab? How could a crab live in the forest? Outside the hole, there was a crab about the size of 2 palms, with a square-shaped body, fuzzy legs, a shell covered in gray-green patterns, and 2 small green bean-shaped eyes, looking around. At the dark, black entrance, a crab claw was sticking out, but the crab's body was not visible. It seemed there were only 2 crabs inside the hole. However, just because 2 crabs crawled out doesn't mean there are only 2 inside, since no one knows how deep the hole is. Forget it, let's kill 2 crabs first, and see what supplies we can get. Wu Jinyu picked up another stone and threw it in the opposite direction of herself. Hearing the sound, the crab outside the hole immediately crawled toward the stone, leaving the crab still at the entrance. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Jinyu held a dagger and rushed straight at the crab at the entrance. The crab sensed danger, its mouth parts moving constantly, making bubbling, huffing sounds. The crab that had chased the stone looked up at the sound, its 8 legs scrambling to look behind. It saw a 2-legged creature approaching its home. Oh no! Our home is being robbed. The distracted crab immediately turned around and rushed back with its claws raised. There was no time to hesitate. Wu Jinyu charged forward boldly, kneeling at the hole, and yanked the crab that was just about to hide inside out. Afraid it might bite, she didn't grab it by the body, but forcefully slammed it onto the ground. The crab was flipped onto its back, its 2 claws still waving. Wu Jinyu quickly raised her hand and stabbed the dagger into its belly. The crab instantly turned into a pile of supplies, which automatically went into her backpack. She didn't have time to check what she had obtained and turned to look at the other crab rushing over. She casually grabbed a handful of stones nearby and threw them.
Clatter.
The stones did no damage to the crab's shell, not even a scratch. Wu Jinyu immediately stood up and activated her talent with Bobo in her pocket. The crab that had been rushing toward her suddenly stopped, sensing a terrifying aura. When it quickly turned around and ran back into the hole, Wu Jinyu circled behind it, avoiding its claws, and stabbed her dagger into its back. Ding! The shell couldn't pierce. Looks like she had to do it like the first crab. Wu Jinyu inserted the dagger into its lower abdomen and gave a heavy lift. The crab was flipped onto its back, its 4 legs flailing wildly, and its 2 claws pushed against the ground, trying to turn over. Wu Jinyu wouldn't give it a chance to struggle. She raised her dagger and swiftly stabbed again. The second crab also turned into a pile of supplies, automatically stored in her backpack. Without time to check her loot, she lowered her head and asked Bobo, "Bobo, can you sense if there are more crabs inside the hole?" Bobo nodded, pawing at its pocket, looking excitedly at the crab hole. It understood. Defeating the monsters outside means she can get her favorite delicious food. It just saw a crab solved by a 2-legged beast turn into crab meat. There were also other things it couldn't understand, all collected in her small bag behind her. Amazing! Confident that she was very clever, Bobo decided on her own that she would try to find strange beasts to give to the 2-legged beast. Bobo wanted to eat lots of delicious food. Wu Jinyu thought for a moment and gathered the larger stones nearby, tossing them into the hole. 2 minutes passed, and no crab came out. Wu Jinyu wiped the sweat from her forehead and put away her dagger. She couldn't keep guarding the hole waiting for crabs to crawl out. Time was precious. Suddenly, she had an idea. She took 2 pieces of dry grass and a flint, lit 1 piece of grass, and stuffed it into the hole. If the crabs stayed inside, then they wouldn't come out. It was too troublesome to deal with each one individually. Better to smoke out the crabs. After lighting the dry grass and stuffing it into the hole, Wu Jinyu looked around. There was no smoke coming out anywhere nearby, so it seemed the crabs had only dug 1 hole. She lit the other piece of dry grass, stuffed it into the hole, and then pushed all the surrounding stones into the entrance to block it halfway. After finishing, Wu Jinyu sat down on the windward side, took out a small honey bread from her backpack, tore off a piece to feed Bobo, and flattened the remaining 2 palms, stuffing them into her mouth. The honey bread was quite tasty. After replenishing her food, Wu Jinyu stood up, patted her butt, took out Bobo, and placed him next to the hole. "Bobo, watch here. If any crabs come out, shout loudly for me. Time is tight, task is heavy. I'll go chop some trees nearby. After giving Bobo his task, Wu Jinyu took out her axe and headed toward a big tree near a pile of rocks. She chopped 2 trees in an hour, during which she also added more burning dry grass to the crab hole. Wu Jinyu checked the time on her system, 15 minutes until noon. The crab hole had been smoked for over an hour. Even if the crabs had 8 lives, they should be dead now. Excited, Wu Jinyu took out a wooden shovel and stuck it into the ground. Bobo, stand nearby. It's time to collect the spoils. Bobo, the little rabbit, hopped twice excitedly, climbed onto her shoulder along her pajamas, and stared at the crab hole with bright eyes.
Crabs. Crabs.
Bobo wanted to eat crabs tonight. As Wu Jinyu dug a few more times, resources started jumping out of the soil and were immediately collected by her backpack. She became more and more excited, digging with increasing enthusiasm. The feeling of digging up resources so easily was just wonderful. These crabs seemed good at digging holes too. Seeing how quickly resources popped out of the soil, there must be quite a few crabs inside this hole. Wu Jinyu couldn't help but feel a bit scared, but luckily these crabs were timid. She had already dealt with 2 of their kind, so they didn't dare come out. If they all attacked at once, she probably would have had to run away. Bobo on her shoulder was also very happy. Now she clearly understood one thing. The more resources the 2-legged creatures in front of her obtained, the more good food she could eat. After digging and stopping several times, Wu Jinyu spent more than half an hour, even refilling her water bottle, before finally digging the crab burrow to the end. She put her shovel back into her backpack and looked at the nearly 20-square-meter hole in front of her. She couldn't help but marvel. These crabs are really good at digging, creating such a big space. After gathering all the resources, Wu Jinyu opened her backpack to count her loot. Wooden chest times 9, iron chest times 2. Wow, so many chests. Based on her luck, including the 2 crabs she had already defeated outside, there must be at least 10 or 20 crabs in this hole. Crab meat times 36, crab yolk times 14, crab shells times 9, crab claws times 7, gills for filtering times 3 crab shells, the large shell covering the crab's body. If you find a few and join them together, you'll be as hard as a crab. Crab claws, strong tools, maybe you can wear them to become like a crab. Filtering gills, a filtering material, though it smells a bit like seafood. Wu Jinyu. Why do these material descriptions in this world sound so strange? Seeing so many resources in her backpack, Wu Jinyu couldn't help but pick up Bobo from her shoulder and give her a heavy kiss. Popo, you're such an amazing treasure-hunting bunny. Bobo lay in Wu Jinyu's palm, reaching out to pull down her bunny ears and cover her face, shyly squeaking. How could she kiss Bobo? 2-legged creatures don't seem shy at all. Wu Jinyu reached out and tickled Bobo's belly. Watching her shy little bunny, she teased her and said, Popo, you're shy too? So, do we still need to find something delicious now? As soon as she mentioned something tasty, Bobo suddenly stood up and started squeaking and hopping toward her. Popo, Popo. Popo wants something delicious. Oh, Popo, you want something tasty, right? Then shall I keep leading the way? Popo. The little bunny quickly jumped down from Wu Jinyu's hand and happily ran forward, occasionally turning back to see if Wu Jinyu was following. The 2 of them, 1 person and 1 bunny, walked for more than 10 minutes. Wu Jinyu followed Bobo, while checking the map in her mind. They had already gone quite deep. About 200 meters from her position, there was a treasure chest, aligned with the direction Bobo was leading. She decided to go and collect it as well. Soon, 1 person and 1 rabbit arrived near the treasure chest. Wu Jinyu called out to Bobo. Bobo, wait, I need to grab something. The little rabbit immediately stopped, turned around and sat on the ground, watching her walk toward a tree to the west. Wu Jinyu quickly ran to the bushes beside the tree, carefully scraped with a dagger a few times to make sure no strange beast was hiding inside. After parting the bushes, she found a wooden treasure chest half buried in the soil beneath the bushes. She quickly put the chest into her backpack, then returned to Bobo and crouched down to pet her. Bobo, how far is it? We need to plan our time well. We can't spend too long looking for food. Bobo gestured with her paws and shook her head, then pointed ahead with her claw. Bobo means it's not far, right? The little rabbit nodded firmly. Wu Jinhua patted Bobo's tail and stood up. Then let's hurry. We still need to cut down trees later. It's best to gather enough materials today to upgrade our shelter. 15 minutes later, Bobo led Wu Jinhua to a patch of land. In the middle of the grassland, there were two strange plants. One was slightly shorter, with dried-up stems and 5 orange-yellow fruits hanging from its branches, looking very tempting. The other plant had no fruits, with a dark green main stem and deep red patterns on it. The fruitless plant seemed to be draining the life from the other, with some branches entwined around it. Seeing these two strange plants, Wu Jinhua felt a sinking feeling in her heart. It wasn't because one plant was wrapping around the other, which made her uncomfortable. It was because she saw the bones of strange beasts across the grassland, quite a few of them. Most of the broken bones were scattered near the dark green plant. Clearly, those strange beasts had been eaten by that plant. Wu Jinhua carefully picked up Bobo, who was drooling over the orange fruits, and slowly backed away until she could barely see the two plants. Only after her instinct to run strongly told her it was safe did she put Bobo down. Bobo, is that orange fruit the tasty one you mentioned? Bobo nodded heavily, her short legs grabbing Wu Jinhua's pants and bouncing up and down. Bobo, woo-woo. Bobo. Wu Jinhua rubbed her forehead, her delicate brows furrowing. The thing next to the orange fruit was probably a strange plant. With so many beast bones on the ground, this plant must be quite dangerous. Guarded by such a terrifying plant, that orange fruit must be very valuable. During the protection period, if she can't get her hands on the item after it ends, the number and strength of monsters in the forest will increase, making it even harder for her to reach this place. She wants the orange fruit. She needs to plan how to get it. Eugene flipped through her backpack, took out a crab shell, and tore 2 thin strips from her pajama's hem. Then she tied the 2 crab shells onto herself, one in front and one behind, tightening them as much as she could. Even without looking in a mirror, she knew she now looked like a turtle. She still remembered the strange description of the crab shell, a shell on a crab's back. If you find several and join them together, you'll be as tough as a crab. She used her dagger to force the crab shell onto herself. With 90% damage immunity during the protection period, she believed her body was well protected. Sometimes taking risks is necessary. She understood that during the protection period, she should be cautious because it will only get harder to survive later. Her current situation was like a snowball rolling downhill. Only by continuously gathering resources early on could the snowball grow larger later. She put on outdoor gloves, kept her dagger in another pocket of her pajamas, and took out the snake meat and the venom of the green snake. She had 3 portions of green snake meat, 2 as bait and 1 soaked in venom. The green snake venom was a mild poison, enough to disable the plant or, at least slow its movement. Eugene scooped the little creature, Bobo, into her pocket and whispered, "Bobo, hold onto the pocket tightly. If I run later, I might not be able to take care of you. And listen to my instructions. When I pat you, help me immediately, understand?" Bobo poked his head out of the pocket, nodded seriously, then quickly retracted. After preparing everything, she took a deep breath, held the snake meat in her hand, and walked back. Without the snake meat and venom, no matter how much Bobo begged or how tempting she found it, she wouldn't dare attack the strange plant. She moved cautiously back to the place where she first saw the plant. Standing 100 meters away, she threw a piece of non-toxic snake meat. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Neither plant moved. Eugene was very patient. She didn't approach, but waited quietly outside the area scattered with monster bones. After 3 minutes, the dark green plant suddenly moved. It slowly released the branches wrapping around the fruit tree, which then touched the ground and crawled toward the snake meat. The snake meat was pierced by the sharp tips of the branches and torn in half, dragged back to the plant's trunk. Just as she was wondering how the plant would eat the snake meat, she saw the branches wrapping the meat secrete a white liquid. The snake meat was rapidly digested by the plant, visibly shrinking as it was consumed. She widened her eyes in amazement. She had seen similar plants on Blue Star that eat creatures like the Venus flytrap. But the Venus flytrap doesn't digest so quickly. In less than 10 minutes, this strange plant had completely eaten the snake meat. Looking at the land in front of her and in the woods, Wu Jinhua felt only strange. Other places had dense trees close together, but these two plants alone occupied such a large area. She tore the other piece of non-toxic snake meat in her hand into two parts. One threw onto the grass, the other outside the grass, and stepped back a few steps. The plant on the grass, like a cat smelling something foul, suddenly whipped out a vine and wrapped the snake meat inside, quickly eating it. The other vine hovered around the grass, but didn't extend out. She tugged at her backpack strap, biting her lip with some excitement. This strange plant couldn't leave the grassland. After learning its weakness, she held the snake meat soaked in venom, swung her arm, and threw it as far as she could near the plant. Then she quickly hid behind a tree and peeked out. Although she tested that this plant couldn't leave the grassland, who knew how it would change after being poisoned? Better safe than sorry. The moment she dropped the venomous snake meat on the ground, a vine suddenly snatched it and handed it to the main body to enjoy. Watching the plant's branches wave happily, she waited patiently behind the tree, not daring to breathe loudly. 10 minutes passed, and the branches that were waving seemed to sway drunkenly in the air. After another 5 minutes, the branches that still had strength suddenly fell to the ground with a snap. Seeing the plant appear to be poisoned, she cautiously approached the grass. She didn't know if the plant was truly knocked out or just pretending to be dead. She took a crab meat from her backpack and threw it forcefully beside the plant. 2 minutes passed, but there was no movement. She drew her dagger, held it tightly, and patted her pocket. The plant, sensing her presence, seemed to still have some awareness, and the branches twitched twice before settling down again. The danger was temporarily gone. She quickly ran toward the fruit-bearing plant. Staying as far away from the strange plant as possible, she looked at the plant with hanging fruits in front of her. Wu Jinhua wanted to take the whole plant into her backpack, so she put on gloves and pulled hard on the plant, trying to lift it. Ow, so tight? After pulling twice and finding it too tight, she quickly changed her approach. If she couldn't pull out the roots, she wondered if she could still pull the branches. With her ruthless strength, she swiftly tore off the branches holding 5 fruits and put them into her backpack. She was thinking about whether to take out her shovel and dig up this plant to see if she could plant it when a dark green alien branch twitched twice nearby. Just as Eugeniu had taken out her shovel and hadn't yet put it away, she suddenly turned and ran away. Was the venom of the green snake so quick to affect this alien plant? She hurriedly ran on her 2 legs, feeling puzzled. Why does this seemingly small patch of grass take so long to escape from? Just as she was about to step out of the alien plant's territory, a huge push hit her from behind. Her body suddenly fell forward, and her upper half was wrapped in a crab shell, rolling a couple of times like a marble. With the shell on her back, Eugeniu spun around dizzy and sat up, holding her head. All she could think about was, this crab shell is tough, but also too heavy. She rubbed her forehead and looked up. Seeing the scene before her, she couldn't help but swallow hard. The alien plant on the grass had already recovered. It had originally only 2 branches, but now it had grown a 3rd and a 4th. The entire patch of grass was covered by its branches. The branches wound around the tree that was hanging fruit, twisting and turning. Suddenly, the branches seemed panicked, repeatedly circling around the original fruit-hanging tree. Damn it, where are its fruits? Eugeniu watched the alien plant and saw the fruits were gone. She wildly waved her branches, acting like she was crazy. She touched her backpack behind her and silently thought, sorry, I took her peaches. At this moment, the alien plant seemed to realize Eugeniu had taken its beloved fruit. It angrily waved its branches and attacked her. The branches swung through the air, but at the edge of the grass, they couldn't cross the boundary and stopped inside, as if they had eyes, swaying and trying to poke holes in her body. She managed to get the fruit, but unfortunately, she didn't dig out the tree with the long fruit to take it away. Eugeniu looked sadly at the tree and sighed. She stood up, brushed off the dirt from her clothes, and holding her dagger, She decided it was time to go back and continue cutting trees. She waved goodbye to the alien plant.
Bye-bye.
After politely saying goodbye, Eugenie turned around and headed out of the woods. The clever Bobo peeked out from her pocket, climbed onto her shoulder, and proudly looked ahead. The two-footed beast is so amazing. Bobo is the best too. Tonight I can eat delicious food again, hee hee. When she stepped out of the woods, Eugenie opened her system and saw it was already 2:30. She took off the crab shell from her back and couldn't help but sigh to herself. Phew, this crab shell is so heavy, loose and swinging, too tight when fastened. I took out the fruit I just obtained and held it up to the sun, squinting to look at it. The transparent orange-yellow fruit looked very tasty. Kukui fruit, a fruit that tastes like sunshine, highly nutritious, and said to be one of the favorite foods of the Ryukyu people. Ryukyu people? Which group is that? Eugenie turned her head and looked at Bobo, who was drooling on her shoulder. Bobo, do you know about the Ryukyu people? Hearing this, Bobo, who was drooling, nodded its small head. Ryukyu people? That name sounds so familiar. I think I heard my mom mention it before. The little rabbit nodded, then shook its head, looking confused. Eugenie couldn't understand what Bobo was trying to say, so she just scratched its head. If only she had a contract stone, maybe she could understand Bobo's words. Never mind, no need to think about it now. Eugenie put away the fruit and gently tapped Bobo's nose. When we get back to the shelter, we can eat the fruit, okay? The little rabbit was happy to hear it could eat delicious food, so it hummed happily and then obediently crawled back into her pocket. She opened her backpack. She still needed 2 more trees and 50 bundles of hay to upgrade the shelter.
Keep working hard.
Although Eugenie disliked chopping trees, thinking about the task in 3 days, she still picked up her axe and chopped diligently. After an hour, she had collected 4 logs. She opened her backpack. She had 16 logs, enough to make 64 planks. That was enough. There were just over 2 hours until dark, so she needed to gather hay quickly. She took a bag of toast from her backpack, fed 1 slice to Bobo, and ate the rest herself. She had only eaten honey bread for lunch and was starting to feel hungry. After drinking a bottle of mineral water, Eugenie began collecting hay. She put away her axe, put on outdoor gloves, and kept moving, bending down, pulling grass, and repeating these actions. In less than half an hour, she had collected 14 bundles of hay. This wasn't enough. The hay was too scattered, and the collection rate was very low. She probably wouldn't finish gathering it all in 2 hours, especially since she needed to leave time to return to the shelter. She patted her pocket and decided to ask Bobo for help. Bobo, come out. A quick little rabbit had popped out of her pocket. Can you see the grass on the ground? Help me look nearby for larger patches. When you find some, come back and tell me. Bobo, the little rabbit kicked off its back legs and jumped out of the pocket, running in another direction. Eugenie continued collecting hay in this area. Half an hour later, Bobo returned from the other direction, bouncing back. 3-lobed beak tugged at Eugenie's pant leg, pulling in the direction of her return.
It seemed she had found something.
Eugenie looked at the bundle of dry grass, 52 pieces, in her backpack, then crouched down and patted Bobo's back. Don't pull me anymore. Bobo is leading the way. Let's run forward. The 2 of them, 1 person and 1 rabbit, hurried quickly. After about 10 minutes, they finally reached the place Bobo had found. It was a large dry grass field. Time was running out. Eugenie quickly bent down and kept collecting dry grass repeatedly. Bobo saw her actions, hopped twice, then used her mouth to bite a piece of dry grass and pulled hard backward. The grass didn't come loose, and her round body wobbled as she tumbled slightly. Seeing Bobo's behavior, Eugenie couldn't help but laugh. Bobo, you're not even the size of a palm, and you want to help me gather dry grass? Good girl, come into my pocket. I'll finish quickly, and then we can go home to enjoy some delicious food. Bobo first made a few protesting sounds, then obediently crawled into her pocket, leaving only her head sticking out. In the first half hour, she only collected about 10 pieces of dry grass. Luckily, Bobo found this large dry grass field, and Eugenie finished collecting the remaining 20 or so pieces in half an hour. There was still more than half an hour until 6 o'clock. Eugenia took out her dagger again, brushed off the grass on her, and placed Bobo back on her shoulder. Let's go home. Bobo happily hopped on her shoulder, sometimes running along her arm, sometimes climbing onto her head, looking excited. Eugenia headed toward the shelter, letting Bobo run around freely on her. Her rule now was better to arrive early than risk being late. She didn't know what might appear in the dark world, and she wasn't capable of sleeping outside alone now. Today, she had gathered enough materials to upgrade the shelter, and she could do it immediately after returning. Just thinking about it made her excited. The walk back took less than half an hour. Thanks to Bobo, she had a big harvest today. Otherwise, with only level 1 skill, she wouldn't have been able to gather so many resources even if her legs gave out. Tonight, she planned to reward Bobo with some extra food. With a happy step, she tore a few large leaves along the way to make a sleeping and eating spot for Bobo. When there were 15 minutes left before dark, she and Bobo successfully reached the shelter. Eugenia didn't go inside but held Bobo outside the door and took out the workbench. Did it cost 15 wood to make 60 wooden planks and 2 iron blocks to make 20 nails? Yes, construction successful. Seeing that her backpack now had enough upgrade materials, Eugenia couldn't wait to click and upgrade the shelter. Do you want to spend 60 wooden planks, 80 hay, and 30 nails to upgrade the thatched hut, basic, to a thatched hut advanced? Yes. Successfully submitted. Please be patient and wait 5 minutes while the shelter is being upgraded and optimized. Do I need to wait another 5 minutes? You tried to pull the door handle but couldn't open it. It seems players can't enter the shelter during the upgrade. Luckily, she returned early, otherwise it would be dark and she wouldn't be able to get in. I wonder if upgrading to an even higher level shelter will take longer? Anyway, there are still over 10 minutes before dark, and 5 minutes for the upgrade isn't urgent. You took out her last piece of wood. Do you want to spend 1 wood to make 4 planks?
Yes.
Do you want to spend 4 planks and 1 flint to make 1 campfire?
Yes.
A campfire appeared in front of the shelter. Bobo saw it immediately and jumped down from Yu's arm, lifting her head to look at the blazing fire. Bobo? It's a fire, warm and cozy. Yu sat down heavily, took out 3 crab meats and 3 sticks, and threaded them together. Luckily, she occasionally pulled some shrubs. Using these sticks as skewers for barbecue is perfect. Yu held 3 skewers of crab meat and kept turning them over the fire. While grilling, she thought it would be even better with some seasoning. The crab meat cooked quickly, and she placed 1 skewer on a leaf in front of Bobo. Bobo, dinner time. Since seeing you grilling crab meat, Bobo's eyes had been shining. As soon as the crab was ready, she eagerly pounced on it and started eating happily. Bobo, Bobo. Her little tail wagged constantly, and her ears twitched. You also picked up the remaining 2 skewers and tasted them. Delicious. The crab meat was naturally fresh and salty, sweet without any seasoning. After grilling, it had a smoky flavor. Luckily, it was crab. If it had been another meat without salt or flavoring, it wouldn't taste good. It probably tasted similar to pork she ate abroad. She quickly finished the crab skewers in her hand. Suddenly, she heard a scratching sound behind her. You turned around and saw that the original thatched hut had changed dramatically, at least no longer looked like it was about to collapse. The fire she made was originally some distance from the shelter, but now it was much closer. From the outside, it looked bigger than before, and the wooden walls were smoother. Although the building materials are average, the hut is very sturdy, at least not easy to break with a kick. At this moment, the ring on Wu Jinua's hand chimed. Congratulations! You have completed the Upgrade Shelter achievement. You earned 1 achievement point, a metal treasure chest, and 10 iron blocks. Congratulations! You are the first to complete the Upgrade Shelter achievement in Zone 47 of Huaxia. You receive an extra achievement point, a treasure chest, and 1 attribute point to allocate. Her introduction remains as sharp-tongued as ever. The good news is she has completed another achievement and gained 1 attribute point to assign later tonight. For now, she wants to see how much the shelter has upgraded. Wu Jinhua picks up Bobo, who just finished eating crab meat, places him on her shoulder, and quickly walks to the door. Bobo, come see our new home. Bobo, still licking his lips, hears this and curiously lifts his head, inspecting the house in front of him. She pushes open the door. The wooden door no longer wobbles and doesn't creak. Inside, Wu Jinyue feels the most noticeable change is the size. The hut's area has expanded from 15 to 30 square meters, and there are now 2 windows instead of 1. The house looks more solid, with tightly nailed wooden boards. Looking up at the roof, it no longer feels thin like straw. It's much thicker, layered one over another. The original single-room house has been divided into 2 rooms, one for their living space, about 20 square meters, and a smaller area under 10 square meters, likely a storage room. She sees her storage box has been moved there. The wooden bed has also grown larger, and a new bedside table has been added. Wu Jinyue places Bobo on the bed, then immediately opens her backpack, eager to open 2 treasure chests. She previously received a men's vest and underwear from opening chests, and now she urgently needs a pair of pants. She's been wearing this set of pajamas for 2 days. She can't wear it for a 3rd day. Apart from the wild beast hunts these days, her clothes are torn here and there, with holes from the bindings on crab shells. The sweat she's shed over these 2 days has soaked into her clothes, making them smell. If she has no other clothes to change into, Bobo will have complaints. She keeps stuffing him into her pocket. Open 2 wooden treasure chests. Yes, items gained. 7 bottles of mineral water, 1 sparkling water, 5 steamed buns, 2 honey bread rolls, 1 donut, 1 bag of sugar, 1 iron bucket, 2 rubber bands, 1 set of women's pajamas, 2 candles. Luck is on her side. She got clothes and an iron bucket to help fetch water and bathe. But why are the clothes still pajamas? Has she been fighting sleepwear all along? Never mind. Now is not the time to complain. Wu Jinyue glanced at the time. There are only 8 minutes left until 6 o'clock. The shelter is only 100 meters from the creek. She quickly grabbed the iron bucket and ran toward the creek. She definitely wants to take a bath today. After quickly filling the bucket with water, Wu Jinyue carried it back with both hands and placed it on the fire to heat. Although the creek water looks clean, she doesn't want to take any risks. She'd rather boil it and let it cool before using. The bucket probably holds about 20 liters, enough for a simple wash or shower. There is only 1 minute left before 6 o'clock, and the water is boiling. Wu Jinyue quickly took the boiling water into the shelter. She locked the door latch and placed the hot water in the corner of the room to cool. Outside, the sky darkened, and night slowly spread across the sky. Wu Jinyue took out a half-used candle from the day before and relit it, placing it by the bed. While waiting for the water to cool, she opened her backpack to see what she had gained today. She had just opened 2 wooden chests and now had 9 wooden chests and 2 iron chests left. Today was truly a big harvest. Wu Jinyue reached out and gently patted Bobo's fluffy rabbit head, unable to help but praise it again. Bobo, you're amazing today. You can even go hunting with me. Bobo, who had been lying on the leaves yawning, suddenly felt confident when she heard this. Its 4 little legs suddenly stood up, and its tiny head was raised as high as possible, radiating a sense of, I'm the best. Bobo, Wu Jinyue suddenly remembered she needed to take a bath later. If she was the only creature in the shelter, it would be fine. But now there was a little rabbit and she found it a bit strange. Bobo, are you a boy or a girl? The little rabbit was caught off guard by the question. Its once proud attitude disappeared instantly, and it sat on the bed, blinking. Wu Jinyue walked over, picked up Bobo, and looked at it carefully from top to bottom. How do rabbits determine gender? Never mind, she would wash up in the storage room later. Anyway, just a quick wash and a head scrub. Thinking of this, she put Bobo back on the bed. Bobo only then realized what was happening, and its brain started working again. It stared blankly for 10 seconds, then immediately rolled over and stood up again, fluffing its fur and making a loud grumbling sound.
Bobo.
Bobo, 2-legged beast, so annoying. Seeing the little rabbit's fluffed-up look, Wu Jinyue tentatively patted Bobo's fur and comforted it. All right, no need to be upset. Bobo is a beautiful little rabbit. Seeing that Bobo still looked upset, Wu Jinhua decided to give it some food to soothe it. Do you want to eat some delicious sunflower seeds now? Bobo is a very easygoing little rabbit. When she hears the word delicious, her voice quickly changes from a pout to a cute, pleading tone. Bobo. She can't help but nuzzle against Wu Jinua's wrist, her eyes bright and shiny. Bobo wants to eat. Wu Jinhua takes out a sunflower seed and places it on a leaf. Bobo immediately leans in, sniffs it twice, then quickly steps back, keeping a distance from the seed, and looks at it seriously. After staring for a minute, the little rabbit still hasn't decided to eat the sunflower seed right away. Just as Wu Jinhua is about to reach out to grab it, Bobo suddenly jumps around. Around the seed? It looks like she's dancing like a line dance, jumping and spinning around the sunflower seed. I've only seen dogs act like this when they get their favorite food on Blue Star. Why does Bobo act like a puppy? Wu Jinhua can't help but laugh while covering her forehead. What's going on? Is Bobo celebrating the sunflower seed's birthday? If Bobo doesn't eat it, I'll take it away. Hearing this, the little rabbit immediately sits upright on the leaf, pouting cutely, then lowers her head and begins to eat with a reverent look. So tasty. I've never had such delicious food in my tribe before. Bobo no longer dislikes two-legged creatures. Watching the little rabbit tearfully nibbling on the sunflower seed, Wu Jinhua also takes out one and takes a bite. Instantly, her mouth fills with a sweet flavor, and the juice is abundant. Swallowing the flesh, she feels warm from her throat to her stomach, just like drinking hot soup. Wu Jinua's eyes widen as she looks at the sunflower seed she just bit into. No wonder Bobo was so excited today. She must have been looking for this seed. It really does taste like sunshine, just as described. The sunflower seed isn't big. Wu Jinhua quickly bites it down to just the core. Suddenly, her ring vibrates. Wu Jinhua thought Qinlinhan was messaging her again, so she opens her hologram and clicks on her friends. There's no new message from Qinlinhan. Why did the ring vibrate then? She exits the friends list and goes to her personal profile. Suddenly, she notices her attribute values. Player, Wu Jinhua age, 22 stamina, 9 health, 10 strength, 7 spirit, 21 luck, 13 can be increased. Her luck has increased by 1 point. Wu Jinhua stares in disbelief at Bobo still nibbling on the sunflower seed. Quickly, she pulls out 2 more from her backpack. First, she allocated the 1 skill point gained from completing an achievement, placing it into mental strength. Then, Wu Jinhua, holding a fruit in her hand, quickly ate both sunflower fruits in one go. Today, she went with Bobo to find something tasty, and it was a great success. After finishing the fruits, she reopened her profile page, and her attributes had changed again. Player, Wu Jinhua age, 22 stamina, 9 health, 10 strength, 7 mental strength, 22 luck, 14 note, can be increased. After eating the 2 fruits, her luck only increased by 1 point. It seems sunflower fruits only boost luck twice per person. But Wu Jinhua thought, if such a magical fruit could endlessly increase luck, how incredible would that be? Although sunflower fruits no longer affected her, she carefully stored the last one in her storage box. Good stuff, better keep it safe. Bobo, on the leaf, finished eating the fruit little by little, still clutching the seed in her tiny paws, reluctant to let go, nibbling happily. Wu Jinhua stepped forward, took the seed from Bobo's paws, and gently patted her head. All right, the seed from the sunflower fruit is almost cracked open. When the seed was taken away, Bobo looked disappointed and pitiful. It's okay. Today, we found such delicious sunflower fruits. Next time, we'll find even better ones, right, Bobo? Wu Jinhua rubbed her head. Hearing this, Bobo, who was initially unhappy, lifted her head again and licked Wu Jinua's hand. Bobo, with her 2 paws, would definitely find tastier treats. Wu Jinhua casually stored the 4 sunflower fruit seeds, each from her and the rabbit, in her storage box. Maybe she could plant them someday. Seeing Bobo become lively again, she turned around to check the water temperature in the iron bucket. It was a bit hot, but just right for her. She carried the bucket to the storage room and spent 15 minutes cleaning herself thoroughly. After putting on the newly bought pajamas, she stepped out with wet hair and a body still damp. Taking a shower felt wonderful. Eugenie sat on the bed, turned her head to look outside. It was pitch dark outside, with only the campfire still burning, illuminating a small patch of ground. The crackling sound of sparks came through the house. Listening to the faint fire sounds, she felt safer tonight with the fire burning. She turned her head back inside, remembering that her greatest source of happiness at night was right here, in this world. Time to open the treasure chest. Eugenie moved the storage box from the storage room into her room, grabbed her backpack, and stuffed all the treasure chests inside the storage box, rubbing her hands together. She decided to open the wooden treasure chest first. On one hand, the items from the iron chest are definitely better than those from the wooden chest. Valuable items should be saved for later. On the other hand, opening the wooden chests first means that if the large storage box becomes full, she can put the iron chest into her backpack to open later. She places some items from the chest into her backpack. Just like last night, Eugenie first wipes her hands with her sleeve, then joins her palms and silently recites a prayer. She hopes to dispel bad luck and become lucky. After finishing the spell, Eugenie sincerely opens 9 wooden chests. Open 9 wooden chests? Yes, she gains 40 bottles of mineral water, 17 steamed buns, 9 slices of toast, 10 small honey bread, 6 red bean bread, for brown sugar bread, 5 hand-torn bread, 5 meat-flavored biscuits, 3 donuts, 2 blueberry toasts, 2 fried dough sticks, 2 packs of ham sausages, 20 nails, 1 C-grade fishing net, durability 120, 1 D-grade iron axe, durability 70. 1 C-grade iron axe, durability 120, 1 bandage, 1 standing mirror, 1 mattress, 1 thermos cup, 1 blanket, 1 disinfectant tablet, 2 sealed jars, 1 deck of cards, and 14 candles. She feels that these 9 wooden chests contain more items than before. Quite a rich haul. Looking at the storage box filled with items, Eugenie feels grateful, perhaps because kue fruit increased her luck by 2 points. She's glad she ate the kue fruit before opening the chests. Otherwise, she would have lost out. Eugenie places the standing mirror on the other side of the room, tying a rubber band around her hand. She picks up Bobo from the bed and places the newly obtained mattress on the wooden bed, then sets it down again. Bobo, tonight we have a mattress to sleep on. When Bobo's paw touches the mattress, it can't help but step on it a few times, bouncing like on a trampoline. It's so soft, softer than the leaves she slept on yesterday. Bobo wants to sleep on this tonight. Eugenie lets Bobo run around on the bed freely, then sits back down and continues organizing the storage box. Her backpack has 25 slots and the large storage box has 50 slots. The items from the 9 wooden chests are almost filling it, with only 19 slots left. Luckily, each item takes only 1 slot. Otherwise, her 82 bottles of mineral water alone could fill the storage box. She looks at the 4 unopened iron chests in the box. She considers whether this large storage box can hold the items from all 4 iron chests. Most likely not. Tomorrow, she'll need to chop more wood, as both the fire and the large storage box require wood. She currently has no wood, so she can only think of other ways. After a moment of thought, she first took out all the tools in the storage box, such as axes and fishing nets, and temporarily placed them in the corner of the room. She packed some food into her backpack to free up space in the box. After clearing half of the storage space, she turned her attention back to the iron treasure chest. Today, she must open all the chests. Open 4 iron treasure chests. Yes, she received 25 bottles of mineral water, 5 steamed buns, 4 flour rolls, 3 slices of toast, 2 red bean toasts, 5 honey bread rolls, 1 chocolate cake, 1 popcorn, 2 beef jerky, 4 candles, 2 tissue packs, 1 iodine solution, 1 pair of cotton pants, 1 decorative painting, a 4-piece bedding set, a sea-level iron axe, durability 100, a sea-level dagger, durability 100, an iron pot, 20 iron nails, 2 tomato seeds, 1 pumpkin seed, and a mountain bike blueprint. Compared to the wooden treasure chest, the chance of getting food has decreased significantly. But along with less food, she also received something she couldn't understand. She recognizes the seeds, but what is the mountain bike blueprint? Mountain bike blueprint. It can help you move smoothly in harsh environments. The speed depends on how fast your legs swing. As long as you dare to ride, there's nowhere you can't go. Needed materials: 10 iron blocks, 2 copper blocks, 2 leather pieces, 6 plastic parts, 8 rubber. She couldn't find the materials for making a mountain bike in the beginner's guide. When she opened the guide and tried to search for mountain bike materials, no results appeared. Previously, she could find the materials for making a campfire. She reached into the box and took out the blueprint, which was just a slightly thick piece of paper. Turns out, not all items can be crafted using the beginner's guide. Some complex items require blueprints. The low drop rate of food from the iron chest was probably due to the seeds and blueprints. But that's okay. She's not lacking food now. Besides, once she's no longer worried about eating and drinking, she can focus on improving her survival skills. This blueprint looks like a good thing. If she had a mountain bike, her resource gathering speed would definitely improve greatly. However, she looked at the materials needed. Out of 5, she only knew how to get 1, the iron blocks. Making a vehicle is very difficult. She was not discouraged, carefully kept the blueprint, and continued organizing her storage box. At this moment, her ring vibrated. She opened the light screen to see a message from Chunlinhan. Chunlinhan, do you still need toxic scorpion meat? Wu Jinyue. Yes. Chunlinhan. Then let's trade the same amount as last time for food. Wu Jinyue. Okay. Wu Jinyue is not a person who dawdles. After a few words of communication, she plans to turn off the light screen and continue organizing her storage box. She has obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Seeing the messy supplies piled inside, she wants to sort them by type. At this moment, Chunlinhan sends another message. Chunlinhan, did you not open the World Channel today? They're all arguing loudly. To make sure Wu Jinyue understands, he adds, because your achievement points increased by 2, making you number 1 on the achievement list. Wu Jinyue. Why are they so bored? She doesn't understand. She lives outside, risking her life to gather supplies, never wasting a second. Yet the World Channel is talking about her? Don't they gather supplies too? Chunlinhan, it's obvious you haven't opened the World Channel. They're demanding you share your experience today. Oh, and me too. Wu Jinyue. So you shared. Chunlinhan. No, what's there to share? I've never seen a flat meadow, only jungle after jungle, full of strange beasts. I survived because I was lucky. Do you want me to share why I started with the world collapsing? Wu Jinyue. That I'll check the World Channel. She closes the friend module and opens the World Channel. She only has time to check it after returning to the shelter at night. When out gathering supplies, she has no time to open it. Walking while watching the light screen. Is she trying to die faster? As soon as she opens the World Channel, the first message that pops up is from someone she knows. Xiao Xiao Xiao, the person on the top floor. XX, I see your brain isn't fully developed. How come you don't understand X language? Stop bragging about not sharing your experience and go X yourself. If you want to X, just crash into X, okay? People who I X, just fill in the blanks yourself. Don't pretend to be innocent. She hadn't seen Xiao 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 for a day, and her cursing skills have improved. Using fill-in-the-blank insults is satisfying and avoids being muted. Impressive. Luckily, the newbie protection period only allows 3 messages a day, or she suspects these people on the World Channel would be cursed at one by one. Chenjing. Everyone go out and gather more supplies. Once the newbie protection period ends, it won't be so easy. Gather supplies? Do you think it's that simple? I have no axe and no food. Where am I supposed to gather supplies? The woods are full of strange beasts. I have nothing on me. How can I fight them? Might as well lie down and sleep in the shelter. The shelter's bed is really hard. I feel sore all over after lying on it every day. The few above with no axe and no food just wander around, look for treasure chests. Do you think lying in bed every day is like waiting for a pie to fall from the sky? I swear at you, and you start lecturing me? Ugh. Player Li Jinhao was muted for 1 day for violating chat rules and insulting other players. Watching the chaotic world chat, Wu Jinhua couldn't help but click her tongue. It's so lively here. Wu Jinhua paused her organizing of the storage box, climbed into bed with a blanket, and leaned against the headboard. She decided to take a break from organizing and surf the internet for a while. Besides opening treasure chests, you can craft an axe with 2 iron blocks and 1 wood. But I can't find iron blocks, and I need an axe to chop wood. Isn't that a dead loop? So now we can only find treasure chests. If we get tools from them, we can survive better. Chen Jing said, I found treasure chests in dangerous places or hidden spots these past few days. Everyone can try looking there. Chen Jing, big boss, can you trade me some food after the protection period ends? The food from the beginner's gift pack is almost gone. Chen Jing, can I trade you hay for food? In the world chat, whenever someone asks for food, a lot of others follow and ask for it too. Wu Jinhua realized that the player named Chen Jing is kind-hearted. His advice is always helpful. With so much experience, his survival skills must be good. But she wondered if others in the chat listened to him. She scrolled through a few more comments, but didn't see any useful ones, so she simply closed the screen. She touched her hair. It was still damp. Wu Jinhua reopened the storage box, packing her things while thinking. Tomorrow is the last day of the beginner protection period. Thinking about the task Chen Linhan mentioned, Wu Jinhua put down what she was holding and took out a dagger. If mutant beasts attack the shelter, should she stay inside the thatched hut or go out to fight? Staying inside is safer, but she won't complete the task or get materials dropped by the beasts. Going outside to face them, she only has 2 daggers and no protection. She has no medicine. If she gets injured, she could lose an arm or a leg or even die from infection. Wu Jinhua rubbed her forehead. She wanted to go out and fight, but without proper defenses, the risk is too high. Suddenly, she remembered the crab shell she obtained today from the crab. Today, neither her dagger nor the alien plant attack could hurt her. But the crab shell wrapped with only cloth strips was too heavy and lacked flexibility. If a strange beast attacked her, she might not be able to dodge. Could she make a lightweight crab shell armor using the workbench? Wu Jinhua took out the workbench and the crab shell, opened the light screen, and searched the guide. She searched for protective gear, but there was no result. She searched for armor, but still nothing. After trying several keywords, she finally found many recipes for soft armor when searching for soft armor. There were turtle soft armor, insect soft armor, deer leather armor, cowhide armor, bone plate armor. Wu Jinhua looked at the endless list on the screen and couldn't help but click her tongue. Different levels of soft armor require different materials. The higher the level, the more complex the materials needed. She looked at the crab shell on the workbench and started searching desperately. She had no other materials to make soft armor except the crab shell. She couldn't find any recipes for crab shell armor by searching just crab shell. She wondered why it wasn't called crab shell armor. After 15 minutes of searching on the light screen, Wu Jinyu's eyes were tired, and she couldn't help but yawn widely. Finally, she saw what she was looking for. C-grade hard crab armor, a defensive armor mainly made from crab shells. Tip: crab shells have limited usable area, so it's best to have enough shells for crafting. If you have enough, you can even turn yourself into a crab to scare others. Materials: 8 crab shells, 3 leather, 10 nails. Wu Jinyu had the crab shells and nails, but she didn't know where to get the leather. She started searching the guide again, but this time, no matter what keywords she used, she couldn't find it. While she was thinking about how to search for it, the light screen suddenly displayed a message, as if it couldn't take it anymore. When she searched whether killing cows could get leather, unable to find resource collection channel. Wu Jinyu didn't believe it and tried several alternative words to search again. Invalid search, invalid search, invalid search. After 3 failed attempts with different keywords, the guide was retracted. Seeing that the guide was about to be taken back, Wu Jinyu stopped. This guide was so stingy. Never mind. She sighed. She was too impatient. Since she couldn't find the way to get leather in the guide, she could only think about looting treasure chests and strange beasts. Suddenly, she thought of Chun Linhan. He lived in the jungle and had more contact with and defeated more strange beasts than she did. Maybe he would have some leather. Thinking of this, Wu Jinyue immediately opened the friend module and sent a message to Qinlinhan. Wu Jinyue, are you asleep? Qinlinhan, no, what's up? Wu Jinyue, do you have any leather? After a moment, a message came from the other side. Qinlinhan, picture this one. Wu Jinyue saw the picture of leather sent by the other side and felt a little excited. She knew that this lucky person who started by raiding monster nests must have some. Wu Jinyue, how many do you have? I want to trade. Qinlinhan, 5. How many do you want to trade? Wu Jinyue, 3. On the other side, Qinlinhan looked at the light screen and touched the leather beside him. He really wanted to ask for a lot. Qinlinhan, what do you have to trade with me? Wu Jinyue secretly cursed in her heart. Instead of offering trade conditions, she asked what she had. Clever fox. Wu Jinyue, what do you want to exchange it for? Seeing that the other side was not falling for it, Qinlinhan thought about how to find out what good things Wu Jinyue had. Suddenly, the light screen vibrated, and a message was sent. Wu Jinyue, food. Qinlinhan, I need weapons. Wu Jinyue, then let's not trade. I also want that thing. She only had 2 daggers, both with limited durability, so trading them was impossible. Qinlinhan, do you have any clothes for men? Wu Jinyue rummaged through her storage box and found a men's vest she had previously obtained from a treasure chest. Wu Jinyue, yes, men's vest picture. Qinlinhan, this vest can only be exchanged for 1 piece of leather. Do you have anything else to eat, preferably something that increases stamina? Wu Jinyue, you ask for a lot. Qinlinhan, no choice. I've killed so many monsters but only got a few. She decided to subtly hint at her source. Wu Jinyue, all I get from killing monsters is meat, not many leathers. Qinlinhan, stop showing off. You get treasure chests, and I get worthless things from monsters. I only got these after dealing with a group of cunning foxes. Hearing Qinlinhan mention a group of foxes, Wu Jinyue's suspicion about his combat ability was reinforced.
How strong was he?
Wu Jinyue, a group? How many? With so many foxes, you must have enough fox meat to eat. Qinlinhan, what? It's all smell. I can't stomach it and I don't have fire now. There are hardly any animals in this world that are edible. She saw that he was asking for something, but it was not useful for now. Wu Jinyue decided to focus on trading for the leather first. Over the past 2 days, she searched everywhere for treasure chests, but had never seen a creature like a fox. Wu Jinyue said, picture chocolate cake, the 6-inch kind. Even if your stamina is only at 1 point, eating half can restore it to full. Qinlinhan on the other side saw the chocolate cake and immediately widened his eyes. Wow, how much food does Wu Jinyue have to trade this? It's her favorite chocolate. Wu Jinyue, who has plenty of food, asked, want to trade? She wasn't trying to act rich. She just tidied up her storage box, where half was filled with food. She wasn't lacking food now, but good items to improve survival were what she needed. Qinlinhan asked, yes, but it's not enough. Do you have anything else to trade? Wu Jinyue replied, add a bottle of water. More than that, no. Qinlinhan thought if he pressed further, Wu Jinyue might just delete him. To keep their non-existent friendship, he decided to add something himself. He offered, how about fox meat? Even if you can't eat it, maybe you can find other uses. Wu Jinyue refused. No, the previous scorpion meat still had some use, but she couldn't think of any purpose for the fox meat right now. Qinlinhan offered, I'll give it to you for free. Wu Jinyue agreed, deal. Give me more. Qinlinhan hesitated, but then withdrew his earlier idea. Free items shouldn't be refused. He said, all right, it's settled. Remember to stay alive tomorrow, unlike my last trading partner. Wu Jinyue was confused. Qinlinhan explained, expression not having an open trading mall is such a hassle. I made a deal with someone, but when I checked my friends' list at night, they were gone. Wu Jinyue said, this game has a dark sense of humor. Even though it gives new players a starter pack, trading and exchanging survival resources are impossible. You have to survive the beginner period on your own, which is basically sending those who can't survive alone to die. Qinlinhan added, if you don't leave the shelter, you can barely survive the protection period with just the starter pack food. But entering the real survival world with nothing is impossible, Wu Jinyue told him. Then remember to stay alive tomorrow. Don't die. Chen Linhan replied, Okay, I'm going to sleep now. Wu Jinhua turned off the light screen, lay back on her bed, and gently stroked her bunny head plush. Her defensive gear was finally in place. The protection period was only 1 day, and Wu Jinhua felt more and more urgent. She wanted to survive safely and also gather more supplies. She calculated that she had many things to do tomorrow, so it was time for her to sleep. She took out the 4-piece bedding set, carefully spread it out, then rolled the blanket into a ball and placed Bobo inside. Bobo, do you like your new home? Under the dim candlelight, the small orange rabbit first stretched lazily, then flopped onto its nest, turning its belly up. It clung to her wrist with its paws, making soft noises. Bobo, Eugenia gently stroked the soft belly of the little rabbit, then extinguished the candle and lay down, closing her eyes. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Eugenia suddenly had a strange thought and asked, Bobo, are you a boy or a girl? Hearing this, the sleepy Bobo couldn't help but crawl over to her hand and nibble on it. Hey, I was wrong. I won't ask anymore. On the 3rd day of the protection period, Eugenia was again woken up early by Bobo's playful nudge. Without a phone or alarm clock, and having just moved into this house a few days ago, Bobo dutifully acted as a living timer. The 2-legged creature worked hard, so she could have food. After her usual washing up, Eugenia rummaged through a storage box and casually asked, Bobo, what do you want for breakfast? As soon as she mentioned breakfast, Bobo's ears perked up immediately, and it quickly climbed onto her shoulder. In its paws were a fried dough stick and a small bun with meat floss. Bobo carefully thought for a second, then pointed to the small bun with its paw. Bobo wanted to eat that. Eugenia placed the small bun on the leaf she used for eating and took out some bread to quickly finish her breakfast. It was only 5 minutes until 7 o'clock. She packed her bag, then threw the washed pajamas from yesterday into the iron bucket. Next, she carried the bucket to the creek, quickly scrubbed it a few times, then filled it with water to soak their clothes. She didn't have any laundry detergent or cleaning products, so she could only wash her clothes this way for now. After finishing all this, Eugenia mentally used a navigation technique. The direction she should go each day depended on where the treasure chest was. Looking at the map in her mind, she found that within 500 meters, the only treasure chest was in the cedar forest she saw when she first arrived. Thinking about the uncomfortable feeling she had in that forest, she looked at Bobo. She had taken Bobo from that place. After some thought, Eugenia decided to explore the cedar forest today. Today was the last day of the protection period, and with a 90% immunity to harm, it wouldn't hurt to check it out. She no longer felt as hesitant as on her first day. Moreover, over the past 2 days, her luck had been good when exploring routes with treasure chests, gathering many materials. She believed her luck at 2 p.m. would bring her good fortune. Eugenia placed Bobo on her shoulder, carried an axe, and headed toward the cedar forest. The wood was her main material for survival. She chopped down 4 trees with a loud sound, collecting 8 pieces of wood on her back. Then, Eugenia swapped her axe for a dagger and stepped inside. The damp, cold, sticky air clung to her skin, which was uncovered. It felt like an invisible person was nearby, constantly blowing cold air at her. Although the weather was bright and sunny, the dense cedar trees blocked the sunlight, making the forest slightly dark inside. Eugenia carefully explored the area. Previously, her quick movements in and out of the treasure chest had made her less aware of the atmosphere. But this time, she instinctively felt that this forest looked perfect for a spooky movie. Her fleeting, wild thoughts vanished quickly. She followed the map in her mind, taking 1 step at a time. Her little companion, Bobo, looked cautious too, with its ears standing tall, listening carefully to the sounds around them. Not far ahead, Eugenia saw an iron treasure chest. The unusual part was that it was hanging from the branches of a cedar tree. Why does this treasure chest always hide in strange places? Eugenia walked under the cedar tree and looked up. If she hadn't seen something shiny reflecting in the tree from afar, she might have started digging with her shovel again, just like last time. That would waste her time. She didn't have a long stick in her bag to poke the chest down either. She stretched her arms back, took a simple stretch, and decided to climb the tree herself. She rubbed her hands, grabbed the trunk, and pushed her legs upward. She pressed her body close to the cedar, alternating her legs to grip the bark and slowly climb higher. Seeing how hard she was working, Bobo jumped off her shoulder and started climbing the tree too. Just as Bobo was about to reach the middle of the cedar, suddenly, with a swoosh, it fell. Bobo shouted loudly, "Bobo!" Eugene Yue immediately looked up and saw a small orange object falling down. Before she could react, she instinctively reached out to catch it. Her legs lost support, and she started sliding down uncontrollably. She quickly managed to control her body, hitting the tree a couple of times to slow her fall.
Bang!
With Bobo in her hands, she landed on a pile of grass beneath the cedar. Ugh, luckily, she was immune to injuries. The ground was covered with grass, or she might have been seriously hurt from the fall. Thanks to her protective gear, her grass cushion, her gloves, and her backpack acting as a shield. After a few seconds, Eugene Yue grimaced and crawled up from the ground. Bobo had already slipped out of her hands the moment she hit the ground. The little rabbit sat nearby, looking guilty and worried. It nuzzled her sleeve, then looked up angrily and shouted at the cedar tree. "Bobo! Bobo!" Only then did Wu Jinhua realize something was wrong. When she first saw Bobo, it was just sitting on the cedar tree. It didn't make sense for it to fall while climbing now. Seeing the little rabbit shouting wildly at the tree, Wu Jinhua immediately understood that something on the tree was blocking their way. She carefully lifted Bobo onto her shoulder and stepped back, keeping a safe distance from the tall cedar. She looked up at the tree with a cautious expression. Suddenly, two yellow objects shot toward Wu Jinhua quickly. She dodged just in time, and the two pine cones hit the spot where she had been standing. She looked up and saw a strange creature that looked like a squirrel but had 3 tails, sitting on a branch, holding a pine cone. When Bobo saw who was attacking it, it shouted at the creature in alarm. "Bobo! Bobo!" The creature, upon seeing the little rabbit on her shoulder, paused with the pine cone in its hand, seeming stunned for a few seconds. Then it pointed at her with its claws and burst into a big, mocking laugh. Even from far away, Wu Jinhua could feel it was mocking the little rabbit. She gently patted Bobo to calm it down, then looked at the strange creature on the tree, clenching her fists. She was on the ground, and the creature was high up. If it climbed down, she wouldn't have the tools to fight it. She had just fallen from the tree and wasn't hurt. She was lucky. But risking her safety for this treasure chest wasn't worth it. With that thought, Wu Jinhua decided to take Bobo and continue deeper into the cedar forest, ignoring the strange creature. She held her dagger tightly and moved forward with Bobo. Seeing that the creature on the tree was no longer bothering the rabbit and the two-legged beast on the ground, it grew impatient. "Tada, tada!" It threw another pine cone quickly toward Wu Jinhua. She dodged sideways and then turned to look at the strange squirrel. It had 3 tails with colorful patterns, an unknown species. Besides its tails, it looked very much like a squirrel. Why was it still bothering her during its protection period, using such harmless attacks like throwing pine cones? Wu Jinhua picked up the pine cone it threw, feeling its weight. Since she was already here, she decided to gather all 4 pine cones. She saw 3 more on the tree, which she collected into her backpack. They weren't just pine cones. They were pine cones with dry, open scales quite heavy. She wondered if there were pine nuts inside. She forcefully parted the scale-like layers, revealing nuts buried in the cracks. Eugenia picked out a few and cracked one open, then popped it into her mouth. A fresh, sweet aroma spread in her mouth, much better than the roasted nuts she ate on Blue Star. She casually cracked 2 more and fed them to Bobo. Watching the little rabbit enjoy the nuts, Eugenia continued to eat the nuts inside like eating sunflower seeds. "Bobo, do you know it?" Unlike other strange beasts she had met before, the little rabbit immediately got angry when it saw this strange squirrel. If they weren't enemies, she wouldn't believe it. The little rabbit, enjoying the fragrant nuts, raised its head, first angrily shouting, then nodding forcefully. Then, As if remembering something, it coquettishly rubbed against Eugenua's cheek. Bobo looked aggrieved. Eugenua patted its back gently to comfort it. Did it bully you with this pinecone? Then, Bobo, eat more nuts. When we get back to the shelter tonight, I'll peel the pinecones and eat them, okay? There was no way she could settle the squirrel's revenge on Bobo right now. Eating some of its pinecones to vent her frustration was enough. Unfortunately, she couldn't get the iron treasure chest. After spending so much time, she only collected a few pinecones. Bobo, simple-minded as it was happy to hear it could eat the pinecones it hated tonight. It nodded happily and looked proudly at the squirrel in the tree. Tonight, Bobo was going to eat your pinecones. Eugenua didn't want to waste more time here. After finishing the pinecone in her hand, she turned and left the tree. No matter how much the squirrel chattered behind her, she didn't look back. Seeing her and the rabbit walking away slowly, the squirrel in the tree couldn't get her attention anymore. It jumped down the cedar tree, hopping a few times in frustration, then turned and secretly followed Eugenua. Before she had gone far, she sensed something was behind her. She knew immediately it was that squirrel. Trying to shake it off was useless. The squirrel was too fast. Even as she panted, she couldn't keep up. Reluctantly, Eugenua decided to forget about it for now and focus on finding resources. After running so far, she finally saw 2 treasure chests on her mental map, placed close together. Without delay, she headed straight for them. The squirrel behind her, seeing her and the rabbit walking deeper into the cedar forest, was already anxious and frustrated. It was bad at directions. It had followed Eugenua for so long but hadn't noticed any problems. Until she suddenly turned another way and headed somewhere else, then it realized where it had gone. At first, she forgot, or was still in a tracking state. She immediately jumped out of the bushes.
Top, top.
Tap, tap, tap. Why do these two insist on risking their lives? Wu Jinyu watched the chattering squirrel in front of her, waving its arms. She frowned in confusion. It was chattering away in some strange language, and she couldn't understand a word. The little bird on her shoulder, Bobo, heard this and cautiously stood up, calling out to the squirrel twice.
Bobo, Bobo. The squirrel, hearing Bobo's response, got even more excited.
It kept pointing in the direction they wanted to go and shaking its head. Now, not only Bobo, but Wu Jinyu also understood its meaning. Am I not allowed to go where I want? The squirrel, seeing that the 2-legged creature finally understood, sighed in relief and nodded. Wu Jinyu looked at it with a blank face. She had already lost 1 iron treasure chest, and this squirrel was an obstacle blocking her supplies. She had been out for so long and had nothing to show for it. Her mood was terrible, but this squirrel's resistance to her moving forward made her wonder, could there really be some danger ahead that she shouldn't face? She paused, looked at the squirrel blocking her way, and suddenly had an idea. Why can't I go in? Isn't the place ahead open by you? The squirrel's big eyes widened even more, and it tremblingly pointed at her face. How ungrateful these 2-legged creatures were. Just like that rabbit, they're all so stupid. Wu Jinyu spread her hands, acting as if she was being unreasonable, and continued, I'm just looking for something here. You suddenly appeared and disturbed me. Move aside. Seeing that Wu Jinyu was still stubborn, the squirrel became furious. It hopped twice in anger, and then pointed at Bobo on her shoulder, shouting loudly. Tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing this, Bobo grabbed Wu Jinyu's clothes with its front paws and also shouted at the squirrel. Bobo, Bo. Tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Bobo. They kept arguing loudly. Even if she didn't understand what they were saying, Wu Jinyu could tell from their tone that they were scolding each other. She quickly spoke up to stop the fight. If they kept shouting like that, they might attract something dangerous, and all 3 of them would be in trouble. She pointed at the squirrel and said, I was about to climb the tree to pick some leaves. You pushed me down. Now I want to go this way. I don't care if you say I can't climb or go. I insist on going. A strange 2-legged creature. Everywhere there are identical trees. If it wants leaves, it can just pick them for her. The squirrel quickly climbs a nearby cedar tree, claws gripping a branch. It breaks off a piece and bites hard, then jumps in front of Eugenie and places the branch down. Tap, tap, tap. There are so many leaves on this branch, it should be enough. Unexpectedly, Eugenie twists her head, still being unreasonable. I want the tree I just climbed, for meters above the ground, at the 9 o'clock position on the left, on the fourth leaf of the forked branch. The squirrel is shocked. How can this two-legged creature be so unreasonable? Are there creatures more unreasonable than it? Eugenie looks at the squirrel with a slightly disdainful, speechless, and shocked expression, and speaks coldly. Either I keep walking or I take the leaves from that tree I was just on. Seeing how determined this two-legged creature is, the squirrel is speechless. But it has no choice. If this creature encounters danger somewhere, it definitely won't care. But what if the silly rabbit faces danger? That tree is where it sleeps, but now it can only let this two-legged creature go back to pick leaves. If she knew she would come here, she wouldn't have stopped her from climbing the tree. Helpless, the squirrel turns around, looking confused at the path it just took. Which way did it come from? Eugenie watches the dejected squirrel and knows she has succeeded. Finding the iron treasure chest is already difficult, and most of the ones she opened in the past 2 days were achievements completed with system gifts. Finding one outside is not easy. Now that she has a chance to get it again, she won't give up. Whether she continues forward after getting the chest is another matter. Eugenie looks at the map in her mind. The previous chest location is no longer on her map, but based on the markers she followed and her memory, returning to the chest is not a problem. So, Eugenie, with the clueless squirrel, spends half an hour returning to the previous spot. The squirrel looks at the two-legged creature that can walk back the way it came and thinks she's incredible. She can actually walk back the same way? Looking at the cedar tree, the squirrel feels relieved. It's good she brought it back with her, otherwise, it would have to find a new place to sleep again. Eugenie walks back to the tree, rubbing her fists in anticipation. This time, without the squirrel blocking her, she believes she can climb up and get the leaves easily. The squirrel and Bobo sit under the tree, watching Eugenie scramble up like a worm, twisting and turning on the branches. Bobo, two-legged beast, you're great. Starry-eyed, squirrel. You're as silly as a rabbit. Disdain, climbing until her hands were sore and her legs trembling, Eugenie finally stored the iron chest from the tree branch into her backpack. Finding a chest wasn't easy. She casually broke a leaf and said, "It's not easy to find a treasure chest." She then slowly climbed down, brushing off wood chips from her clothes, and looked much better after seeing the squirrel's expression. "All right, I found the leaf I wanted, so you don't need to follow me anymore," Eugenie said softly while patting the Bobo on her shoulder. The squirrel, sitting nearby, watched Eugenie carefully put the branch into her backpack. After getting the chest she wanted, Eugenie thought about the path she had just taken. She has a tracking skill, though it's low level and only marks some scenes. She continued forward, even if she didn't know exactly what dangers lay ahead. At least the map would show her the location. Since the squirrel jumped out indicating danger ahead, it must know what's in front. She wanted to see for herself and first grabbed the chest. When 2 chests appeared at once, she couldn't resist. If it was dangerous, she'd run. Eugenie took out her dagger and headed back along the path she just came from. Even if the squirrel was bad at directions, it clearly saw that she was heading back to that spot. Clack, clack. Clack, clack, clack. I told you to pick leaves from my sleeping tree, so why are you still risking death? The squirrel was about to lose its mind. This two-legged beast had no brains at all. And the worst part was, that stupid rabbit was still following her. The squirrel chased after Eugenie, grabbing her pants and pulling hard to make her step back. Clack, clack. Clack, clack, clack. Eugenie seemed blind to the squirrel on the ground and kept walking toward the same place as before. 10 minutes ago, the squirrel was desperately pulling at her pants. 15 minutes later, it gave up and grabbed her clothes, letting Eugenie carry it along. Fine, if we're going to die, let's die together. Following the map in her mind for a long time, Eugenie finally saw what was ahead on her mental map. The area was shrouded in fog, marked as Unexplored Map, New players must explore according to the game's designated regions. Entering an unexplored fog map disables protection automatically. Wu Jinyue still remembered the third rule the little ball told her on her first day. Immunity to damage during the protection period automatically fails. Sounds dangerous. But looking at the treasure chest on the map, right around the foggy area, estimate the distance between the treasure chest and the fog. It looks to be over 50 meters. Wu Jinyue thinks more about whether approaching the fog area counts as entering the fog map. She currently doesn't want to go to this so-called unopened map. When unsure what to do, she opens the guide. Wu Jinyue activates the light screen and searches the guide for information about the fog map. Strangely, there is very little information. Either it is dangerous or mysterious, but no details on how to enter. Could it be that walking into the fog is what counts as entering? Wu Jinyue looks down at the squirrel holding her clothes and pats it. Little squirrel, what's ahead? The squirrel, which was pretending to be dead, startles and drops to the ground with a thud. Wu Jinyue. Where did the lively squirrel go? After slowly standing up, the squirrel realizes she doesn't understand her words. It moves its body, trying to explain with simple gestures. First, it takes 2 steps, then falls down. The next move looks like swimming. The squirrel waves its paws a few times, then slowly falls over and lies still on the ground. Wu Jinyue watches its abstract movements and frowns. Are you saying there's water ahead? A lake. The squirrel quickly climbs back up, shakes its head, makes a circle with its paws, then opens them wide. Wu Jinyue immediately understands. It's not a lake, but a bigger body of water. Without much thought, she says aloud, "More than a lake, is it the sea?" The squirrel nods and then points at the little rabbit, then at Wu Jinyue's pocket, and makes a running motion toward their direction. It means, put Bobo in the pocket and run with it? Wu Jinyue looks at the little rabbit on her shoulder and gently strokes it. She can feel that the squirrel knows there's danger ahead and is following closely, all for Bobo. She doesn't believe the squirrel is following just for her. The awkward squirrel, which has bullied Bobo before and doesn't want Bobo to be in danger, looks up at the 2-legged creature in front of it, feeling strange. Sometimes it wants to go, sometimes it doesn't. Is this little rabbit really following a silly creature? The squirrel looked ahead at the path and then at Wu Jinyue, shaking its head. If it was just to fetch something nearby, it wouldn't fall into the sea. Seeing the squirrel shake its head, Wu Jinyue felt a little relieved. She found a flat spot nearby and sat down. After setting Bobo down, she opened her backpack and took out her lunch. She tore open the Swiss roll packaging, using it as a bowl for Bobo, and pushed it in front of the little rabbit. "Bobo, time for lunch." The little rabbit saw its meal and happily chirped twice, then started eating eagerly. Watching the rabbit enjoy its food, the squirrel finally understood why it was following this 2-legged creature. This glutton. Others can be easily distracted by food. As the squirrel was silently criticizing the rabbit's lack of dignity, suddenly, a large piece of food appeared right in front of it. "Here, your lunch, honey bread." The squirrel looked at the fragrant food and couldn't help but swallow. Its hands instinctively reached for it. This thing looked pretty tasty, maybe? Wu Jinyue didn't notice the squirrel's expression. She took out a bottle of water, a fried dough stick, and a meat floss bun, ready to start her own lunch. Bobo saw her take out the breakfast they had eaten earlier and looked up, calling out, "Bobo." Wu Jinyue patted the little rabbit's head. "What's wrong? Do you want some of this?" She pointed to the meat floss bun. The rabbit hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Wu Jinyue patted its belly and tore off a small piece of the bun, placing it into its bowl, muttering to herself, "Bobo, you're so small. Where did you even get this? The Swiss roll is almost half your size." Watching the scene of the girl and rabbit together, the squirrel looked at the honey bread in its paw, blinked, and took a big bite. Well, it wasn't a fool after all. This silly rabbit seemed to be getting smarter. After finishing her lunch, Wu Jinyue stood up, tucked Bobo into her pocket, and took out her workbench. She was prepared, though she had asked the squirrel if she really didn't plan to enter the foggy map. She needed a tool to survive. She found the materials to make a boat in the guide. Among many fancy ships, Wu Jinyue found the only boat she could currently craft, a small wooden boat. Use 6 pieces of wood to craft a basic wooden boat. Yes, crafting successful. Wu Jinyue looked at the wooden boat in her backpack and scratched her head in confusion. She thought this boat would be classified by level and durability, like the dagger and axe. It turns out that this thing is actually the same as the shelter's level system. Could she also choose to survive on the ship in the future? Eugenia shook her head and temporarily pushed aside her wild ideas. The most important thing now was to focus on the present. She packed up her workbench, looked at the map in her mind, and continued walking forward. The squirrel, who had just finished a honey bun, licked its lips and watched Eugenia, who was already on her way with Bobo. Without much thought, it followed along. Suddenly, it jumped onto Eugenia's backpack and lay on it. It wanted to go with her. Not because it didn't trust the little rabbit, but because it hadn't gathered pine cones there for a long time. The 2-person trip had now become a 3-person journey. Soon, she passed through the cedar forest and saw a large patch of fog ahead. It didn't look like the fog on Blue Star. Even at about 100 meters away, the dense fog ahead was so thick that Eugenia could bet that if she walked into it, visibility would be less than 1 meter. The fog looked more like rippling water than floating mist. It looked dangerous, and she didn't want to go in. She checked the map carefully and tiptoed along the edge of the cedar forest, trying to stay as far from the fog as possible. A wooden treasure chest was placed on the grass, and not far away, a metal treasure chest was also partially visible on the ground. She secretly felt pleased. Luck was on her side. There was actually a metal chest. Eugenia quickly reached the wooden chest, first putting it into her bag, then moving toward the metal one. After putting both chests into her storage, she immediately turned around, planning to walk back the way she came. At this moment, as if her backpack had been magnetized, it suddenly pulled her rapidly toward the dense fog. What was happening? Why was it forcing her in? In less than 2 seconds, her body was dragged to the edge of the fog, and a hand reached into the mist. She could already feel the cold touch of the fog. The straps of her backpack were tied very tightly, so she couldn't free herself quickly. She quickly took Bobo out of her pocket, intending to throw it into the fog. The squirrel lying on her backpack also wanted to jump down, but the backpack was being dragged so fast, like an invisible hand tossing her inside. Before she and the rabbit and squirrel could react, the backpack, carrying all 3, sped deep into the fog. This was going to be the end. That was Eugenia's last thought before feeling dizzy. The world spun around her, and she knew she didn't have time to throw Bobo out. She held onto it tightly and shouted loudly, "Squirrel behind, hold on tight." There were only 3 splashes as they fell into the water, thrown into the sea from above. Suddenly dropped, Wu Jinhua panicked and flailed a bit, choking on a few sips of water. But she quickly calmed down, first lifting Bobo to the water's surface, then pulling out the wooden boat from her backpack pocket. Cough, 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 cough. Wu Jinhua held Bobo with one hand and desperately grabbed the edge of the boat with the other. After coughing a few times, she gently tossed Bobo onto the boat and slowly climbed aboard herself. Lying soaked on the boat, Wu Jinhua hadn't yet checked on Bobo and the squirrel when her ring suddenly vibrated. Congratulations! You have completed the achievement, Fog Explorer, Alive. 1 achievement point, reward, 1 iron treasure chest, a B-grade dagger, durability 180, and 10 iron blocks. Congratulations! You are the first to complete the Fog Explorer achievement in Zone 47 of Huaxia while alive. Extra reward, 1 achievement point, 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 attribute point to allocate. Wu Jinhua keenly noticed that this time, the achievement notification was different from before. Previously, it said, completed, but this time it said, completed alive. The achievement seemed quite strict. It only announced after she safely climbed onto the boat. If she fell into the fog and was lost, it probably wouldn't count as completing the achievement. If she didn't make it out alive, would the system revoke the achievement? Wu Jinhua couldn't help but imagine wildly. She quickly shook her head to dismiss such thoughts, spitting a few times to clear her mind. The reward for this first-time completion was a silver treasure chest. She hadn't seen a silver chest in days of searching. Tonight, she could open a new chest again. Wu Jinhua sat up on the boat, shook her head to toss out excess water from her hair, then reached out and poked the two small creatures lying on the boat planks. She poked Bobo's belly. "Bobo, did you accidentally drink seawater just now?" The little rabbit lay on the boat, its fluffy orange and white fur now in clumps, draped over its body. Bobo. Boo, boo, boo. Bobo looked sad. Wu Jinhua turned to look at the little squirrel. Because its fur was short, it wasn't as wet, but its three fluffy tails drooped down now. "Squirrel, why didn't you jump down from my bag? Now we're all in here." The squirrel said nothing, just staring blankly at the boat. It seemed to regret following along. Wu Jinhua was also speechless. She had finished collecting the treasure chests and was about to leave, so why was her backpack dragging her into the fog? Was there something inside the backpack attracting the fog, or was there something in the fog attracting the backpack? Wu Jinhua took off her backpack and touched its surface. The backpack was waterproof and still dry to the touch. She opened the pocket grid and suddenly noticed that the jade stone she placed in the first compartment was flashing. The item in her backpack didn't look normal. It hadn't been flashing when she first put it in. It seems they were dragged here and are probably connected to this jade stone. But now, she isn't worried about how she was pulled in. She needs to think about how to survive and escape. As Wu Jinhua sat on the boat, she looked around at the vast ocean, with no land in sight. How can she get out? The small boat drifted slowly on the sea. Wu Jinhua could only look at the map in her mind. The map showed no markings except for her position at the center, marked with a red, surrounded by the ocean. Since she couldn't tell her exact location on the map, she decided to open the light screen to find information about the foggy area. At this moment, she noticed a small line of text under her personal profile. Player, Wu Jinhua, age, 22 stamina, 7 health, 10 strength, 7 spirit, 22 luck, 14 can be increased. No snail hourglass, cannot extend exploration time. Remaining exploration time for unopened map, 5 hours 55 minutes. Is staying here limited in time? Wu Jinhua quickly checked the time, 11:40. If she still has 5 hours 55 minutes, it means she can only return outside at 5:35 if she survives. It will be dark at 6 o'clock, so she must get back from the deep cedar forest to the shelter within 25 minutes. Oh no! Why is the time so tight again? Wu Jinhua almost fainted. Tomorrow is the last day of the protection period, and today she still encounters such bad luck. Looking at the vast ocean before her, what resources could this unopened map have? Besides fish, what else could there be? Wait, fish? Sitting in the small boat, Wu Jinhua suddenly remembered that she had caught a fishing net a couple of days ago. She took out her backpack and retrieved the fishing net. Sea-level fishing net. Durability 120, can catch low-level and some mid-level fish. Note: leaving it underwater for a while before pulling it out might yield unexpected results. She originally planned to store this net in her inventory box, but because she didn't want to carry 2 iron axes, she replaced one of the axes with a net. Unexpectedly, it came in handy now. Wu Jinhua rubbed her hands together, hung the net beside the wooden boat, and threw it out. The net sank immediately into the water. Wu Jinhua sat quietly, holding Bobo carefully, and wiped the fur on its body. After wringing out her clothes vigorously, she used the hem to dry the rabbit's fur, removing all the water droplets. There were no extra clothes in her backpack, and although she had a treasure chest, she didn't dare open it. If too many items came out and didn't fit in her bag, it would be even more difficult. She could only wear wet clothes. Yesterday, she also thought about putting her items into a storage box and then putting the box into her backpack. But this kind of bug trick clearly wouldn't work. When she tried to put the box in her backpack, everything inside fell out, leaving only an empty box. Her backpack has only 25 slots, so she decided to wait until evening to open the treasure chest, saving some space. Wu Jinhua carefully dried the fur of Bobo and the squirrel, then wrung out all her own clothes. Luckily, she exercised often on Blue Star, so her body was in good shape. Otherwise, falling into the sea and feeling the cold wind would surely make her catch a cold. After drying, Bobo's and the squirrel's fur quickly became fluffy again. The two small animals also became lively again. One rabbit and one squirrel sat by the fishing net on the boat, carefully watching below. Wu Jinhua sat bored nearby, allocating her newly gained attribute points to her mental strength, then crossed her legs and flipped through a guide. Suddenly, the fishing net beside the wooden boat was pulled in another direction, as if something was dragging it from underneath. The boat shook slightly. Wu Jinhua quickly stood up, steadying the boat while pulling the net forcefully from the water. Compared to before, she felt there were more things in the net, and pulling it up was a bit difficult. She remembered that the guides said leaving the net underwater for a while longer might yield unexpected rewards. After tossing the net out and securing it, she didn't touch it again. If it hadn't been for the sudden vibration after half an hour of casting the net, she probably would have waited over an hour before checking. After pulling the net up with effort, Wu Jinhua looked at the dense hull inside. There was a wooden treasure chest and many fish. Why so many? She felt a shiver down her spine. The fish were of so many different kinds she didn't recognize most of them. Most of the caught fish were juveniles, small and thin, looking like they had little meat. She casually picked up a small fish, shook it, and threw it back into the sea. It was too small, and roasting it would waste fire. After putting the wooden chest into her backpack, she squatted down to sort her haul. She stored the larger, more numerous fish into her backpack, but all the smaller fish were thrown back into the sea. With limited backpack space, she couldn't keep all the different types of fish. Backpacks cannot hold living creatures. Fish caught in fishing nets will die quickly, if not handled promptly. After sorting for 10 minutes, Eugenie stored 8 cod, 5 golden pomfret, 5 sea bass, and 3 black porgy in her backpack, then hurriedly released the remaining small fish into the sea. She felt that the foggy area wasn't as scary as she thought, and her harvest seemed pretty good. Using 10 durability points each time she cast the net, Eugenie checked her fishing gear and calculated she could cast it 11 more times, which was enough for the 5 hours she planned to spend here. She cast the net again and leaned against the boat, opening the global chat channel. Tomorrow the protection period ends. Does anyone have food? Dear friends, let's work together to survive. Brothers, let's do this. Has anyone finished the protection period? Want to trade me an axe? I can eat 2 buns. Hey, it's the 3rd day already. Don't you understand the market prices? Now a single axe costs more than 6 buns, adding friends, comma. Bored and feeling a bit restless, Eugenie scrolled through the chat messages while gently patting the back of her little rabbit. Just as she was about to doze off, the wooden boat shook again. This time, the shake was much stronger than before when the net moved. She turned her head to look aside. The net was still. Where was this new shake coming from? Suddenly alert, Eugenie sat upright, drew her dagger carefully, and looked underwater. Below the calm sea surface, a dark-shaped creature was swimming beneath the boat. Even with the reflection on the water, she could tell that the creature was quite large, at least bigger than her boat. She quickly pulled the net up. This net was her current resource collection tool and couldn't be destroyed by that dark creature. As she pulled the net, the black shape seemed to be chasing it, gradually surfacing from the water, becoming clearer. Seeing it approaching closer to the net, Eugenie panicked and pulled the net up with all her strength. Along with the net, a huge fish had surfaced. Eugenie stared at this enormous creature, feeling her legs go weak. Why was it not staying underwater, but coming right next to her boat? Meanwhile, Squirrel was already lying on the boat, legs in the air, calmly watching the sky. It knew this sea was not so simple. Last time, thanks to the tribe's protection and a piece of driftwood, it survived. Now it was about to die with the foolish rabbit. The squirrel turned to look at the little rabbit, who was still curious, staring at the big fish and even daring to jump onto Eugenie's shoulder without fear of death. The squirrel closed its eyes in despair. The dead rabbit. Why does it have to die together with that 2-legged creature? Eugenia held her fishing net tightly, afraid to move, and stared straight at the big black fish in the sea. The big black fish was also watching her. and the backpack nearby. She suddenly understood and quickly grabbed the backpack. Something inside was attracting the fish. She first threw 2 codfish she had just caught into the water, but the big black fish remained still, staring at the backpack without even glancing at the fish. Seeing that it wouldn't eat, she looked inside the backpack. Maybe the fish had lived in the sea too long and wanted to try something new? She took out a red bean bun and threw it onto the water. The sea didn't have this, so she offered it to the fish to try. The big black fish only glanced at the red bean bun floating on the water and then turned its eyes back to the backpack, continuing to stare. Eugenia was out of ideas. Such a big fish, if she flipped the boat, it would capsize. She couldn't fight it, and she couldn't run away. Looking into its black eyes, she could only take out the items from the backpack one by one and place them on the boat. Pork floss biscuits, red bean toast, donuts, an axe, crab shells. Bobo excitedly jumped twice on her shoulder. It loved pork floss biscuits. Eugenia carefully took out all the items from the backpack, but the big black fish showed no reaction. Until she took out the last jade stone and held it in her hand, the fish suddenly became excited, thrashing on the water's surface. Waves and seawater surged toward the wooden boat. Hey, don't flip over. The boat will capsize. Eugenia saw the big black fish thrashing and felt something was wrong. She quickly stored all the items back into the backpack. She clung tightly to the edge of the boat, trying to steady it. The wooden boat was already poorly made, and before the fish could thrash twice, it flipped over. 3 splashes sounded as it sank back into the sea. Eugenia, whose clothes had just dried somewhat, was soaked again. Like Bobo and the squirrel, her once dry hair was now wet again. Fortunately, this time she didn't panic like before when she was thrown into the water. She knew how to swim, so after entering the water, she quickly grabbed Bobo and the squirrel and placed them on the backpack. Although the boat wasn't heavy, she couldn't flip it back by herself. After doing all this, she turned around and faced the big black fish directly. Eugenia took out the jade stone she had just put into her backpack and held it in her palm. The big fish's eyes remained fixed on the jade stone, not even glancing at her. She reached out, holding the jade stone in front of the fish, and said, "Do you want this?" The big fish didn't make a sound or take the jade away. Instead, it lifted its head and pressed it close to the jade. The fish and the person were very close, and Eugenia could clearly feel the fish's dependence on the jade. Seeing that the fish didn't seem to want to hurt her, Eugenia reached out with her other hand and touched its slippery head. The skin felt a bit hard, she thought. After the fish had enough of the jade, it finally looked at her. Eugenia saw its dark eyes fixed on her and understood how much it liked the jade in her hand. She also knew she couldn't stay in the sea for the next 5 hours. She clenched the jade tightly and pointed at the wooden boat beside her, daring to ask, "Can you flip the boat over for me?" The big fish first looked at Eugenia for a moment, then slowly moved to the side of the boat. Eugenia quickly swam away from the boat, watching as the big fish swam under it to find a spot. It leapt up and used its head to flip the boat back to the surface. Seeing her boat was finally right again, Eugenia quickly threw her backpack's toys and squirrel back onto the boat, then tossed the backpack itself. Just as she reached to climb onto the boat, a force lifted her body from the water. Looking down, she saw the big fish had pushed her up. She hurriedly used her hands and feet to climb onto the boat. The big fish stayed nearby, still and quiet, looking quite honest. After wringing out her hair and clothes, Eugenia repeated the process from when they first fell into the water, drying the toys and squirrel. After falling into the water twice, she felt exhausted physically and mentally. She hugged the toys and squirrel, leaning against the boat, staring at the endless sea, her mind drifting away. Falling into this unexplored map had been a tough experience. Her clothes had never dried. After resting a while, she sat up again and hung the jade around her neck. She didn't dare put the jade back in her backpack because no one knew if the big fish, unable to see the jade, might throw her back into the sea. She took the fishing net out of her backpack again. She tried fishing a second time, but because of the big fish, the net was empty. Eugenia bit her lip, hesitating whether to try a third time. The big fish nearby probably wouldn't cause trouble, right? But she had nothing else to do besides fishing. The big fish was on the right side of the boat, so Wu Jinhua turned and cast the net to the left side of the sea. After finishing, she sat down again. This time, she didn't dare to cross her legs and scroll through the world channel. No one can sit calmly in the dark, deep eyes of a big black fish. Eugenie sat on the boat, repeatedly touching Bobo's back, and casually took the squirrel lying nearby into her hands, petting both at once. After half an hour, she remembered that when she first set the net, it moved within half an hour. This time, the net didn't move at all. She stood up, pulled the net, and felt a clear difference in weight. It was too light. Comparing it to the first time, the weight was very different. She easily dragged the net up, and inside was only a wooden chest, with no small fish at all. Compared to her first catch, the only similarity was the wooden box, but everything else was very different. The only difference between the two catches was the presence of the big black fish. Eugenie thought that maybe the big black fish was here, so the fish were afraid to come near. She didn't dare to tell it to leave. She sighed and prepared for the fourth attempt at fishing. Getting the chest was already good enough. After putting away the wooden box, she picked up the net again, ready to throw it on the left side of the boat. Suddenly, the big black fish, which had been still, swam from the right side of the boat to the left, lifting its head to stare at Eugenie's net. Her hand, about to lower the net, stopped, and she looked at it helplessly. Surely it wouldn't stop her from fishing altogether. If that happened, she wouldn't even get the chest. Surprisingly, the big black fish only stared at the net for a moment, then turned around without a word and swam into the deep sea. Did it stop watching the jade and stones? Seeing the big black fish leave, Eugenie quickly threw the net into the water, hanging it beside the boat, and started her fourth attempt at fishing. The big black fish was gone, and she hoped she could catch some fish this time. The squirrel, which had been lying on the boat, suddenly scrambled up, carefully gripping the edge of the boat and looking into the sea. That was close, almost lost her life. Thinking about the big black fish that had just tangled with them, she felt like ants were crawling on her body. With her small size, she wouldn't even be enough to fill the fish's teeth. She carefully jumped next to Eugenie, clutching her clothes with her claws, looking around nervously. Her natural instincts told her that danger hadn't gone yet. The big black fish was still nearby. After 15 minutes, while Eugenie was playing with Bobo and teasing him, the big black fish silently surfaced from the sea. It poked its head and part of its eyes out of the water, watching the people on the wooden boat. Just as Eugenie was playing with Bobo using her finger, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. She quickly put Bobo back into her pocket and turned around. The big black fish had returned. The squirrel, clutching Eugenie's clothes, quickly dove into her dress. She knew the fish was still there. Eugenie looked at the big black fish in the sea and hurried to pull the fishing net. The fish in the net were soon scared away again by the big black fish. Suddenly, 2 huge yellowfin tunas fell onto the wooden boat, jumping lively. The boat rocked as they struggled, causing Eugenie to slip from the left side to the right side, nearly falling out. She quickly took out a dagger, put on gloves, and lunged forward, pressing one fish firmly underneath her. The fish's body and tail flailed violently, with the tuna's tail almost brushing her face several times. When she saw the tail fin gleaming with a cold shine, Eugenie pressed down on its back and stabbed it in the back of the head. After struggling twice, the tuna's body relaxed, and it fell onto the boat. Using the same quick method, she finished off the other fish. She sat on the boat, panting heavily. She felt a sharp pain in her forearm. When she looked up, she saw a 10-centimeter cut. It was likely caused when her hand pressed against the fish's back and was scratched by its fin. The wound kept bleeding, so Eugenie hurriedly pressed it with the sleeve of her pajamas to stop the bleeding. If she had been scratched outside the foggy area, it probably wouldn't have torn so badly. But this was an unopened fog map, so the automatic protection had failed. She remembered she had bandages and iodine in her storage box, but her backpack wasn't big enough to carry them. She looked at her arm's wound and sighed. Seeing that the bleeding had stopped, she turned to look at the big black fish nearby. She remembered that these 2 tunas were spat out by the big black fish onto her wooden boat. Was the big black fish helping her hunt? Eugenia looked at the big black fish with a resentful expression. The black fish, sensing her blood, surprisingly didn't stare at her, but instead looked at the squirrel that had been thrown out of the boat during the tuna's struggle. The squirrel's eyes widened as it saw the big black fish's gaze on it. With a squeak, it quickly dove back into Eugenia's sleeve. She tightened her sleeve to press the wound and stop the bleeding. She understood that in such a dangerous place, without the big black fish by her side, she might not have survived. Her blood scent could attract other strange beasts. If before she had hoped for the big black fish to leave quickly, now she really wanted it to stay by her side. After temporarily tending to her wound, Eugenia sighed. Seeing the big black fish acting as if it was ignoring her, she spoke, "It's not your fault. My strength isn't enough. You threw the fish up for me to kill, and I got hurt." Eugenia knew well that not just 2 tuna, but even one could make it hard for her to survive underwater. When the big fish threw a fish onto the boat, it had already weakened these strange beasts significantly. The big fish then turned its gaze back to Eugenia, its mouth still moving as if chewing something. Eugenia, who was trying to comfort the big fish, suddenly realized something was wrong. Did it still have other fish inside its mouth? She saw the big fish dive into the sea, then spit out a strange black shadow. A person, a rabbit, and a squirrel clung to the boat's edge, watching 2 blurry figures in the water. The black shadow was expelled and immediately swam away deeper into the ocean. The big fish didn't let it go. After spitting it out, it chased after it, biting it hard twice, then swallowing it again. It kept this cycle 3 or 4 times before finally holding it in its mouth again. Seeing the big fish swimming toward the surface, Eugenia quickly grabbed the 2 small animals and pulled them back from the excitement. Suddenly, a 7-legged octopus fell onto the wooden boat, slowly wriggling and nearly exhausted. Even though it couldn't move much, the octopus still dragged its body toward the edge of the boat. Eugenia immediately stepped forward and decisively cut its nervous system with her dagger. The octopus kept wriggling, lifting its 7 legs to try to escape again. But soon, it was broken down into supplies and packed into her backpack. Eugenia turned to look at the big fish, which was now blowing bubbles, and couldn't help but reach out and pat its head. It was amazing that it would help her hunt. She understood that the big fish was friendly because of the jade stone she carried. Ever since she took out the jade, the big fish had been very kind to her. What exactly was this jade? Without overthinking, Eugenia opened her backpack and excitedly counted her loot. She had caught 2 tuna, 1 iron treasure chest, 20 raw tuna, 4 large tuna bellies, 4 fish paste, 2 gill filters, 2 fish bones, and 3 fins. The meat from the octopus was less than that from the tuna, 1 iron treasure chest, 7 octopus legs, 2 ink sacs, and 1 gill filter. Looking at her supplies, Eugenia felt both happy and conflicted. She had gained a lot this time, but her backpack was almost full. What should she do? The supplies she brought in the morning, plus these new items and the wooden boat, left her with only 2 empty slots. She scratched her head in worry, put her dagger into her pocket, and took out 2 bags of red bean toast and crab shells. I gave 2 pieces of food to Bobo and the squirrel. Eugenia finished the rest of the bag and gently touched the crab shell nearby. When leaving, she tied the crab shell to her body to save space. Fortunately, she had brought a crab shell with her today, so she could just tie it on now. She checked the time. It was already 2:30 p.m., more than half an hour since she last checked the net. Eugenia reached out and pulled up the fishing net. Because a big fish came in the middle of her fishing, this catch still didn't have many fish. Wooden box ×1. Sea base ×2. After gathering the net, she carefully organized everything and then cast it out again. She planned to check again in an hour. Sitting on the boat with a small knife in hand, she looked at the black fish nearby and thought about the tuna she saw earlier. She tentatively asked, are there any tuna or octopus close to the wooden boat? She wasn't asking for too much. She just didn't want the big black fish to be too far away from her. She was injured, and in this dangerous sea, She was afraid some creatures might smell her blood and come looking for her. She specifically asked for tuna or octopus because her backpack was almost full. If she found new supplies, her backpack wouldn't be big enough. The big black fish stared at Eugeniu for a few seconds, then suddenly flipped and swam east very quickly. But after a few minutes, the big black fish returned, carrying a struggling tuna in its mouth. With a splash, the big black fish threw the tuna onto the wooden boat. This tuna was slightly smaller than the previous ones, but compared to the boat and a person, it still looked quite large. Eugeniu stepped onto its back carefully, avoiding its dorsal fin, looking for a chance to kill it with one strike. After struggling for a few minutes, she found an opening and stabbed the tuna in the back of the head with her knife. Wooden treasure chest ×1, raw tuna meat ×8, large tuna belly ×2, fish paste ×2, gill filters ×2, fish bones ×1, fish fins ×1. Eugeniu wiped the sweat from her forehead and sat down on the boat, panting. Even though the big black fish threw the prey onto the boat for her to kill, it still took a lot of energy. The struggling prey was stronger than she expected. The big black fish nearby was slightly excited, swimming back and forth at the edge of the boat, seemingly waiting for Eugeniu to signal it to find more fish. There were less than 2 hours left to stay here. Eugeniu took out a bottle of mineral water and slowly drank it, then opened another bottle to feed the 2 small creatures. After preparing everything, she reached out her hand from the boat, petted the big black fish's head, and said, "Can you bring me another one? Not too big this time." After hearing about the big black fish, it immediately flipped over and swam deep into the sea. Nearby, Bobo and the squirrels saw how hard Wu Jinhua was working, and the little rabbit's eyes sparkled with admiration, never stopping. The squirrel looked confused, wondering how much fish meat was needed to feed 3 people. A single tuna could last them 2 or 3 days. As a squirrel that often fished only part of the time, it couldn't understand why Wu Jinhua was working so hard. For her, just having enough to eat was fine. Wu Jinhua looked seriously at the sea, waiting for the big black fish to send her the next prey. 10 minutes later, the big black fish slowly floated up from the water. Its eyes fixed on Wu Jinhua, and it was chewing. She guessed right, this time the big black fish brought an octopus. Watching it chew, she suddenly understood. If the big black fish threw the octopus onto the wooden boat like the tuna, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Puff puff.
Slap.
An octopus was spat onto the boat, its 8 legs wriggling wildly, looking dizzy and confused. After quickly finishing off the octopus, Wu Jinhua shook her sore arms. Wooden treasure chest ×1, octopus tentacles ×8, ink sac ×1, gill filters ×2. After the big black fish chewed the octopus, its fighting ability was noticeably weaker than the tuna. Big black fish, are there any tuna or octopuses nearby? This time, the big black fish didn't turn back to the sea, but stayed calmly beside the boat, swimming around lazily. It seemed there were no more nearby. Wu Jinhua sat down again and took out a red bean bun from her bag to eat. Fighting monsters was really exhausting, which made her think of Qin Linhan. Considering how many monsters he had defeated, she wondered if he ever found enough treasure chests or enough food every day. While eating the sweet bun, more thoughts came to her. She decided she needed to grow some vegetables. Every day, she only had sweets or staple foods. Now she had caught a lot of fish, so she had carbs and protein, but she still needed vegetables. She remembered that last night she had seeds for tomatoes. She planned to try planting them tomorrow. After finishing the red bean bun, Wu Jinhua looked up at the sky, leaning against the boat. The sky over the foggy area looked no different from the outside world. As Wu Jinhua squinted into the distance, the squirrel that had crawled into her clothes came out. Its nose twitched constantly as it sniffed the air. The big black fish near the boat also seemed to sense something. It started swimming around the boat, occasionally rubbing its head against the hull. After a while, the squirrel suddenly stretched out its paw, grabbed her clothes, pointed into the distance, and shouted loudly,
"Top, top, top, top."
Tap, tap, tap. The last time she saw the squirrel so anxious was when she insisted on heading toward the foggy area. Wu Jinhua immediately sat upright. Even if she was slow to understand, she knew danger was near. She quickly packed all the items on the boat into her backpack. She didn't have time to wait an hour to gather the fishing net, so she hurried up and pulled the net from the sea. Wooden chest ×1 after finishing with the net, she looked out at the sea. The clouds started to gather, and the sky in the distance grew darker. Seeing her small wooden boat, Wu Jinhua felt things were about to go wrong. The sky was so dark it was either going to rain or wind. Her small boat didn't even have a sail. But reality didn't give her much time to react. The wind on the sea started to become unstable, and the clouds turned darker. Wu Jinhua quickly put her backpack on her back, and Bobo and the squirrel jumped on instinct, holding tightly to the straps. Taking a deep breath, Wu Jinhua realized she was caught in a storm. If she stayed on this small boat, she would be broken apart with it. Looking at the big black fish swimming around in the sea, she clenched her teeth and turned to the two little ones. Hold tight to your backpacks. If you can't hold on, call out. I can't fit you into my pockets and you'll drown. Bobo. Tap tap. After giving the instructions, she stepped off the boat with a splash and fell into the sea. The big black fish helped lift her from the water. Wu Jinhua, wearing outdoor gloves, first packed the boat into her backpack, then tightly held onto the black fish's dorsal fin and bent down. Splash! The black fish quickly swam away from the storm. She closed her eyes, held her breath, and lowered her head, letting the black fish carry her quickly to escape. She couldn't do anything about the fierce storm at sea. If she got caught in it, she would be torn apart. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she hadn't met the black fish. The black fish floated and sank with her. When it sensed her oxygen running out, it would give 2 gentle taps to signal her to surface and breathe. The blackfish's speed was so fast that she felt her arms and face being pulled painfully by the seawater. She didn't know how big the storm was. On Blue Star, small storms might only cover a few dozen kilometers, but strong storms could reach hundreds or even over 1,000 kilometers. She could only let the black fish carry her away to escape. The crashing waves and the howling wind during her breathing made Wu Jinhua sway up and down on the black fish's back, her mind feeling dizzy. She even forgot why she was running for her life. The only thought in her mind was to hold on tightly. One hand gripped the dorsal fin, and the other clung tightly to the black fish's scales. The waves on the sea made her dizzy and almost made her vomit. She could feel the 2 small creatures that were on her backpack had already slipped into the gap between her and the backpack. Her worries about them eased a little, and she focused all her energy on holding onto the black fish. She didn't know how long it had been, but she felt her body had fallen asleep, though her mind was still clear. Time passed slowly. The black fish swam more and more slowly until it stopped and surfaced. Her eyelids felt heavy, and seawater was still at her nose and mouth. She felt like she had floated above the water, feeling the sea breeze and the churning waves. Slowly, she looked up toward the front. The sky turned clear again, and the waves no longer rolled violently, but moved normally. The terrifying storm seemed like a dream, gone without a trace. Has the storm ended? She wondered. Suddenly, the tension in her mind eased, and her hands loosened. Her body slipped into the sea and sank down. Seeing her fall into the water, the black fish flipped its body and lifted her up, letting her lie on its back. Her eyes, which had been open, wanted to close again. She lay on the black fish's back, slightly raised her upper body, and coughed twice forcefully. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. The speed of her escape was so fast that she inhaled a lot of seawater through her nose and mouth. After regaining some consciousness, she remembered the 2 small creatures behind her, so she patted her backpack hard. Bobo. Bobo? Squirrel? Came their faint voices from her back. She immediately relaxed and, lying on the black fish's back, couldn't help but laugh.
She had survived.
Surviving the storm was a memory she would never forget. She forcefully took out the small wooden boat from her backpack. She was too exhausted to climb back on, so she gently patted the black fish's back. The black fish swam to the side of the boat, pushed her up, and she grabbed the boat's edge, using it to pull herself up. Lying on the boat, feeling her heartbeat, She closed her eyes and pulled the bobo and squirrel onto her chest. It's good to be alive. Congratulations to the player for completing the achievement, Conqueror of the Sea Storm, gaining 1 achievement point, 1 iron treasure chest, and a set of level A underwater diving equipment, indestructible. Congratulations to the player for being the first to complete the Conqueror of the Sea Storm achievement in Zone 47 of Huaxia, earning an additional 1 achievement point, 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 attribute point to distribute. Congratulations to the player for successfully opening this previously inaccessible map. The exploration time for this map has been set to unlimited. Would the player like to announce this achievement to the entire server? Looking at the glowing screen in front of her, Wu Jinyu watched as her achievement was displayed. Conqueror of the Sea Storm? Such a dramatic name. She effortfully raised her hand and clicked the button to decline the global announcement. Then she reopened her personal profile and allocated her attribute points to Spirit. Player, Wu Jinyu, age, 22 stamina, 7 health, 10 strength, 7 spirit, 24 luck, 14 can be increased. Notes: no time limit for exploration. Can choose to leave the map immediately. Of course, Wu Jinyu wouldn't leave so early. She checked the time. It was already 4 o'clock. Following her principle of not wasting a single moment, she took out a fishing net from her backpack, threw it into the sea, and then lay down again. What she didn't know was that she earned 4 achievement points in just 1 day, sparking a lively discussion in the World Channel. World Channel. Is anyone looking at the achievement list? Wu Jinyu got 4 achievement points in 1 day. What's going on?
I don't even have food now.
How did the big shot complete the achievement? Is the big shot male or female? Open your profile, turn off the privacy settings, and let us see your attribute points. I heard completing achievements can get treasure chests, even iron ones. Where did you hear that? Looking for friend in the big shots list. I heard from a friend who upgraded the shelter and got the Upgrade Shelter achievement, which rewards an iron treasure chest. Anyone got a tutorial on how to complete achievements? When Wu Jinyu opened the World Channel, she saw people from Zone 47 discussing her. She is socially anxious, and she didn't know what to share about her experiences today. Should she tell them she explored the fog map that isn't open yet? She felt that doing so might make the already small community in Zone 47 shrink even more. She looked at the number of players in the top right corner of the channel. She remembered there were fewer than 900,000 players the night before. Now only 800,000 remained. She initially thought that with a daily decrease of 100,000, there would be about 700,000 left on the 3rd day. It seemed everyone was being more cautious now. Wu Jinyu rested her chin on her hand, watching the glowing screen. Since everyone was from the same place, giving her some advice wasn't difficult. She also thought her opinion was similar to what Qinjing had said earlier. After some hesitation, deleting and editing her message, she finally sent her first message since the 3-day protection period began. Wu Jinyu, don't stay inside the shelter. Go out and find treasure chests because you can't gather enough materials to make an axe. Finding treasure chests is the fastest way. I don't have a detailed guide, just a suggestion to upgrade your shelter as soon as possible. Facing this strange world, everyone feels lost. She can only focus on protecting herself. Also, her message was sent after her protection period ended, and she had to buy real food from Chunlinhan. When Wu Jinyu finally saw the Silent World channel speak again, the comments surged to a small peak. The speed of comments was so fast that she could no longer read each one clearly. She enjoyed watching and scrolled through the comments with her fingertips. Maybe because she shared her experience, a few other players also started sharing. Just keep exploring. The treasure chest might be waiting around the corner. Why isn't there a trading shop? I didn't get an axe from the chest I found. If it was open, I could trade for one. There's a bird near my shelter. It bites me whenever I go outside. What should I do? During the protection period, there's immunity from damage. Don't stay in safe zones. Go to dangerous places. You'll find more. Among all these comments, what impressed her most was Qinjing. Qinjing. To make a level D iron axe, you need 1 piece of wood and 2 iron blocks. Without an axe, you can't chop trees or gather wood, let alone iron. Today is the last day of the protection period. Hurry up and go find treasure chests. Materials can drop for monsters.
Don't run away when you see one.
Killing a monster might provide enough for a whole day. Qinjing is a kind-hearted person. He couldn't bear to see the number of players on the World Channel drop. During the protection period, he can only speak 3 times a day, and he always uses those chances to share experiences. Wu Jinhua looked at his name in her friend requests, thought for a moment, and accepted his request. Not long after, he sent a message. Qinjing. Hello? Thank you for accepting my friend request. Wu Jinhua, lying on the boat, scratched her head. Qinjing's words sounded honest and sincere. Wu Jinhua, no problem. After replying, Qinjing didn't send any more messages. Wu Jinhua was about to switch from the friends list to the World Channel to continue browsing. Suddenly, Qin Linhan, who had been quiet, sent a message. Qin Linhan, did you speak in the World Channel? Wow, I didn't realize you're still a good person. Wu Jinhua. Sharing an experience makes someone a good person? Unfortunately, she is not a good person and can't reach Qinjing's level. If we talk about good people, Qinjing, who selflessly shares experiences every day, is truly a good person. She just feels that someone like Qinjing, who helps others by sharing resources, makes her believe there are still kind people in the world. Qin Linhan. The previous Qinjing kept calling on the global channel, asking everyone to gather materials quickly to upgrade their houses. Many people didn't believe her. Now you're also telling people on the global channel to upgrade their houses, hoping they will listen. In another area, Qin Linhan, hiding in a shelter, was chatting with Wu Jinhua. Suddenly, he remembered the message Wu Jinhua shared on the global channel and hurriedly spoke. Qin Linhan, just to be clear, that was your experience shared with everyone, not mine. You owe me food for the trading information tomorrow. Wu Jinhua. Got it, the food we agreed on before won't be missing. Qin Linhan on the other side was quiet for a moment. When Wu Jinhua got a little bored waiting on the global channel, he started to speak again. Qin Linhan. May I ask how you managed to get 4 achievements today? Wu Jinhua. I can't tell you. She wouldn't tell anyone that she fell into an unopened map and survived a storm at sea to earn those achievements. At first, she felt quite comfortable after falling in, lying on the boat, tossing fishing nets, with treasure chests and small fish coming up every half hour. But then, a terrible storm shattered her naive ideas. She didn't know what kind of advanced ship could survive that storm. At least now, she couldn't do it alone with her small wooden boat. She also didn't want others to find out about this and risk going into the unopened map just to die for nothing. Wu Jinhua looked at the chat records on the screen with Qin Linhan, thought for a moment, and sent another message. Wu Jinhua, please don't ask me how I got today's achievements. My experience today is not something anyone can copy. Coming here means death. Qin Linhan. So dangerous? Fine, I won't ask anymore. Please forgive me. Seeing the reply from the other side, Wu Jinhua casually closed the screen, took a bottle of water from her backpack, and drank it. She rinsed her ears and nose with the remaining half bottle of mineral water to reduce the burning sensation caused by seawater. Then she reorganized her belongings in her backpack. She planned to wait another hour before pulling up the fishing net and leaving this foggy map. She didn't have much strength now. When it was 5 o'clock, she would slowly walk back so she wouldn't be in a rush. There was still some time before she needed to haul in the net. She sat up straight and looked at the happy big black fish swimming in the sea, speaking to it. Big black fish, are there any octopuses nearby? Wu Wanyu, holding a dagger, spoke calmly. Her arm was still weak from grabbing the black fish's fin during the storm. Feeling unable to control the tuna, she decided to narrow her focus further. The black fish first circled the wooden boat a few times, then suddenly turned and dove into the deep sea, gradually disappearing from sight. Wu Wanyu kept waiting on the boat with her dagger. After about 10 minutes, the black fish leapt out of the water about 50 meters from the boat. It rolled its body, creating waves as it surged toward the boat. Wu Wanyu quickly grabbed the edge of the boat and looked at the black fish. She saw it holding an octopus in its mouth, with another octopus clinging to its dorsal fin. The black fish kept rolling and swinging its tail, but couldn't shake the octopuses. Seeing the situation was getting worse and that another wave might capsize the boat, she hurriedly shouted, "Come here." The black fish, tangled in the octopus's arms and tentacles, couldn't break free. It swam to the side of the boat, surfaced, and revealed the octopus on its dorsal fin. Wu Wanyu raised her dagger and swung at the octopus's head. But the octopus reacted faster. It split its tentacles, with two grabbing Wu Wanyu's right wrist holding the dagger, trying to pull her into the water. She felt the suction cups tighten around her wrist, which immediately swelled. Just as its beak beneath the suction cups was about to bite her, she quickly grabbed the dagger with her left hand and stabbed at the octopus's head. However, her left hand was not as skilled as her right and failed to hit the brain, instead stabbing the body and the eye between the tentacles. The octopus's eye was deeply gouged by Wu Wanyu. Stung, the octopus suddenly squirted ink, releasing her wrist and the black fish, attempting to escape. Annoyed by her aching wrist, Wu Wanyu saw it trying to flee. She grabbed its tentacle and threw it onto the boat, then stepped on it with her foot. She regained control of the dagger in her right hand and struck again, successfully defeating the octopus this time. Iron chest ×1, octopus tentacles ×8, filtration gills ×1. It lacked ink sac, probably used up from the earlier stimulation. After dealing with the most difficult one, Wu Wanyu turned to look at the black fish still chewing and said, "Stop chewing, spit it out." Hearing this, the black fish finally released the octopus from its mouth. This octopus was clearly half dead and didn't try to escape after being spit out. It was just floating on the water surface. A big black fish approached and bit it, then swung its tail and threw it onto the wooden boat. Smack! Looking at the injured octopus with two missing arms, Eugenia turned her head to the black fish, which was still chewing. It seems the lost arms of this poor octopus have already become food for the black fish. Decisively, she finished off the octopus and sat back down to recover her strength. Wooden treasure chest ×1, octopus arms ×6, ink sac ×1, filtering gills ×1. When she goes out later, the foggy area still has a long way to the shelter. After an hour of fishing, she finally pulled up the net. Wooden treasure chest ×1. It seems the C-grade net can only catch wooden treasure chests. To get higher-level chests, she needs better nets. She took out a crab shell from her backpack and used a strip of cloth torn from her pajamas to tie it tightly on her back. Turning to look at the two small creatures, she picked them up. "Let's go, we're leaving." The little rabbit happily hopped onto her shoulder, while the squirrel jumped onto her backpack and looked up at the sky. It was exciting to come into this area with that two-legged beast. But it's still alive. With the two little ones, Eugenia jumped into the sea with a splash, then packed the wooden boat into her backpack. It took 6 pieces of wood to make, so it was very valuable. Turning her head, she saw the big head of the black fish. The black eyes that once looked scary now didn't seem so frightening. If it weren't for this fish, she might have been stuck in this sea forever. She gently touched its head and whispered, "Big black fish, I'm leaving now." She would come back to this area. The resources in this sea exceeded her expectations. Thanks to the black fish, she had a big harvest this time. The black fish nudged her hand with its head, then looked at the jade hanging around her neck. It flipped its tail and swam toward the deep sea. After watching the black fish leave, Eugenia opened the light screen and saw the small text under her profile. Unlimited exploration time. Can choose to leave the map immediately. Yes, suddenly, she felt dizzy as the surroundings shifted from damp to dry, and the seawater touching her skin gradually disappeared. Bang! The rabbit, and the squirrel were thrown out of the fog directly. After rolling twice on the ground, hiss, Eugenia supported her lower back and slowly got up. This fog is so violent. The little rabbit and the squirrel used Eugenia's body as a cushion and immediately climbed up when they were thrown out, sitting in front of her. After rubbing her lower back, she turned to look at the mist behind her. She still felt a bit dazed. Had she really just come out of the sea so quickly? But her clothes, still dripping water, reminded her she was indeed out. A breeze blew by, and Eugenia sneezed loudly, feeling the goosebumps on her arms. She looked like a soaked chicken. The misty area was still some distance from home. She wrung out her clothes forcefully, tucking the cuffs and pant legs tightly to prevent the wind from sneaking in. Getting sick would be terrible. After finishing all this, she turned to look at the two little ones sitting on the ground. She picked up Bobo and placed him on her shoulder, then looked at the squirrel. "Little squirrel, let's go home." The squirrel's shiny black eyes looked at the two in front of her and softly called out, "Tada." Eugenia couldn't understand what the squirrel was saying, but Bobo, on her shoulder, turned around proudly, facing the squirrels behind. "Bobo," Eugenia smiled and patted the little rabbit's back. "What's wrong with Bobo? Looks like everyone owes you money. Turn around and let me see." The little rabbit still didn't want to turn around, whining as it rubbed against her neck. Seeing this, the squirrel jumped onto Eugenia's backpack and looked at the little rabbit on her shoulder, calling out, "Tada, Tada." Eugenia sighed at the proud look of the little rabbit. "We're going home now. Don't keep turning your head." She gently turned Bobo around so the little rabbit faced the squirrel. She couldn't understand what the two were saying, but to save time, she kept walking out of the cedar forest while listening to the chattering sounds in her ears. After walking and stopping several times, they finally reached the cedar tree with the treasure chest. Eugenia turned her head and held the squirrel in her hand from her backpack. "Is your home this tree?" Unexpectedly, when the squirrel saw the tree where it was sleeping, it immediately turned away and refused to look. After calling twice, it broke free from Eugenia's grasp and ran back behind her backpack. "I don't want to go back." The little rabbit chattered loudly at it, and the rabbit and squirrel argued again. Eugenia felt like 1,000 ducks were quacking in her ears. "Stop!" She grabbed the squirrel climbing on her, lifted it, and stared at it. "Do you want to come with me?" At first, the squirrel looked confident and proud. But under Eugenia's doubtful gaze, it gradually gave in, softly whining. Its small eyes looked at Eugenia and then at the little rabbit. Eugenia saw the squirrel looking hesitant and wanted to speak again. When the squirrel still didn't respond, she lost patience. Her clothes, soaked in seawater, had white salt stains at the edges, and she needed to wash her hair and take a bath soon. She didn't have much time to waste here. She reached out and hung the squirrel on a cedar tree, then lifted her foot to carry Bobo back to the shelter. Seeing Eugenia about to leave, the squirrel became anxious and quickly jumped onto her shoulder. Eugenia turned her head. The usually silent squirrel was now nodding repeatedly. Bobo, nearby, surprisingly stopped barking and just watched from behind her shoulder. "Bobo, do you want to join us?" she asked. Whether she was willing or not was one thing, but if the little rabbit refused the squirrel, Eugenia thought her shelter would become noisy and might even fall apart because of the two of them. More mouths meant more food, but she believed she could take care of both with her abilities. She wasn't lacking food right now. The most important thing was for the two of them to get along peacefully. The little rabbit hiding behind her was called out by Eugenia and looked at the squirrel with a conflicted expression. Should it share its beloved nest with the annoying squirrel? Before Bobo could finish hesitating, Eugenia started a traditional Chinese method. "Bobo? 3, 2, 1. The little rabbit was pondering whether to share its favorite home with the squirrel. Hearing the countdown, it hurriedly let out a cry and nodded. Bobo agreed. Seeing the little rabbit's agreement, Eugenia patted the squirrel on her shoulder, stretched lazily, and headed out of the cedar forest. "Let's go home." The little rabbit sat on her left shoulder, the squirrel on her right, as Eugenia stepped out of the forest. Finally, she saw the sunlight again. She squinted at the sky, feeling grateful. The air outside the cedar forest was much better. As usual, she broke a few leaves to make bowls for Bobo, now adding a new member, so she broke a few more leaves. The treasure chest hadn't yet provided extra bowls for their food, so she used what she had. After leaving the cedar forest, she quickly returned to the shelter. Eugenia placed Bobo and the squirrel on the open ground in front of the shelter, while she retrieved her clothes soaked in the morning and wrung them out. She casually broke a branch and hung the clothes at the door. The fire at the entrance could burn for 24 hours. Since she returned early today, the fire from yesterday was still burning. She took out 2 thick pieces of fresh tuna, skewered them on a stick, and placed them nearby, then filled a bucket with water and put it on the fire. After finishing these tasks, Wu Jinhua went inside and took out the workbench. Should she spend twice the wood to make a large storage box? It was a successful craft. Today, she gained many treasure chests, and one storage box was no longer enough. Looking at the wood in her backpack being used up again, Wu Jinhua sighed helplessly. Wood costs are really high. She chopped down 4 trees today, used 6 pieces of wood to make a wooden boat, and another 2 for a large storage box. Now, her backpack is empty of wood again. Luckily, the fire can burn for 24 hours, or else she wouldn't even be able to enjoy a hot meal when she returned. After finishing the large storage box, Wu Jinhua stored everything from her backpack into it. One set of pajamas was still drying, another set was on her body. She could only wear another outfit to take a shower tonight. First, she decided to open a few treasure chests. Open 2 wooden treasure chests. Yes, she received mineral water ×8, orange juice ×1, honey buns ×4, steamed buns ×2, blueberry toast ×2, sausage ×1, corn oil ×1, an iron bucket ×1, a pen ×1, and slippers ×1. Since she didn't get any clothes, Wu Jinhua was still determined and took out 2 more wooden treasure chests. She really wanted to find clothes to take a shower today. Opened 2 wooden treasure chests. Yes, she received mineral water ×5, steamed buns ×4, basque cake ×1, a 3-piece bath set ×1, a flashlight ×1, and candles ×2. No clothes, but she surprisingly got bath supplies. It seemed she wouldn't need to wash her hair by hand today. Suddenly, she heard the bubbling sound of water boiling. She looked over and saw the water on the fire was boiling. She stepped outside, carried the boiling water into the shelter to cool, then took the newly obtained iron bucket and filled it with water again, placing it back on the fire. After opening 4 wooden treasure chests, without finding clothes, Wu Jinhua patted the grass and sat by the fire. She decided to open the chests later, she thought, then called out to the 2 little ones.
Bobo.
Squirrel. Come eat. The 2 little ones, who had been playing on the grass, immediately ran toward the fire upon hearing Wu Jinhua's voice. Bobo. Tata. Wu Jinhua placed 1 string of canned tuna on a leaf, opened the meat, and let the 2 little ones eat together. Watching them happily devour the food, she picked up the remaining string and started eating as well. The tuna she hunted was quite large, so the meat was thick and heavy on the stick, enough to satisfy half her hunger. The method of roasting kept the fish tender. Each bite revealed plenty of oil and a strong aroma. Chewing on her skewers, she thought it would be great if she had some salt. Finally, after boiling the water, the fire completely went out. She carried the second bucket of water into the shelter and checked the time. It was 5:50, 10 minutes until 6. She suddenly remembered the seeds she found in the treasure chest yesterday. Wu Jinhua happily took them out of the storage box and went to the open space in front of the shelter. There was a small creek nearby, making watering easy. She decided to plant the tomato and pumpkin seeds here. Should I plant 2 tomato seeds and 1 pumpkin seed? Yes, planting failed. No farmland found. Wu Jinhua scratched her head. Could it be that the land isn't considered farmland if it's not tilled? She opened the guide and searched for keywords like farming. Seeds can only be planted in farmland. She kept changing her search words, but only got the same answer. She also searched how to turn land into farmland, but it showed nothing. From her previous failed searches, she quickly understood that turning land into farmland was a difficult task. Just like when she tried to find how to make a mountain bike, nothing came up. But since the treasure chest gave her seeds, she was sure she could plant them someday. She would find a way later. She put the seeds back into the storage box. The room's light was getting dimmer. Looking out the window, she saw the orange sunset in the distance. Night was falling. She hurriedly called the 2 little ones into the shelter, locked the door, and lit a candle.
It was dark outside now.
Today, she didn't have enough wood to make a fire. She looked out the window and saw the shelter entrance was pitch black. Without a fire, she felt uneasy. She promised herself to chop more trees tomorrow. She tidied up the bed a little. Bobo and the squirrel weren't in bed yet. They were sitting by the window, watching the dark scenery outside. After tidying up, she went to the storage box and looked at the treasure chests inside. She silently wished for good luck. She wanted to get clothes for bathing. Opened 5 wooden treasure chests. Yes, she received mineral water times 15, sparkling water times 2, steamed buns times 6, baked flatbread times 4, dried meat cookies times 3, whole wheat bread times 2, chocolates times 2, iron nails times 10, a level C iron axe, durability 120 times 1, towels times 2, raincoat times 1, cotton shoes times 2, wool sweater times 1, double layer wool quilt times 1, sportswear set times 1, stainless steel bowls and chopsticks times 1, soap times 2, nail clippers times 1. She opened all the remaining wooden treasure chests in one go. Finally, she saw the clothes she had been longing for. The items from the 5 wooden chests weren't mostly food or weapons. They were mostly daily necessities. She took out 2 towels. One was thrown into the iron bucket. The other, after being soaked in water, she called the 2 little ones without looking up from her task. "Stop looking outside. Come here." Bobo is the fastest to jump back from the windowsill to the bed. It watches Wu Jinhua hold a towel and sniffs curiously. "Bobo, isn't it tasty?" Wu Jinhua picks up the little rabbit and places it on her lap, then covers it with a damp towel and begins to gently rub. The little rabbit lets out a loud cry, trying to escape from her arms. "Bobo! Bobo! Woo woo woo! Bobo!" Poor little rabbit, just as it tries to jump away, it gets caught by the back leg and is pulled back to be wiped again. The squirrel sitting on the windowsill sees this scene and is so frightened it stays frozen in place, not daring to come closer. Wu Jinhua carefully washes every part of Bobo from head to tail, making sure not to miss any fur. After 2 rounds of washing, she finally releases the little rabbit. Seeing the pressure lift, Bobo immediately hops onto the bedside table, sits there, licks its fur, then looks up to complain to Wu Jinhua. "Bobo, boo-hoo, Bobo." After rinsing the towel in water, Wu Jinhua beckons the squirrel over. Today, all 3 of them fell into the water, so they need a good wash. The squirrel is still too frightened to move and stays frozen in place. Wu Jinhua isn't in a hurry. She calmly watches the reluctant squirrel and says, "Only after you clean your fur can you sleep with Bobo tonight." The squirrel is surprised. Does this rule also apply to this 2-legged creature? Seeing that she won't give in, the squirrel lowers its head and obediently walks over. 10 minutes later, another squirrel sits on the bedside table where Bobo was. The 2 small animals sit there, looking resentful as they fluff their fur. Wu Jinhua gently strokes them, then carries a bucket to the storage room and takes a refreshing shower. It's called a shower, but really just washing her hair and wiping herself with water. She wonders if the shelter upgrade will include a dedicated bathing area, or if there are blueprints for building a bathroom. After thoroughly rinsing off the salt from her body, Wu Jinhua comes out of the shower, holding an air conditioner blanket, and collapses onto the bed. She rubs her face against the soft quilt, then lets out a big yawn. Her hair is still wet, so she lies there for a while before sitting up. She looks at the wound on her arm and massages her sore shoulders. Today's exercise was definitely too much. She walks into the storage room, takes out bandages and iodine solution from the box, and disinfects and bandages her wound with a grimace. The iodine stings a bit. The roll of bandages from the treasure chest can only be used twice for dressing changes, but the iodine is a large bottle. After bandaging her wound, Wu Jinhua sits back on the bed. She pats the mattress, and the 2 small animals automatically jump from the bedside table onto the bed. Bobo has long forgotten about the fur washing earlier and keeps rubbing its little head against Wu Jinhua's hand. Seeing her wound, she whimpered sadly. When the squirrel was in the misty area, it saw the injury on the 2-legged creature's arm. Seeing the little rabbit look sad, it also softly hummed. She gently patted the heads of the 2 small creatures. Eugene pulled the storage box next to the bed, sat cross-legged, and took out some chocolate she had just opened. She had gained a lot today, so she decided to enjoy some chocolate for happiness. On the bed, Bobo saw Eugene take out something it couldn't understand, but it smelled delicious, so it immediately jumped onto her lap. Bobo. Bobo. The little rabbit hopped around, looking at the chocolate bar in her hand. Eugenie lowered her head, gently pressed her finger against the rabbit's nose, and said firmly, "Little rabbit cannot eat chocolate." She remembered that rabbits on Blue Star couldn't eat foods containing cocoa butter. Bobo was still anxiously jumping on her leg, looking pitiful. Bobo. Woo, Bobo. Bobo could eat. Eugenie frowned in thought, looked at the chocolate in her hand, then at the little rabbit who was eager to eat chocolate all over. It seemed that Bobo hadn't eaten any grass-based food in many days. This place was not Blue Star. Most rabbits there are herbivores. Since following her, Bobo had been eating crab meat, sweets, and tuna, which was not normal rabbit food. She stroked the fur on Bobo's back, smooth and shiny, looking well cared for. Eugenie sighed, picked up Bobo, and placed it in front of her. Bobo, what breed of exotic beast are you? The captured little rabbit didn't understand what breed meant. Its short legs struggled in the air, eyes fixed on the chocolate. The squirrel sat nearby, watching the chocolate in Eugenie's hand, and also jumped onto her lap, pointing at the chocolate. Squirrel, what breed of exotic beast are you? Suddenly, she remembered a voice that appeared in her mind when she was binding the jade stone. Race. Human, no tribe bound. Her race was human, so what were these two little creatures? The squirrel tilted its head. Is your race squirrel? Seeing that it didn't understand, Eugenie changed her question. The squirrel shook its head, then pointed at Bobo, also shaking its head. She suddenly understood. The squirrel meant it wasn't a squirrel, and Bobo wasn't a rabbit. Looking at the three fluffy tails of the squirrel, Eugenie blinked. With that many tails, it definitely wasn't a squirrel. Since these two little creatures weren't ordinary animals, she broke off a small piece of chocolate and placed it on the leaves where they were eating. She broke off a small piece first to see if they could eat it. Bobo saw the chocolate placed on her special feeding bowl, then immediately took off from her lap, jumped next to the leaf, and held the chocolate in her mouth. She chewed happily with her small mouth, and her big bunny eyes widened suddenly. It was so delicious. Eugenie watched Bobo eating and, seeing she was fine, broke off some for the squirrel. The squirrel ate happily too. After finishing the remaining half of the chocolate, she clapped her hands. Now it was time for her to open the iron and silver treasure chests. Looking at the 7 iron chests and 2 silver chests in the storage box, Eugenie felt like she was in a dream. Today, she fell into a map that wasn't open yet. Although it was dangerous, her loot was more than what she got in 2 days. Open the 7 iron chests. Yes, she received 40 bottles of mineral water for coconut drinks, 8 steamed buns, 6 red bean buns, for donuts, 1 chocolate cake, 2 rice cakes, 1 bag of popcorn, 1 grilled eel, for beef jerky, 2 sunscreen bottles, 1 barbecue grill, 1 seasoning for wet wipes, 2 tubes of toothpaste, 3 toothbrushes, 5 candles, 1 hairbrush, 1 latex pillow, women's underwear, men's outdoor hiking shoes, a waterproof jacket, outdoor gloves, a 4-piece bed set, 2 wool blankets, a D-grade iron axe, durability 60, a C-grade iron axe, durability 130, 2 eggplant seeds, a blueprint for a water purifier, and a blueprint for a sled. Eugenie realized that the higher her luck, the fewer foods she would get from opening chests. But compared to that, the number and quality of supplies and blueprints were much better. 2 blueprints came from the 7 chests. What a surprise! She took out the blueprint for the water purifier from the box. The water purifier isn't very useful for her now. The mineral water she got is enough for her to drink for 2 months. Water purifier blueprint. Although it takes longer, it can purify any polluted water source. The purer the water, the faster it is purified. Materials needed. For iron blocks, 2 copper blocks, 2 plastics, 6 disinfectant tablets. For graphite blocks. Disinfectant tablets? She thought she might have one. She checked the blueprint and started rummaging through her boxes, finding 1 disinfectant tablet she had previously received. But the blueprint requires 6 disinfectant tablets. Making a water purifier seems like a long-term project. Still, Eugenie wasn't in a hurry. She didn't need water right now. As for the blueprints and materials for these many chests, she'd collect them gradually. But when she saw another sled blueprint, Eugenie wasn't so happy. Snow sled blueprint, the only tool needed for travel during a snowstorm. Although sitting inside doesn't keep you warm, it helps you get outside safely. Materials needed: 15 iron blocks, 10 aluminum blocks, 10 wood, 30 nails, 6 rubber, for plastic, for leather, 1 engine. She always believed that the items found in treasure chests were things she would need to survive later. Does this snow sled blueprint mean there will be snow seasons later? She doesn't believe that snow in this world will be as gentle as on Blue Star. Watching the snow sled blueprint, Wu Jinyu sighed. Not because of future snow seasons, but because of the materials needed to make the sled. The first few materials sound manageable.
But the engine?
That seems very rare. The new storage box also overflowed because of the many items from the iron treasure chest, with some things falling out. Wu Jinyu started organizing her boxes again. First, she took out the latex pillow and placed it on the bed, then tried on her mountaineering shoes. She is 175 centimeters tall with a slender build, so her shoe size is naturally large. Surprisingly, these men's mountaineering shoes fit perfectly. She stood up and took a few steps, feeling good. Finally, she doesn't have to run around in slippers anymore. To free up space in her storage boxes, Wu Jinyu removed items like hair combs, decorative paintings, and soap. Small items like flashlights and pens were placed in the bedside table. She finally freed up some space. Seeing that food took up one storage box and the second box still had some, she sighed. So much food. But looking at all this food, she started to worry about their shelf life. Will they spoil if kept in the box? Wu Jinyu scratched her head and started flipping through the manual again. The manual says, food stored in the storage box can be kept fresh for a long time. Does this mean that as long as food isn't left outside and stays in the storage box, it won't go bad? The world setting is a bit strange. Although on Blue Star, everyone says freezing means eternal life, the truth is that even with a refrigerator, food will eventually spoil after long storage. With so much food, even if she adds Bobo and Squirrel, it will take a long time to finish. When the trading mall opens, she can exchange some useful items with others, especially some materials from the blueprints. She believes most people don't have the blueprints or the materials in them. If they find these materials in treasure chests, they might not even know their value. She can take advantage of the early stage to exchange for some items. After some thought, Wu Jinyu looked at the last 2 silver treasure chests and rubbed her hands together. She hasn't opened a silver chest yet. Moreover, she found 2 silver chests. Open the 2 silver chests? Yes, she received 5 bottles of mineral water for compressed biscuits, 2 chocolates, 2 cigarettes, 2 packets of salt, 2 bottles of white wine, 1 level A dagger, indestructible, 1 first aid kit blueprint, and 1 beginner arrow skill scroll of the right-wing people. As she expected, the higher the luck value, the more advanced the treasure chest, but the less food she got. However, she gained more of other good items. She took out the level A dagger. Compared to her previous B and C level daggers, this one had a smoother, more compact blade. The handle seemed to have a carved totem at the end, but she couldn't see the pattern clearly up close. Compared to the dagger, she was more interested in the beginner arrow skill scroll of the right-wing people. Right-wing people's arrow skill scroll. Beginner, a mysterious arrow technique passed down among the right-wing people, but it requires excellent bows and arrows to learn. It is said that once mastered, you can hit a target at 100 paces with ease. She tried to open the scroll, but the seemingly light ribbon on it wouldn't budge. Missing essential learning tools. Cannot learn. She held the scroll, covered her face, and sighed. Everything she got from the treasure chest today was good, but with her current strength, she could only use a few. She felt overwhelmed. Resigned, she placed the scroll into her storage box and casually picked up the first aid kit blueprint. First aid kit blueprint. As long as you have an alchemy table and herbs, even if you're bleeding heavily and your health drops to 1, drinking 2 bottles of the first aid kit can quickly stop the bleeding. Materials needed. Sanchi, 3 to 7. Times 2, crane grass times 1, ground elm times 1 again, something she couldn't craft. The alchemy table and herbs were all unfamiliar to her. She organized everything together and placed them in the same row of the treasure chest. The storage box was full, so she had to pile low-level items like iron axes and daggers into the corner of the room. She couldn't store food outside the box. After tidying everything up, she climbed back onto the bed, relaxed, and leaned against the headboard. She started browsing online. First, she opened her friends list. It was quiet. No one was bothering her. She had set all her friends to receive messages, but not to alert her. She didn't want to be startled by her ring vibrating while collecting supplies outside. She cleaned up her friend requests, deleting many at once, then opened the world chat. Tomorrow marks the end of the protection period. Does anyone want to go out early tomorrow to check the situation? To see what's real and what's fake? DD, friend list expansion. Friend list expansion. What should I do? Eugene says we need to upgrade the shelter, but I still can't gather enough materials today. What should I do? Today I opened a treasure chest and finally got an axe. Someone upstairs, don't just listen to the wind and believe everything. Living in a basic shelter isn't bad either. Yeah, why bother upgrading the shelter? It's too tiring. No axe, no desire to find treasure chests. Your words are so stubborn. Anyway, I've gathered all the materials needed to upgrade the shelter today. I believe in the experts. Collected materials all day. Tomorrow, I can upgrade the shelter. Eugenie watched the world chat, seeing some people anxious, some excited, and others completely giving up, scrolling happily. The number at the top right shows 780,000 people remaining. She wondered how many would still be there after the first day of the protection period. Some people in the chat were still arguing about whether to upgrade the shelter. Eugenie automatically ignored these messages. It's hard to convince stubborn people. Suddenly, she saw someone in the chat wanting to trade an iron axe. The item they offered was plastic. She remembered that 3 blueprints, mountain bikes, water purifiers, and sleds, needed plastic. Trading iron axe, need durability above 60. I'll trade plastic. Someone upstairs, how many people need your plastic? Right now, the most needed item is an axe. If you trade a plastic for an axe, maybe someone will trade with you. But trading plastic for an axe? Maybe not. Does anyone know what plastic is used for? Mineral water for wood. Mineral water for wood. Mineral water for wood. Someone upstairs, add me as a friend. Eugenie clicked on the avatar of the player trading plastic for an axe. The player's ID was Li Lingling. After sending a friend request, she returned to the world chat to keep watching. She thought it would take a while to get approved, but within 2 minutes, a message popped up saying the request was accepted. So fast? She switched back to the friends list and immediately, the other person sent a message. Li Lingling, are you really Eugenie, the big boss? Eugenie. Is there someone in Zone 47 with the same name as me? Li Lingling. It seems I haven't seen you before. Big boss. Do you want to trade plastic with me? Eugenie. You want to trade a durable axe above 60? Do you have any level requirements? Li Lingling. A durability of 60 is enough to take out a lot of people. Besides, axes are in short supply now. Any level is fine. When talking about the shortage of axes, Li Lingling seemed to open up and kept complaining. Li Lingling said, many people have already negotiated the price of axes with others in advance, but as the value of axes rises, they back out of the deal. Now, I don't even know how much food I can exchange for an axe. Especially after you, big boss, mentioned in the global chat that you want to upgrade the shelter. The price of axes has gone even higher. I hate it. I should have traded for axes earlier. Watching the screen, Wu Jinwei couldn't help but smile. This girl, Li Lingling, seems a bit simple. She was about to trade with him, but now the value of axes has increased. Shouldn't she be bragging about how rare her plastic is? She's so honest that she feels awkward to haggle the price. Wu Jinwei asked, I happen to have a D-grade iron axe, durability 60. How much plastic do you have? Li Lingling exclaimed. Wow. You really have an iron axe. Then Wu Jinwei watched her wail on the screen. Li Lingling said, I'm going to cry to death. You're the first person I've seen in these 2 days who has an iron axe and wants to trade with me. More people added me, but they all said I was crazy for trading axes without offering better items, or maybe I should add some more food. Wu Jinwei asked. So, How much plastic do you have? Li Lingling replied, 3 pieces. 3 pieces of plastic for 1 axe. She seemed worried that Wu Jinyue might think the price was high, so she quickly added, I got these 3 plastics from opening 3 wooden treasure chests. Each chest only gives 1 plastic. Besides plastics, there isn't much food in the chests. Opening 3 wooden chests? This Li Lingling player must have pretty good luck, so she got little food. Wu Jinyue said, Alright, 3 plastics for 1 D-grade iron axe, durability 60. We can trade once the shop opens. Li Lingling responded happily. Great. Thanks, big boss. Wu Jinyue said, No need to thank me. Li Lingling then sent a message with emojis. Big boss, add me as a friend. I'm already above 90% of the people in the global chat. Wu Jinyue was confused. She asked, You also sent a friend request? Li Lingling replied, Yes, I sent a request every 3 hours. But in the end, it was you who added me first. Hee. Wu Jinyue didn't understand, but she was quite surprised. Is this some new form of competition? Just as she was thinking about how to reply, another message from her appeared on the screen. Li Lingling. Boss, do you have bottled water? I'll trade food for it. Wu Jinyue. How much food do you have? Li Lingling. To be precise, it's not food, but seasoned vegetables. Garlic. Wu Jinyue. How do you want to trade? Today, she brought back a lot of fish from the foggy area. But she doesn't usually like fish because it's not seasoned with scallions or ginger to remove the fishy smell, so she doesn't eat it on Blue Star. However, here, there are no likes or dislikes for food. Any edible food is good. Those fish lack ginger, but have garlic to reduce the smell, so they should taste better. Li Lingling. 2 bottles of water for 1 portion of garlic. Wu Jinyue. How many grams is 1 portion? Li Lingling. Image, about 1 gene. Wu Jinyue. Deal. She has plenty of bottled water now, so she's happy to trade a little to improve her food. After confirming the trade, the other side stopped messaging. After saying goodnight, Wu Jinyue turned off the light screen. She checked the time, half an hour until bedtime. Today is the last day of the protection period, so she decided to sleep early. There are many things to do tomorrow. She placed the blanket next to her pillow, and the squirrel and little rabbit automatically jumped into their nests. Wu Jinyue gently patted their heads and softly said good night before extinguishing the candle. A new day begins, and Wu Jinyue wakes up not to the sound of a bunny's call. The newly added squirrel is running around the room with Bobo early in the morning. After grabbing the 2 small creatures and tossing them into the blanket, Wu Jinyue finally wakes up. There are 10 minutes until 7 o'clock. She washes up, changes clothes, and tidies the bed. Wu Jinyue ties her long hair up. Looking at herself in the full-length mirror, she weighs her backpack. Finally, she looks normal. She used to wear pajamas and slippers, with messy hair when she arrived here. Now, dressed in sportswear and hiking shoes, she looks more energetic. She gives each of the little ones, Bobo and Dada, a small meat floss biscuit. Wu Jinyue quickly finishes her breakfast, 1 bottle of coconut juice and a baked bun. She carries the iron bucket with her pajamas she changed out of yesterday. As she checks the time, it's almost 7 o'clock, and she's about to open the door when the light screen inside her ring automatically activates again. The familiar bright-colored ball jumps lively on the screen, making a giggling sound. The little ball she saw on the first day appears again. Players of Zone 47 in Huaxia, long time no see. Seeing the ball again, do you all miss me? Looking at the small ball's sneaky expression on the light screen, it's obvious that players are probably furious inside the shelter. The 3-day protection period started at 10 a.m. 3 days ago and will end today at the same time. Starting from 7 a.m. today, players will have 3 hours to prepare. After the protection ends, an announcement about the full server update will be made. Players need to return to the shelter before the protection ends. A task will be issued then. Players who do not return will automatically give up their shelter. Everyone should use this last time to finish their preparations for the upcoming tasks. The small ball is here, saying goodbye to everyone. See you in 3 hours. After finishing, the light screen suddenly exploded and disappeared, leaving only the ring on her finger flashing. Wu Jinyue immediately reacted. threw a bar of soap into the bucket to soak her clothes, and decided not to wash them now. She needed to go cut trees right away. She picked up Bobo and the little squirrel, threw them onto her backpack, then took out her axe and quickly headed to the nearby cedar forest. She still remembered that after the protection period, she needed to trade firewood with Qinlinhan. But she currently had no wood, so how could she trade firewood? Moreover, if the next task after the protection period is an invasion of strange beasts, her instinct told her she should place a fire in front of the shelter. Although she didn't know if strange beasts fear fire, the fire she saw in front of her door the night before last made her feel safer. With only 3 hours left, Wu Jinyue wiped her sweat and started chopping trees with her highest level axe. Compared to a level D iron axe, which takes half an hour to cut a tree, a level C axe shortens this time by 5 minutes. She lifted her axe and began her last tree cutting during the protection period. After every 2 trees, she rested a bit and drank some water. After cutting 6 trees and collecting 12 pieces of wood, she stopped. There were 25 minutes left, and she needed to return to the shelter. She remembered what the small ball said. Players who do not return will automatically give up their shelter. She packed the axe and wood into her backpack and followed the creek back. With a little time remaining, she carried a metal bucket to the creek to change the water and dry her clothes from yesterday. After finishing everything, she returned to the shelter. Standing at the door, she took out the workbench. Should I spend 3 wood to make 12 planks? Yes. Should I spend 12 planks and 1 flint to make 3 fire pits? 3 campfires appeared in front of the shelter. 1 fire was moved aside, and the other 2 were placed in front and behind the shelter. Wu Jinyue opened the light screen. When she opened her friends list, she saw Qinlinhan had been sending her messages nonstop for the past 2 hours. Little Ball is quite serious about being careful. The protection period started at 10 o'clock 3 days ago, and now the 3rd day ends also from 10. Hey, brother, only 3 hours left. What are you going to do? I'm going out to chop wood. Later, I need 2 pieces of wood to trade for the fire pit. Failed to go out. There are many strange beasts near the shelter. It feels like they all came from deep in the woods. What are you doing, you busybody? Don't go too far from the shelter. Remember to trade with me later. Don't break your promise. Don't go too far. Stay alive until I can trade with you. Wu Jinyue realized that Qinlinhan, the more urgent and nervous he was, the more he talked. When she opened her friends list, there were over 99 messages. He was a chatterbox. Wu Jinyue, I'm back. I just want to do laundry. Qinlinhan. Laundry? You seem pretty free. Wu Jinyue, waiting for the trading shop to open. I've finished making the fire pit you wanted. Qinlinhan. Okay. Once Qinlinhan finally received her reply, he calmed down and stopped sending messages. Wu Jinyue closed the light screen, took out everything she needed for the trade from her storage box, and placed it on the ground. The workbench had already been set aside, ready to craft what she needed immediately after trading. She held Bobo and the squirrel in her arms, waiting for time to pass slowly. For some reason, she didn't feel nervous or scared. Only excitement. She took out a dagger from her pocket, ran her finger over the blade, and felt her mind becoming especially alert. 1 minute left, 30 seconds, 20 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The ring quickly popped out the light screen. The face of the little ball, with no visible features, pressed tightly against the screen, giggling. Hee. Everyone, we meet again. The protection period is officially over. Welcome to the real game world, players. Next, the little ball will announce the server-wide update. 1. Added coordinate function, which can mark and save locations. The personal homepage now shows date, weather, and air quality. 2. Special resources have been added to the treasure chests. Please continue searching for treasure chests. The residents of Misty Land suddenly discovered that many new residents had arrived on the continent. After waiting for a long time, they're now coming to visit you. Main quest released. Survive successfully for 8 hours. If the shelter's damage rate stays below 30%, you will receive extra rewards. Side quest released. Kill strange beasts. Killing strange beasts grants points. Points awarded are 1, 50, 500, and 5,000 for defeating low-level to elite strange beasts or alien plants. There is a chance to drop a special reward, Frostgrass, when killing strange beasts. The quest ends at sunset. Players with points ranking in the top 100 in the entire zone will receive many rewards. Dear players, don't despair. This mission isn't a bad thing. It's actually your final benefit. All updates and announcements have been explained. Now go ahead and explore this world. The small ball on the screen seemed eager to speak. After saying the last sentence, it immediately disappeared. After the ball vanished, Wu Jinhua didn't hesitate and quickly opened the trading mall in the function module. The gray button was now clickable. Wu Jinhua listed the firewood, food, and axe needed by Chen Linhan and Li Lingling. Suddenly thinking of the message Chen Linhan sold her, she pondered what items to exchange for. Remembering Chen Linhan said he would give her some fox meat for free, Wu Jinhua asked, "Didi, how much fox meat do you want to give me?" Since messages can't be traded, the trading mall only allows item exchanges. Chen Linhan replied, 10 portions of fox meat. After setting the items needed for exchange, she immediately returned to the friends page. Wu Jinhua said, quickly exchange. She needed to get leather quickly to craft hard crab armor and complete her mission. Chen Linhan and Li Lingling entered Wu Jinua's shop and exchanged everything they needed. Wu Jinhua also saw the leather she needed in her backpack. She transferred all items except the leather into her storage box, then turned to the workbench. Use 8 crab shells, 3 pieces of leather, and 10 nails to craft a level C hard crab armor? Yes. Crafting successful. Congratulations, you completed the craft equipment achievement. 1 achievement point, reward, 1 iron treasure chest, and 5 copper bars. Someone in Zone 47 crafted armor earlier than her. Wu Jinhua felt a bit frustrated because the trading mall was not open during the protection period, causing her to lose 1 assignable attribute point. She took the successfully crafted hard crab armor out of her backpack and weighed it in her hand. The seemingly heavy crab shell was surprisingly light and thin when made into armor. She took off her jacket and wore the armor underneath her clothes, then tightened the straps of her backpack. Inside the backpack, there was only essential food and water, disinfectant iodine, the toxic scorpion meat, and some raw fish she had traded from Chen Linhan, a fire starter, and other survival supplies. She held an A-grade dagger in her hand and kept a spare dagger in her pocket. Wu Jinhua weighed the backpack, then turned to the 2 small creatures lying on it and said, "We're going on an adventure. If there's danger, you 2 need to know how to run away, understand?" After saying this, Wu Jinhua suddenly remembered Bobo's ability. She grabbed the little rabbit and said seriously, "Of course, running away is only for emergencies. Bobo, you need to help me when I tell you, okay?" The rabbit nodded hard and then hopped back behind her, hiding in the hood of her coat. After preparing everything, Wu Jinhua pushed open the wooden door. On the open ground about 100 meters from the shelter, 2 strange beasts were glaring at the shelter. Wu Jinhua closed the door tightly, walked to the fire, and pointed her dagger at them. One was a black bear, and the other looked like a leopard cat. Although she knew that if Bobo kept releasing her scent, she could safely complete the main task, she didn't want to do that. Even with 90% damage immunity, without a protection period, facing aggressive strange beasts was her real survival challenge. She couldn't run away. She watched the 2 beasts circling around the shelter, hesitant to cross the fire to attack her. She glanced at the fire, then slowly stepped out, approaching them with her dagger. When she first stepped out, the beasts didn't move, just kept staring at her. But after she had moved 5 meters away from the fire, the leopard cat was the first to attack, rushing forward. Wu Jinhua quickly sidestepped and swung her dagger. A sharp sound echoed. She hit the leopard cat's tail, but it didn't retreat. Instead, it spun around and angrily lunged at her. Before she could strike again, it grabbed her and jumped into nearby bushes, disappearing from sight. Wu Jinhua, still catching her breath, felt danger in her body. Without looking back, she immediately ran toward the shelter. The black bear had stood up and appeared beside her, making a move to attack. Wu Jinhua ran back to the fire, then turned around and saw that the black bear was now standing where she had been. It did not run toward her but stood still, its dark red eyes tracking her movement. She understood that it was afraid of fire. It wouldn't attack her close to the campfire. The leopard cat she called Wu Jinhua didn't seem difficult to deal with, but this black bear was really troublesome. It was big, strong, and looked not very agile, but it was actually very fast. Like a hexagonal warrior. Wu Jinhua had no choice but to take out some poison scorpion meat from her backpack and hide it inside a golden carpfish's belly. After preparing the bait, she swung her arm and threw the fish out. It landed right in front of the black bear with a soft thud. Seeing the tasty food falling from the sky, the bear sniffed it first, then carefully stepped back. It occasionally glanced at the fish but was hesitant to eat it. The bear seemed cautious, so she needed to use some tricks. Gritting her teeth, Wu Jinhua rushed toward it again. When the bear saw her fresh food finally coming out of the fire, it got excited. It lowered its forelegs and charged at her. Wu Jinhua didn't dare get too close. When they were still some distance apart, she quickly turned sideways, avoiding facing it directly. Food tastes better when you fight for it. She decided to go back and retrieve the fish she threw out. The bear kept charging forward, shaking its head until it sensed Wu Jinhua was out of its attack range. It immediately stopped, gasping for breath, and turned around to see that she had already changed direction. There was no sign of her at the fire ahead, so the bear turned back. Its fresh food was heading toward the strange-smelling meat. Could she really tolerate that? Food fighting food? The bear immediately turned around and charged back toward Wu Jinhua. She pretended to pick up the fish, then saw the bear and hurriedly dropped the fish, retreating toward the small creek behind her. When the bear saw her drop the meat and run, it immediately went to the fish, sniffed it, then grabbed it and ate it. Although the meat seemed a bit strange, it tasted pretty good. As the bear swallowed, it thought to itself, "She's fallen for it." Wu Jinhua, by the creek, saw the bear eat the poisoned meat and carefully headed toward the shelter. She didn't know what would happen to the bear after it got poisoned, so she decided to wait near the fire first. Just as she was about to approach the fire's safety zone, the leopard cat that had appeared earlier suddenly jumped out from the bushes on the other side and reached for her calf. She wanted to bend down and attack it, but it was too late. She didn't even react in time to pull her leg back. The squirrel on her backpack jumped down directly and grabbed the leopard cat's eyes. A sharp cry sounded, and the leopard cat fell to the ground, rolling in pain. The squirrel became braver and more aggressive, firmly grabbing the base of the leopard cat's tail, as if trying to tear it off. Its teeth bit into the flesh on its back, tearing away a piece of skin. The leopard cat tried to run back into the bushes, but was held back by the squirrel and couldn't escape. If Wu Jinhua still couldn't understand the situation at this point, she would be foolish. A level A dagger easily pierced the leopard cat's neck. It immediately turned into supplies stored in her backpack. Before she could see what resources the leopard cat dropped, Wu Jinhua quickly turned and ran toward the campfire. The squirrel that had been holding the leopard cat also jumped back onto her backpack along her pants. Fortunately, the creek was close to the shelter. When she reached the fire, the poison from the bear that had eaten the toxic meat was starting to take effect. Its eyes turned even redder. The originally dark red eyes became blood red, and its limbs trembled. But the most terrifying part was its gaze on Wu Jinhua, which grew colder and more frightening. She stood inside the fire's protection, holding her dagger and watching it, counting the seconds until it fell. The bear shook twice, then steadied itself again. Its eyes flickered with icy coldness, sending chills down her spine. Just when she thought the bear would collapse, it suddenly broke through the fire's barrier and lunged at her. The girl's pupils dilated as she ran behind the fire.
Bang!
The bear fell onto the fire. Successfully killed a spirit cat, low level, gained 1 wooden treasure chest, 1 leather. Successfully killed a shadow gray bear, mid-level, gained 1 iron treasure chest, 10 toxic bear meat, 1 bear gallbladder, 2 toxic bear paws, 2 leather. The bear died after eating poison scorpion meat, so its meat was also toxic? Wu Jinhua thought for a moment and believed she had found a way to deal with strange beasts. But looking at how the bear ate the seasoned golden pomfret, it seemed the bear could sense something was wrong with the food. If she mixed toxic meat with normal meat, could they still tell the difference? She looked into the distance. For now, no strange beasts were approaching. Eugenia placed the squirrel outside the wooden door and patted its head. Squirrel, stay here and watch. If any strange beasts come, just shout for me. The squirrel twirled around and then stood upright, nodding. She entered the shelter and took out all the food she had gathered in the foggy area. She planned to process it. She mixed the remaining 3 portions of scorpion meat with sea bass. She wondered if the strange beasts would eat fox meat. Eugenia also made some fox meat mixed with toxic bear meat. To prevent the strange beast from noticing any issues and to ensure it eats the food smoothly, she increased the proportion of normal meat. This way, the meat still smelled like regular meat. After finishing, she went to the door and called out, "Squirrel, come take a look." The squirrel looked at the fish meat in the 2-legged creature's hand and tilted its head. "Is it time to eat?" Eugenia smiled happily, squatted down and waved the fish and fox meat under the squirrel's nose, then moved it away and asked, "Squirrel, does it smell tasty?" The squirrel nodded and ran into the shelter, dragging out the leaves where it and Bobo were eating. "Dinner is ready." The squirrel looked at the meat in Eugenia's hand, chirped, and seemed a little disappointed, thinking it would be better if the meat was cooked over fire like yesterday. Seeing the squirrel's expression, she knew the plan was successful. She then put all the prepared meat into her backpack. She took a donut, broke it in half, and placed it on a leaf for the 2 little ones to eat. These meats shouldn't be left outside. If they accidentally eat them, it could be a problem. She counted the processed portions she made. There were 8. Looking at how thick each piece was, she reached out and split them into 16 smaller pieces. There was no need to make the pieces too large. Watching the 2 little ones eat happily, she also took a donut and ate it. She walked outside the campfire area and scattered 10 portions of meat into the nearby creek and fire pit area. She sat by the fire waiting. She didn't believe only 2 strange beasts would visit. After finishing the donuts, the 2 little ones jumped to sit beside her. With 2 little ones watching her, she felt at ease and opened the light screen to check for messages from friends. As soon as she opened her friends list, she was bombarded with messages from Chunlinhan.
Uyinyo?
What's going on? Why are there over 99 messages again? Chunlinhan, do you still have a fire pit? Give me 2 more. Didi, I want to send it. Look at my messages. Eugenia, have you blocked me? Eugenia. Coming, he replied instantly. Chunlinhan, I'm going to die. Eugenia, don't die first. How many fire pits do you want? Chunlinhan. 3. He seemed worried and added, you haven't increased the price, right? I'll trade 6 pieces of wood for 3 fire pits. Eugenia, no price increase. I'm listing them now. She took out her workbench and started making fire pits. Should I spend 3 pieces of wood to make 12 planks? Yes. Should I spend 12 planks and 1 flint to make 3 fire pits? The production was completed. Wu Jinhua listed all 3 fire pits in her trading shop. As soon as they were listed, they showed as sold instantly. Chunlinhan said, Wait, you actually listed them? My screen shows your shop is empty. Wu Jinhua replied, I did. Didn't you take them away? Feeling something was off, Wu Jinhua reopened her trading shop. Suddenly, she realized that the person who took her 3 fire pits was not someone else, but a stranger. Wu Jinhua asked. She then said, Someone took my fire pits. I'll list them again. Be quick. She repeated her process, making a fire pit and putting it in the shop. But it was gone in seconds again. Chunlinhan still didn't get one. The fire pits were bought by another stranger. Chunlinhan said, Wow, they took my fire pits again. Check the world chat. Everyone is camping at your shop's fire pits. Seeing Chunlinhan's message, Wu Jinhua looked at the world chat with a puzzled face. The chat said, Ding Shan, you're just stealing. A fire pit takes 6 pieces of wood. Why don't you go steal those? Help. Monsters outside are attacking my wooden door. Help. Does anyone have a fire pit? I only have 5 pieces of wood. Ding Shan, can you lower the price? I only have 4 pieces of wood. Can you sell me a fire pit cheaper? Ding Shan replied, If you have no wood, just die. Why should I lower the price? If you can afford it, buy it. If not, go die. Help. You're just leeching off others' blood. Karma will get you. Is there anyone else selling fire pits? Someone upstairs. Qinjing is selling them too, but his fire pit sold out half an hour ago. His lighter has limited uses. What should I do? My wooden door is already half broken. Ding Shan? Wu Jinhua leaned on her chin and thought for a moment. The name sounded familiar. It seemed to be someone she and Qinlinhan had initially seen in the world chat when they first earned achievement points. He was the one spamming the chat about fire pits. He was selling fire pits? A fire pit takes 6 pieces of wood. Wu Jinhua clicked her tongue. This was definitely robbery. She initially planned to sell Qinlinhan 1 fire pit for 3 pieces of wood, thinking that was expensive enough. But she didn't expect Ding Shan's prices to be even crazier. Qinjing's fire pits used a lighter with limited uses, but Wu Jinhua used a flint that had no limit. While Wu Jinhua was contemplating whether to sell fire pits herself, the tone of the world chat shifted again. Everyone come check Wu Jinhua's trading shop. You can trade 6 pieces of wood for 3 fire pits. Really? Ding Shan sells 1 fire pit for 6 pieces of wood, but Wu Jinhua sells 3 fire pits for 6 pieces of wood. I checked Wu Jinhua's shop and there's nothing there. Look, I traded in his shop using 6 pieces of wood. Qinlinhan said, You little guys stole my campfire. I'll go hang out in the big boss's shop. Wu Jinhua watched Qinlinhan in the world chat warning others not to steal his campfire. Some players naturally didn't like him, so they started a fierce argument. But the fight didn't last long. Player Qinlinhan was muted for 1 day for violating chat rules and insulting others. Player Yufanghai was muted for 1 day for violating chat rules and insulting others. Player Zhao Lianxi was muted for violating rules. Soon, many others were muted. Wu Jinhua watched the number of people in the top right corner of the world chat keep dropping. Compared to the number of deaths during the protection period, this fast decline surprised her. She opened the comments and typed, Wu Jinhua, players who need campfires, you can check my shop later. I'll try to stock more. After Wu Jinhua said this, the tone of the world chat suddenly changed. From angry comments about Ding Shan, asking for help and looking for places to buy campfires, it shifted to discussions about her campfire. Wu Jinhua stopped reading and closed the world chat, took out all her wood, and started crafting. The chat speed also slowed down. Clearly, everyone went to the trading shop to look. People have disliked Ding Shan for a long time. Hey, stop being so formal. There are so many people in Zone 47 and campfires in the big shop are also being fought over. Very hard to get, they sell out instantly. Wait, I saw someone selling campfires too? But he's selling 3 pieces of wood for 1 campfire. That person is a reseller, buying from Wu Jinhua's shop and reselling it. Some people already have campfires, can they stop fighting over them? I got one. Wu Jinhua naturally noticed the situation. Some campfires were bought multiple times by the same person and then resold in their shop. If the price was similar to hers or a bit higher, she didn't mind. But some people raised the price to 4 pieces of wood for 1 campfire, double her price, which she couldn't accept. Wu Jinhua, anyone caught reselling my campfires will be blocked immediately. She didn't have time to find each reseller one by one, so she occasionally blocked those reselling at high prices when she saw them. After her warning, the number of resellers decreased significantly, except for a few who still dared to do it. Wu Jinhua didn't have time to block everyone. She was too busy making campfires. She only realized at this moment that there is a limit to one-time production. You can only add up to 20 sets of materials at a time. To produce more, she has to put in the materials again. Wu Jinhua's actions never stopped. Qinlinhan kept sending her messages, so she had to temporarily close the trading shop. While adding materials at the workbench, she also checked his messages. Qinlinhan, I can't get the fire pit you listed. Can you give some benefits to your loyal customers and help me get in through a back door? Add a special item when you list it, so no one can instantly buy it. DD, don't block me. Wu Jinhua, what special item do you want to add? Qinlinhan, I'll look for it. It seems there's nothing special. A few days ago, I got a box of toothpicks from a treasure chest. Maybe you can add a toothpick? Wu Jinhua. Okay, but be quick. If someone buys it again this time, I won't interfere anymore. Qinlinhan. Alright. Wu Jinhua listed another batch of fire pits, but this time, 3 fire pits in a trading slot required 6 pieces of wood and 2 toothpicks to exchange. World Channel. Wait, how come a fire pit in the Big Boss's trading shop wasn't bought instantly? The exchange condition for that fire pit is 2 pieces of wood and 1 toothpick. Who would have toothpicks now? Does the Big Boss need toothpicks because they're busy eating? Someone bought it, it's Qin Linhan. No, did he cheat by asking the Big Boss to add a special item before listing? People above, I think you've uncovered the truth. Qin Linhan was muted in the World Channel and couldn't reply. Seeing their discussion, he couldn't speak, so he simply turned off the screen. He carefully moved to the window, peered outside. 4 fire pits burned brightly, and many strange beasts gathered around them. From a distance, he could hear their heavy breathing and the sounds of bodies brushing against leaves. He retracted his head and sat quietly under the window, opening the screen to find Wu Jinua's profile in his friends list. He started sending anxious messages again. Wu Jinua naturally didn't see these messages. She had already closed her chat with Qin Linhan and couldn't stop making fire pits. Most of the listed fire pits disappeared instantly. Some fire pits she listed, she didn't even make a profit, setting them to be exchanged for just 1 piece of wood. Not only did she not earn anything, but she also had to spend human effort. It wasn't because she wanted to be helpful, but because she was too busy and dizzy. When she later realized this, she didn't bother to change it. She had listed so many fire pits, and if she changed each one, she didn't know how long it would take. Instead of wasting time on these modifications, I might as well create something new. Anyway, her flintstone has unlimited uses. World Chat. I managed to get a fire pit using a piece of wood. Hey, I got one too. Damn, how are you so fast? Boss, are you doing charity? Making a fire pit costs a piece of wood and some fire tools. This is a free gift for everyone. Hey, maybe you've been watching too much live shopping. Yujinyu was too busy making the fire to read the World Chat messages. She didn't know how much wood was in her backpack. Suddenly, she heard a squirrel's call. Tick tick, tick tick. She quickly looked up. Outside the fire pit, 3 wild boars had taken over the space in front of the creek. Yujinyu glanced at them, then turned back to her work. The boars watched the 3 people inside the fire pit, eyes sharp. Their hooves scraped the dirt, making a rustling sound. One of the boars was much larger than the other 2. The fire pit didn't seem to scare the biggest boar enough. The 2 smaller boars kept their distance, but the large one moved very close to the fire. Yujinyu could hear it panting loudly, like a bellows. The boars circled near the shelter, staring intently at her by the fire. Suddenly, the 2 smaller boars saw some fish meat on the ground. One of them sniffed and pushed the fish toward the biggest boar, as if offering a gift. It seemed like they were offering the meat they had dropped. The other smaller boar also gathered some large pieces of meat and handed them to the biggest boar. After collecting the meat, the largest boar snorted and walked to the food. It stomped its hoof heavily, chasing away the other 2, who wanted to eat together. The smaller boars quickly backed off, afraid to get close. Yujinyu stopped making the fire and watched the scene with interest. Was there bullying among the boars? There were some smaller pieces of meat on the ground. Just as Yujinyu thought they might share the food, one boar suddenly bit into the other's hide, making a sharp squeal. It flailed its hooves and ran away. The smaller boar couldn't even get to the scattered meat. The 2 large boars kept eating happily, while the other only paced nearby, glancing at the meat now and then. Yujinyu didn't expect to see bullying among the boars. She put away her workbench and took out her dagger, sighing. What's with these wild boars forming little bullying groups? She was making a good fire pile, but now a wild boar that didn't eat the poison meat needs to be dealt with manually. She stands beside the fire, waiting for the 2 aggressive boars to be affected by the poison. After a few minutes, the 2 boars that ate the poison meat start wobbling and then rush toward her. Wu Jinyu dares not face 2 enraged boars at once. So she circles around the fire, heading toward the other side of the shelter's fire. The enraged boars are no longer afraid of the fire. They lower their heads and push over the pile. Wu Jinyu turns her head and sees the scene. She understands that they are no longer afraid of the fire when enraged. but she is shocked that they are still not afraid even when burned. Has the poison damaged their nerves? The fire can no longer scare them, but it can still slow their movements. They dare not step directly onto the fire. Instead, they use their noses or hooves to flip over the logs before continuing their attack. Wu Jinyu doesn't attack directly, but instead guides them around the shelter in circles. As long as they don't attack her shelter, it's fine. She has many unlit fires set up on the open ground. Before the boars could flip over a few fires, they couldn't hold on anymore, their legs bent, bodies trembling. Both finally collapsed. Successfully killed a low-level wild black pig, received 1 wooden treasure chest, 6 toxic wild boar meats, successfully killed a mid-level wild black pig, received 1 iron treasure chest, 10 toxic wild boar meats, 1 leather, 1 wild boar tusk, 1 frostgrass. She remembers that the little ball mentioned it in the update announcement. Killing exotic beasts has a chance to drop special rewards, frostgrass. She had to hunt 5 exotic beasts to get it, so it's indeed a probabilistic reward. Although it's called a special reward, the little ball didn't say what frostgrass is used for. Wu Jinyu takes the frostgrass from her backpack, and the ring immediately pops up a light screen prompt. Would you like to plant the frostgrass here? It looks at the boar that didn't eat the poison meat, still lingering by the creek. Its leader is gone, and she doesn't know what to do now. Should she listen to her leader and continue attacking, or run back to the cedar forest? Wu Jinyu looks at the boar and clicks on the screen. Yes, planting successful. Seeing the small grass with serrated leaves growing in the soil, Wu Jinyu doesn't know what it's for. Her backpack doesn't explain its use like other items. But she feels that a reward that the little ball singles out for special mention probably isn't something simple. After glancing at the frost grass, Wu Jinyu stands up, planning to deal with the remaining boar. At this moment, she realized that the wild boar, which had been wandering by the creek, was now heading downstream along the stream. Even as Wu Jinyu approached it, the boar completely ignored her and kept going. Only when she reached the creek did the boar seem to sense something and immediately turn around. Seeing that the boar, which had ignored her before, suddenly turned, Wu Jinyu felt something was wrong. She held her dagger and faced it directly. The boar lowered its head slightly, grinding its hind hooves on the ground as if gathering strength. Sensing danger, Wu Jinyu took advantage of the boar still gathering energy and quickly ran to the side. The boar charged at her with its tusks, moving with great power and chasing her relentlessly. But when Wu Jinyu reached a safe distance from the shelter, the aggressive boar suddenly stopped. Instead, it lowered its head and sniffed the ground where she had been. Even though Wu Jinyu was nearby, it seemed to ignore her completely, just sniffing the scent on the ground. This change from aggressive to seemingly unaware was unusual. Besides frostgrass, Wu Jinyu couldn't think of anything else that could have this effect. She turned to look at the frostgrass. It was definitely not an ordinary plant. She watched the boar still searching for her tracks, then swiftly cut it down with her knife. Successfully defeated the low-level wild black pig, received 1 wooden treasure chest and 6 wild pig meats. Previously, she had killed monsters with poison meat, which also dropped toxic meat that couldn't be eaten. This time, she had defeated a monster whose meat was edible. Wu Jinyu stretched and walked over to the frost grass, poking its leaves. When she first took it out of her backpack and held it in her hand, it looked wilted. But once planted in the soil, the leaves immediately unfurled, and a bright yellow glow circled around the plant. It looked like it had just been watered. Wu Jinyu now understood that its purpose was probably to protect the shelter, making it impossible for monsters to detect the presence of the house and humans on this land. But she needed to complete a side quest to earn points, and frost grass was not suitable to be planted near the shelter right now. So Wu Jinyu tried to pull it out of the grassland. As she tugged at the soil around it, a prompt appeared on her screen. Do you want to move the frost grass out of this area? Friendly reminder. Frost grass is fragile, and there is a chance it will die instantly if transplanted. Wu Jinyu stared at the prompt with wide eyes, then looked at the frost grass on the ground, which was labeled fragile. Moving it might cause it to die? What should she do about the side quest now? Wu Jinyue opened the prompt, and her score on the leaderboard was 103, placing her 5th. For a top player, this ranking doesn't match her expectations. The current top score on the server is 310. She doesn't think she can reach that score with her current weapons and armor. If she focuses on increasing her points, staying in the shelter with frost grass isn't a good idea. But she doesn't want to risk transplanting the frost grass. With it, she can rest peacefully at night without worrying about monster attacks or making fires every evening. As long as she stays alive, she can complete the main quest perfectly. With frost grass, her shelter's damage rate would be less than 30%, maybe even close to 1%. But this side quest is tricky. Protecting the shelter with frost grass keeps monsters away, so she can't attract them to complete the quest. To hunt monsters, she must leave the shelter. She thinks about the distant cedar forest outside the shelter. If she wants to hunt monsters, that's definitely her best choice. But leaving the shelter means high risk. She looks at her dagger and Bobo and the little squirrel, seeming to understand her thoughts, climb onto her clothes and onto her backpack. The little rabbit jumps from the backpack to her collarbone and nuzzles her chin. She pets Bobo's back and then puts all the unburned fire pits on the trading mall. Suddenly, her ring vibrates. Congratulations! You completed the Trading Master achievement. 1 achievement point. Reward: 2 iron treasure chests. Congratulations! You are the first to complete the Trading Master achievement in Zone 47 of Huaxia. Extra rewards: 1 achievement point, 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 attribute point to allocate. Looking at the pop-up screen, she feels confused. How did she suddenly complete an achievement? She opens her achievements and learns what the Trading Master achievement really is. Trading Master: successfully complete 10,000 transactions in the trading mall. She sold almost 10,000 fire pits? She can't believe it. She opens her backpack and sees more than 99 pieces of wood in the inventory. Her head feels dizzy. She remembers she just mechanically placed wood on the workbench and then threw all the crafted fire pits into her shop. Some fire pits were priced at 2 pieces of wood, others at 1. She doesn't remember exactly how many she sold. The workbench can only make 20 fire pits at a time, not counting trades with Chen Linhan and Li Lingling. She repeated the fire-making process nearly 500 times. That's a terrifying number. Compared to shocking her with the high trading volume, what surprised her more was how everyone came to find her to exchange firewood. She didn't believe that only she and Qinjing had fire tools in the entire server. Wu Jinhua decided to open the global chat to see what was happening. She had just sold her fire pile and wondered if anyone else was selling after her. As soon as she opened the chat, a flood of messages appeared. People were arguing again. Wu Jinhua only sells 1 or 2 pieces of wood per fire pile, but you're selling 4 pieces for 1 fire pile. Where did the boss go? I haven't grabbed a fire pile yet. Can the boss come out and appear? My wooden door is about to be broken by monsters. If it's urgent, you can buy from Ding Shan. It's a bit expensive, but life is more important, right? Hey, upstairs, don't just stand there and complain. Some people don't even have 4 pieces of wood. Ding Shan, you're so annoying, talking nonsense. I can't afford it, I get it, but your mockery is too much, comma. The global chat was lively, filled with either people searching for her or criticizing Ding Shan. As she expected, some players were indeed selling fire piles, but at least twice the price she was asking. Wu Jinhua kept watching and took out her workbench to craft a few more fire piles to list. After trading with a few others, she was ready to head to the cedar forest. As for those players who didn't manage to buy fire piles, there was nothing she could do. Some players saw Wu Jinhua listing more fire piles and quickly bought them, without telling others in the chat. When they realized she had listed several batches again, it was already too late. They found her store empty. The chat was filled with more curses and complaints. Wu Jinhua put away her workbench, packed her bag, and prepared to leave the shelter. Meanwhile, in the global chat, Ding Shan finally spoke up after Wu Jinhua stopped listing fire piles. Ding Shan: so, do you think she's still listing fire piles in large quantities now? I'm not a saint. Why should I sell cheaply? At first, I was selling 6 pieces of wood, but now I sell 4 for you guys. I feel like I'm losing money, comma. But Wu Jinhua didn't have time to read these comments. She finished packing her bag, closed the wooden door tightly, and headed toward the cedar forest. With the trading mall now open, she could trade for materials listed in the blueprints, like plastics and rubber, things she hadn't seen after opening so many treasure chests. She planned to call out in the global chat, asking if anyone had these materials and was interested in trading, then add them as friends. After completing her tasks, she would discuss trades. Unexpectedly, when she opened the World Channel, the first message she saw was from Ding Shan. Seeing him boast arrogantly, Wu Jinhua felt only irony. His name tag also showed that he had already purchased 3 items. This Ding Shan had also bought the fire pit she listed. With some fire tools already in place, why did he need to buy her items? Watching Ding Shan's arrogant posts in the World Channel, Wu Jinhua didn't want to argue with such a person. She casually added him to her blacklist, so he couldn't buy anything from her shop. After blocking him, she typed a message publicly. I have rubber, plastic, and disinfectant tablets. If you want to trade, add me as a friend and note what you want. After sending this, she logged off directly, taking Bobo and the squirrel and leaving the frost grass area. Players ranked in the top 100 in the district leaderboard for this mission will receive great rewards. For the reward Little Ball mentioned, she also wanted to join the hunt for strange beasts. She allocated the new achievement points into her mental strength. Looking at her personal page with 25 mental strength points, Wu Jinhua felt confident. She still had 5 points left, enough to upgrade her Sojic technique. Holding a dagger, she quickly arrived outside the cedar forest. Bobo, squirrel, you two came from here. Wu Jinhua turned to look at the 2 little ones. Do you know if there are any strange beasts here? Relying only on her 2 legs to find them would take too long if she wanted to surpass the top scorer. Each intermediate strange beast gives 50 points. She needed to defeat 4 to catch up with the top score. The squirrel scratched its face with its tiny paw and nodded. It knew. The little rabbit looked confused and shook its head. Wu Jinhua patted Bobo's head and put the squirrel down from her shoulder. Let the squirrel lead the way.
Let's go see, she said.
The squirrel stood in front of the cedar forest, looked around, and twitched its tail with its paws. It seemed to have forgotten the way. Wu Jinhua waited with her backpack. After a while, the squirrel still hadn't moved, and it looked confused. What's wrong? She asked. The squirrel awkwardly turned around, its 3 tails spinning like helicopter blades, and softly squeaked at Wu Jinhua. She looked at the squirrel with a black line on her forehead and suddenly remembered something from last time. It was her who took it back to the original cedar forest. Are you perhaps not familiar with the way? She guessed she had found the truth. The squirrel made a few defiant sounds and then jumped back onto her backpack, hiding. How embarrassing! Seeing the squirrel cowering like a turtle, Wu Jinhua had no choice but to accept it. I will go ahead first. If you sense any strange beasts, just tell me. She checked her backpack and stepped deeper into the cedar forest. Since she couldn't find other strange beasts, she decided to take a different approach and try her luck in the foggy area. If she could encounter the big black fish, she would hunt the strange beasts there. With the big black fish's help, she still had a chance to catch up in the rankings. If she didn't find it, she would have to come back honestly and continue searching for strange beasts in the cedar forest. She didn't dare stay inside without the protection of the big black fish. The atmosphere in the cedar forest seemed colder and more eerie, perhaps because the protection period had ended. As she moved inside, she always felt a faint, almost invisible presence around her. The small rabbit on her collarbone watched her alertly. Even the squirrel, which usually hid, had come out and was standing on her backpack, watching her back. She paused and kept walking. The more she advanced, the stranger she felt. Where did all the strange beasts go? After walking for nearly half an hour, she hadn't seen any strange beasts or even their habitats. Thinking of Chenlin Han, who lived among the strange beasts, she opened her hologram to ask him. When she checked her friends list, she saw a flood of messages from Chenlin Han. Why was he not hunting the strange beasts, but still sending her so many messages. Wu Jinyu, you're not hunting the beasts, so why keep bothering me, Qinlinhan? You're online. Wu Jinyu, I'm not bothering you. I'm just sharing my current situation. She scrolled up to see what he had sent. Quickly browsing through the messages, she couldn't help but sigh. Qinlinhan truly is a cursed chosen one. All the strange beasts in the jungle had come out, and his shelter was right at the edge of the jungle, making it a natural path for the beasts. Without the frost grass, the beasts would gather around his shelter once they saw it. If it weren't for the fire she provided, his list would probably already be empty. Looking at the pictures he sent, all the strange beasts had gathered at his shelter's entrance. Wu Jinyu thought about her current doubts and asked, did all the strange beasts run out of the jungle? Qinlinhan, not all. Some low or mid-level beasts came out, but the high-level and elite beasts should still be deep inside the jungle. Today, I counted the beasts passing by my shelter and no high-level beasts appeared. After learning what she wanted to know from Qinlinhan, Wu Jinyu looked up and stared at the road ahead. She still had a distance to go from here to the foggy area. Although the Suaji technique temporarily prevented her from seeing the beasts, she still had Bobo and the squirrel with her to help avoid them. Reaching the foggy area shouldn't be a problem. Just as she was about to turn off the light screen and continue forward, she saw a picture Qinlinhan sent her. She paused for a moment, then sent a few messages to Qinlinhan. I advise you to go out now and hunt the strange beasts. You have a campfire, so they can't reach you for now. You've given me a lot of information, so I'll share some with you. Frost grass can block the senses of strange beasts. Plant it at the entrance so they can't find shelter. Think about it yourself. After saying this, Wu Jinyu turned off the light screen and kept walking deeper into the pine forest. Currently, only some strange beasts were gathered at Qinlinhan's shelter entrance. If she waited another 2 or 3 hours, what if more beasts arrived? If there were enough of them, they might break through the campfire's barrier. Just like the beast that ate the poison meat earlier, sensing danger in its body, it ignored the fire and rushed in to attack her. She didn't know what Qinlinhan would choose, but she shared information with him fairly. What he decided later was no longer her concern. As Wu Jinyu moved forward quietly, she softly said, Bobo, squirrel, if there are strange beasts nearby, alert me immediately. We'll avoid them. She didn't want to face high-level beasts. Now, she needed to reach the foggy area as soon as possible. Bobo and Squirrel also softly responded to Wu Jinyu's request. With their help, she quickly reached the edge of the foggy area. Seeing the thick fog again, she felt mixed emotions. She thought it would take some time after her last visit before coming back. But it was only a day, and here she was again. Wu Jinyu took out some food and shared it with the 2 little creatures. Only after they ate enough would she have the strength to continue. Bobo happily munched on a bean paste bun, nodding his little head. Squirrel also held a bean paste bun, tearing off pieces to eat. Wu Jinyu swallowed the bread with mineral water and organized her belongings in her backpack. After confirming the wooden boat was at the front of her pack, she picked up the 2 small creatures and tossed them onto her backpack. Hold tight, we're going in. She reached into the fog, feeling the pull from deep inside. Closing her eyes, she was spun around in a dizzying motion. With a splash, she and the 2 little creatures fell into the sea. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Although she was mentally prepared to be thrown into the sea, Wu Jinyu still involuntarily choked on water. The weigh-in was still as violent as ever. She quickly took the wooden boat out of her backpack, climbed aboard efficiently, and wrung out the water from her clothes. After finishing everything, she immediately took out the jade and hung it around her neck. Big black fish, where are you? Wu Jinyu waited for 5 minutes, but Big Black Fish still didn't appear. Based on the principle of not wasting time, she had to take out the fishing net and cast it. She checked the time. It was already 1 p.m. She sat honestly on the wooden boat, waiting for Big Black Fish to find her by following the scent of the jade. Soon, half an hour passed. Wu Jinyu stood up and reached out to pull the fishing net. Along with the net, the dark fishes had also came up. Big Black Fish, you finally came, Wu Jinyu exclaimed happily. She set the net aside and reached out to touch its head. Just a moment ago, she had decided that if big black fish didn't come again, she would leave after finishing with this net. Unexpectedly, just as she finished her thought, it arrived. Wu Jinhua collected the items from the net into her backpack: 1 wooden treasure chest, 8 cod, and 5 sea bass. After casting the net again, she took out a dagger and shouted at Big Black Fish. "Big Black Fish, are there any strange beasts nearby? Find some and toss them to me." After saying this, Wu Jinhua thought about the level of the strange beasts and added, "Don't look for too high-level ones. Find ones you can beat. If they are higher level, can Big Black Fish beat them half to death, and then toss them to me." Big Black Fish stared at her blankly for a moment, then flicked its tail and swam away into the distance. Wu Jinhua sat holding the dagger, waiting for Big Black Fish to offer her prey. The little duo, Bobo and the squirrel, stayed in the corner of the wooden boat, grooming each other. Soon, Big Black Fish returned with a creature that looked like a squid. It first spat it out near the boat, then bit its head fiercely. Then, the squid with a bite mark on its head was thrown onto the boat by Big Black Fish. After tossing the fish, Big Black Fish seemed to understand that Wu Jinhua could handle it, so it didn't stay and turned to dive into the sea to find other prey. Wu Jinhua decisively raised her knife and finished off the strange beast that looked like a squid: 1 iron treasure chest for vampire squid meat, 1 red ink, and 1 filtered gill. Just as she finished and was about to sit for a while, Big Black Fish was already carrying the second strange beast over. It was a very black fish, quite ugly, with a very large mouth. Its dark body shimmered faintly, and more strangely, it had no eyes. Wu Jinhua estimated that Big Black Fish probably found it in the deep sea. The eyeless fish had a deep wound on its belly. When Big Black Fish threw it onto the boat, it was still struggling violently, blood dripping from the wound onto the wooden surface. After finishing one task, Wu Jinhua took out a bottle of water and drank it quickly. Iron treasure chest times 1, giant mouth fish meat times 5, glowing fish skin times 2, filtering gills times 1. The Big Black Fish didn't need her to speak. After tossing the giant mouth fish onto the boat, it automatically turned around to find other fish. Snap! Another fish was thrown onto the boat. Looking at the fish in front of her, which was uglier than the eyeless fish before, Wu Jinhua couldn't help but admire the survival environment underwater. What kind of environment on the ocean floor could produce such increasingly ugly fish? This fish was not badly hurt by the Big Black Fish. Wu Jinhua pressed it down with her elbow and cut open its belly with a dagger. Iron treasure chest times 1, whip crown fish meat times 4, fish eye lantern times 1. Fish eye lantern? Wu Jinhua was curious, took it out of her backpack, and examined it carefully. Fish eye lantern, an underwater lighting tool that never goes out. You can carry it to see the deepest ruins on the seabed. It felt smooth and cold to the touch. After putting it back into her backpack, Wu Jinhua looked at the sea surface, hoping the Big Black Fish would bring her another prey. More than 10 minutes passed, but the Big Black Fish still hadn't returned. During this time, Wu Jinhua opened her friends list. Chen Linhan hadn't sent any more messages with 99 again. After exchanging messages with him, he only sent one message. Chen Linhan. I understand. Seeing that his chat box was still active, Wu Jinhua knew what his choice was. She opened the leaderboard. Her score had risen from 103 points, ranking 5th, to 253 points, ranking 3rd. The top score also increased from 310 to 360. Looking at a top player named Hao Luyan, Wu Jinhua scratched her head. During this time, he had defeated another intermediate-level mutant beast, earning 50 points. His combat power was quite strong. She scrolled through the rankings and saw several familiar names: Chen Jing, Xiao Xiao Xiao, Li Lingling, Chen Linhan. Especially Chen Linhan, who had been hiding in the shelter with 0 points. In just over an hour, his points had already reached 28. It seemed he had killed quite a few low-level mutant beasts. She exited the world chat, opened her friends' request list. Some players had already added her with notes. Wu Jinhua accepted one request and was about to discuss a trade with him. At this moment, the Big Black Fish returned. Wu Jinhua quickly closed the light screen, supported herself on the boat's edge, and looked out at the sea. There was a patch of scales lifted at the tail of the big black fish. Only the base of the scales was still attached to the body. Looking at the tail of the big black fish, Wu Jinhua felt a bit sad. Such a beautiful fish tail. Why were the scales torn off? What kind of creature could have injured the big black fish so badly? While Wu Jinhua was feeling sorry for it, the black fish had already swum to the side of the wooden boat, sticking its head out of the water and watching her, its mouth puffing up repeatedly. She immediately understood that the black fish was hurt because it had caught that strange beast. Wu Jinhua waited for the black fish to throw the strange creature out of its mouth onto the boat, gripping her dagger tightly. She didn't know what kind of powerful creature it was, but it had managed to injure the black fish. The two octopuses had previously only wrapped around the black fish's body without hurting it. But the black fish hadn't yet spat out the strange beast and kept shaking its head, pointing at the side of the boat. The side of the boat was where she had dropped the fishing net half an hour earlier. Wu Jinhua understood immediately. She reached out and pulled up the net, putting the wooden treasure chest into her backpack. Then she spread out the net and held it in her hands. With a flick of the black fish's tail, the strange beast in its mouth was revealed again. A small seahorse fell into the net. Wu Jinhua hurriedly wrapped the seahorse in the net, pressed it onto the boat's plank, and used her knee to hold it down. She took out her dagger from her pocket and pressed it firmly against its head. To her surprise, her level-edged dagger couldn't pierce its neck in one strike. The seahorse was clearly injured too, and not lightly. The torn flesh from the big black fish had turned pale. Although it was small, it struggled fiercely. Even with all her strength pressing down, Wu Jinhua found it hard to hold it down. Luckily, the black fish reminded her by circling around the boat and kept watch, occasionally raising its head out of the water to observe the situation. When she saw that her dagger couldn't pierce the seahorse's neck, she pressed her other knee down and aimed her dagger at its eyes. As expected, the eyes are the most vulnerable part of a creature. After a while, the seahorse stopped moving and automatically turned into supplies that she stored in her backpack. There was no longer enough force under her knees to keep it down, so Wu Jinhua suddenly relaxed her legs and half-lied on the boat. What kind of level creature was this? So small but so strong. Seeing the battle on the boat stop, the black fish didn't chase after the strange beast but continued circling around the boat, occasionally lifting its head out of the water, flipping its tail to scare Bobo and the squirrel. Wu Jinhua rested for a moment, then stood up and rubbed her knees. She rolled up her pant legs, noticing blood seeping from both knees. She turned to look at the big black fish in the sea. She took out some iodine antiseptic from her backpack and waved to the big black fish. "Big black fish, come here." The big black fish obediently swam from the side of the small creatures to the edge of the boat. She patted its tail and said, "Come on, let me see." The big black fish flicked its tail and placed it in her palm. She gently lifted a scale to see underneath and felt its body tremble slightly. She slowly poured iodine antiseptic into the gap between the scales and rubbed it in. Besides the antiseptic, she didn't have any other medicine. She sighed, knowing she still needed to improve her survival skills. After fixing the scale, she patted its body. All done. The big black fish wagged its tail and swam back to Bobo and the squirrel, ready to continue what it was doing. Only then did she notice what the big black fish was doing, feeling a bit annoyed. She reached out and tapped the boat edge. "Big black fish, you can't bully them." Hearing this, the big black fish, which had been looking at Bobo, was a little unhappy. It floated its head on the water and blew bubbles. After hearing her call again, it sank back into the water and swam to her side. She looked at the big black fish and felt that its dark face, with no clear features, seemed to show a look of grievance. She shook her head, lifted her knee to clean her wound and disinfect it, then lowered her pant leg. She shook her arm to relax her shoulder muscles. Picking up the fishing net that had caught the seahorse, she threw it into the sea. Then she reopened the light screen, checked her friends list, and found the person who had just sent a friend request, a player named Chi Qingzhou. When he first sent the request, he said, "Rubber for axe." At that time, she was busy with the seahorse and didn't reply. 10 minutes later, he sent a few more messages. Qingzhou. Boss, your hunting speed jumped from 3rd place to 1st in no time. Wow. Boss, did you catch a high-level exotic beast in those 10 minutes without replying to me? Boss, are you there? Alright, it's normal that you're busy, boss. Seeing his messages, she quickly opened the leaderboard. 1st place, herself, with 753 points. 2nd place, Hao Luyan, with 362 points. 3rd place, Nalan Yuding, with 322 points. She looked at her score and found it hard to believe. Was the seahorse really a high-level exotic beast? No wonder the big black fish was injured. Thinking about what materials the high-level exotic beast might have dropped, she closed the light screen and opened her backpack. 1 iron chest, 1 gravity pearl from the dwarf seahorse, 2 filtering gills, 1 frost grass. I found another frost grass. This time, Wu Jin, you won't just plant it randomly in the soil. When she returns to the shelter, she will carefully store this frost grass in her storage box. She shifts her gaze away from the frost grass and looks at something she doesn't understand. Gravity pearl from the dwarf seahorse. Holding this pearl, you can freely choose to float in the air or sink into the ground. Friendly reminder: the pearl only determines where it stays, not whether it stays alive. A gravity pearl? What kind of magical thing is that? Based on the description, if she wants to float in the sky, she just needs to hold it. Does that mean she can do it? But Wu Jinyu isn't brave enough to try right now. The unpredictable foggy map makes both flying and diving dangerous. She decides to wait until she's back at the shelter to experiment. Happy, she puts everything into her backpack. Then she remembers she hasn't replied to Qingzhou's message. Wu Jinyu, I was busy just now. You want rubber to exchange for an axe? How much rubber do you have? Qingzhou on the other side sees that Wu Jinyu has finally responded and gets even more excited. Qingzhou, boss, what kind of high-level strange beast did you kill? 1 high-level strange beast gives 500 points, which can replace 500 low-level strange beasts or 10 mid-level ones. I've only killed a few low-level strange beasts so far. Those mid-level ones, my D-grade dagger can't handle them. Boss. Wu Jinyu, stop for a moment. We're talking about the trade now. First, tell me how much rubber you have. Seeing no reply, Wu Jinyu pats the big black fish beside her and thinks for a moment. She quietly says to it, Big black fish, go find some strange beasts, but don't look for high-level ones. Just find a few low-level ones, especially that seahorse you caught earlier. It's too dangerous and you got hurt. The big black fish nods, first nudging her hand with its head, then turns and heads into the deep sea. Wu Jinyu turns her head back and continues watching the exchange on the light screen. Qingzhou, sorry boss. I was watching the leaderboard and saw you gained 500 points. I got a bit excited. Wu Jinyu, no problem. Hunting higher-level strange beasts requires better weapons. To kill mid-level ones, you need at least a C-grade dagger. Seeing his apologetic look, Wu Jinyu kindly explains. It's not really a secret anyway. Qingzhou, thanks, boss. I have 3 rubber items and want to trade for an axe. Do you have a C-level or higher axe? This time, Wu Jinyu didn't bring an axe with her. Her backpack was full, and she was out mainly for exotic beasts. She thought about the 2 sea-level axes she had left in the corner of her room. Wu Jinyu said, there are axes above sea level, but they are in the shelter, so I might only be able to trade with you tonight. She had both D-level and C-level axes, but after a large trade of firewood this morning, she no longer needed wood, and axes weren't very useful to her now. Qingzhou asked, did the boss go outside to hunt exotic beasts? Wu Jinyu replied, no wonder you're at the top of the list. Staying in the shelter all the time isn't promising. Boo-hoo. Wu Jinyu then said, calm down. Wu Jinyu thought Qingzhou's way of thinking was a bit scattered. Just as they discussed trading, he suddenly changed the subject. Wu Jinyu said, I'm just warning you, don't overthink it. Qingzhou replied, got it, thank you. When you return to the shelter, we can trade again. He then asked, by the way, do you have any extra sea-level daggers? I want to trade. Sea-level dagger? Wu Jinyu reached into another pocket. The dagger was small and stored in a different pocket, zipped up securely. This was her new method to save space in her backpack. Her sports jacket had pockets for storing items and a hood for the little ones to stay warm. It was very convenient. She took out all the daggers from her pocket and counted them. Besides her level A infinite durability dagger, she had 3 other daggers, 2 C level and 1 B level. Wu Jinhua asked, I have some. What do you want to trade for? Qi Qingzhou showed her a picture and said, I don't have much, just a lot of small things. He pointed out some items in the corner of the picture, including a bag of chili and a brush. Wu Jinhua said, I want to trade for the 2 items circled here. Qi Qingzhou asked, chili and a brush? Are you sure you want to trade those for a dagger? Wu Jinhua confirmed, yes. Qi Qingzhou hesitated. Boss, maybe I can give you some other things? Trading those 2 for a dagger might be a bit unfair. Wu Jinhua explained, my sea-level dagger only has 35 durability left. If you hunt exotic beasts all day, it will probably wear out soon. He then said, if you insist on trading, I want the item in the lower left corner of the picture. Qi Qingzhou agreed. All right, the clothesline in the lower left corner, is it? Yes, Wu Jinhua replied. Wu Jin opened the shop, listed the dagger, and set the exchange items. Within a few seconds, Qi Qingzhou had traded away the items. Wu Jinhua looked at what she received, planning to put it into her backpack, but suddenly regretted her decision. Originally, she put the dagger in her pocket to save backpack space. Now, after exchanging for these 3 items, she had taken up 3 slots. Her mind was still slow to catch up. Holding the items in her hand, she decided to first place them on the wooden boat, and when she needed to go out, she would try to put them into her pocket. At this moment, the big black fish, which had gone out to find strange beasts, returned. Its mouth was still chewing as usual, but this time, its cheeks looked noticeably larger, probably holding many strange beasts inside. Wu Jinhua turned off the light screen, picked up the dagger, and prepared for the next round of feeding. The big black fish spat out the strange beasts one by one, like tossing candies onto the boat. Soon, the deck was covered with small fish. Some of the lower-level fish, lacking oxygen, were already near death. Wu Jinhua immediately crouched down, cut each of these low-level creatures, and turned them into resources to put into her backpack. Halfway through cutting, she suddenly realized her backpack was no longer automatically collecting resources. She opened it and saw that all the slots were full. Since these low-level creatures were different types of fish, the resources took up very little space in each slot. Because they were the lowest level, she had cut so many, but the number of treasure chests they dropped was very small. Out of dozens of low-level creatures, she only got 4 wooden treasure chests. That was even with her high luck stat. Someone with lower luck might not have gotten any treasure chests at all. After dealing with all of them and collecting everything, Wu Jinhua reopened the trading shop. Today, while trading around the fire, she thought of a way to prevent her backpack from overflowing. She could list all the meat from the strange beasts on the trading shop. Many people still needed food, and even if she sold raw fish, some already had fire pits to cook it. She originally thought she could exploit a bug, putting items she couldn't carry into the shop to free up space. But she found that items listed for trade remained in her backpack until they were successfully sold. Wu Jinhua looked at the pile of fish meat on her backpack and deck, then listed everything on the trading shop, including the fish meat from the first 3 strange beasts she had dealt with. She didn't need so much fish occupying her backpack slots. Moreover, she still had time today to hunt more strange beasts for points, so food wasn't a problem. While the big black fish was out searching for strange beasts, Wu Jinhua rested her chin on her hand and watched the light screen, thinking. All items are now listed, but she hasn't set the trading conditions yet. She wonders what she can exchange her fish and meat for. She doesn't lack basic food, but for higher-level materials, how much can she get with these fish and meat? She hasn't seen other players' trading markets, so she doesn't know the value of her fish and meat. She opens the global chat again and randomly checks a few player shops. The items are very diverse. Half a bottle of mineral water, the edible part of a banana tree root, a single slice from a whole loaf of bread. Only some shops sell normal food. As she thinks more, she directly announces in the global chat, in 2 minutes, my shop will list food items. If you need, you can trade directly with me. No need to add me as a friend. Many people see this message and rush to her shop. Seeing that she is still setting trading conditions and can't buy the fish and meat yet, many are surprised. There are so many fish and meat. She looks at the different types of fish and feels overwhelmed. Some only have 1 or 2 portions, so she bundles them with other fish. If it weren't for her current task, she would be negotiating trades with people at night while lying in her shelter bed. She would try to get the most value out of each trade. But she doesn't have time now. She collected too much food from the strange beasts today. If she negotiated every trade, she wouldn't have time to hunt anymore. Cod X5 for iron blocks X2, sea base X3 for copper blocks X1. Her large trades for materials naturally attract attention. Many realize that although these materials are not useful to them now, they will be valuable later. They also want to trade for some of these materials. She doesn't hide this from them. Comparing her shop with others, her items are very good. Some players want to learn from her and trade like she does. She believes that players interested in trading will prefer her shop because her conditions are not the best, but definitely high. Even if they trade, they will prioritize her. The items she offers are not something ordinary players can provide. She also considered splitting the fish into smaller parts for trading, but she needs many basic materials now. If she sells them separately, only 1 or 2 portions for metal materials won't be enough. So she decides to bundle them together. To make sure others know she has listed her items, she also promotes in the global chat. Food items are now listed. If you want to trade other materials, please add me as a friend and leave a note. What she didn't know was that a certain type of person had already appeared in the World Channel. They were waiting specifically in her trading mall, ready to buy whatever she listed. World Channel, has anyone managed to get fish from the Eugeniu market? Who took all my squid meat? I just want to taste what this vampire squid meat really tastes like. Didn't get any, and I don't bother trying. It's definitely not because I lack the materials to trade. Hey, don't keep sending smiley faces up there. Take off your mask. Are you secretly crying? Are you all that rich? I've never even heard of some of the materials in her mall. Stop being jealous. If you can't afford the expensive stuff, you can trade for small fish. 2 for 5 iron nails. Some people guessed that her high points came from killing monsters in the sea based on the fish she listed. They all thought she built her shelter by the seaside. Only Chi Qingzhou knew that Eugeniu wasn't actually in the shelter. Seeing the guesses about her points on the World Channel, he quietly turned off the screen. He wouldn't talk about her randomly in the channel. Plus, with powerful friends, maybe there will be more food to eat in the future. He swapped his D-grade dagger for a C-grade dagger, pushed open the wooden door, and jumped into a new round of hunting. The fish Eugeniu listed sold out quickly. She opened her backpack and counted the materials she gained from trading. 8 iron blocks, 3 copper blocks, for aluminum blocks, 40 iron nails. Eugeniu nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that black fish hadn't returned yet, she opened the leaderboard to check her ranking. After dealing with those small fish, her points reached 784. Hao Luyan and Nalan Yuding, who followed her, had slightly increased their points, but they were still nearly 400 points behind her. If she kept this up, she should be able to stay at the top of the server. But she wouldn't let her guard down, nor would she think her points were enough. She packed up and headed back to the shelter. Since she had finally entered the foggy area, she wanted to stay long enough to make it worthwhile before leaving. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A few drops of rain fell on the screen in front of her, blurring the text. Eugeniu looked up and saw the sky above gradually covered by dark clouds. The dimming sky met the sea. She quickly sat up on the wooden boat. Was another storm coming? But looking at the waves and feeling the damp air around her, the wind hadn't changed much. As she pondered for a moment, the few raindrops turned into a steady rain curtain. The distant sea was no longer clearly visible. Only the splashes on the nearby water could be seen, and the sea was completely dark. It seemed to be just a simple rainstorm. Eugeniu sat back on the bed, gently bringing Bobo and the squirrel into her arms, then packed everything from the wooden boat into her backpack. She looked up at the sky, which had turned from clear to overcast. A lonely boat drifted on the sea, making her feel strangely heavy-hearted. At that moment, the big black fish that had gone out to find the strange beast returned. The rain blurred the sea surface, making it hard for Eugenie to see what kind of creature the black fish was holding in its mouth. All she could see was a long dark shape, being swung around by the black fish. She held onto the boat's edge, wiped the rain from her face, and shouted to the black fish, "Come on, toss it up." The black fish spat out the strange beast, bit it a couple of times near the tail, then threw it onto the boat. With a loud bang, a huge sea snake was flung onto the wooden boat. Eugenie looked at the still-moving strange creature in front of her, feeling a shiver down her spine. The rain-covered sea made visibility very low, and she hadn't seen what the black fish was holding before. It was a sea snake. Its cylindrical body was as thick as her thighs. Its heart, located about 7 inches from its head, had been torn open by the black fish. Through the rain, she could even see its beating heart. She didn't feel this way when she killed a green snake before, but looking at this yellow and white-ringed sea snake, she got goosebumps. Watching it crawl on the boat, Eugenie slowly reached behind it. The sea snake, hurt and twisting, hissed as it moved. Seeing she was close enough, she suddenly lunged forward, pinning it down. The sea snake, sensing the attack, twisted more fiercely. Eugenie pressed her elbow against its head, held a dagger in her other hand, and desperately stabbed at its exposed heart. Facing such a powerful, strange beast, she felt like her own heart was about to jump out of her chest. The snake's head thrashed wildly on the boat, and its tail tightly wrapped around Eugenie, tightening around her ankle and quickly winding up her thigh. She felt intense pain in her leg. Eugenie didn't know what she was doing. Rainwater was running down her eyelashes into her eyes. Her gaze at the sea snake became blurry. The snake's struggles gradually weakened, but Eugenie could no longer control its head with one hand. She threw the dagger to the other side of the boat, grabbed its head with both hands, sat on top of it, and used all her strength to press down. Such a terrifying creature. Despite being mortally wounded, it still had so much strength. If Wu Jinhua had not seen its body torn apart by the big black fish, with its tail even broken in half and its heart still beating in the air, she would have thought the big black fish had not weakened it before throwing it up. Wu Jinhua gasped heavily, staring at the sea snake below her, which had not yet been turned into supplies for her backpack. Her heart had been stabbed many times by the dagger, yet it was still alive. But she had already thrown the dagger aside. Although she felt it had no strength left to struggle, she couldn't attack it again right now.
Pop.
Squirrel. Jump off the boat. Jump onto the big black fish, Wu Jinhua said while pinching the sea snake. She didn't dare to let go, afraid that if she did, the soft sea snake below might attack her suddenly. The two little ones stayed here, leaving no room for this sea snake to breathe. Pop and Squirrel obediently jumped into the sea. Wu Jinhua watched the pretending-to-be dead sea snake below, its chest rising and falling from intense movement. If it weren't for the automatic transformation of defeated monsters into supplies stored in her backpack, she would have let go. If she thought it was dead now and released her grip, she would have to report downstairs soon. Wu Jinhua slowly adjusted her posture, lifting her originally half-kneeling leg and stepping on it. She silently counted down, 3, 2, 1. She quickly released her hands, flipped, and lunged into the sea. At the moment Wu Jinhua let go, the sea snake twisted its head and opened its huge mouth. Its venomous fangs stood upright, aiming in her direction. Splash! Wu Jinhua successfully jumped into the sea, with Pop and Squirrel already waiting in the water. As soon as they saw her jump, they swam toward her.
Bang!
Thud! Wu Jinhua was about to shout for the big black fish to run with her, fearing the sea snake might follow. Hearing that sound, she suddenly turned her head to look. It was the big black fish. It had slapped the jumping sea snake back onto the boat with its tail. So fierce. This was Wu Jinhua's deepest impression of the big black fish. Watching the big black fish swimming around the wooden boat, she patted the surface of the water. The big black fish swam over. Climbing onto its fins and onto its back, she struggled to sit steadily. Then she straightened up and looked at the wooden boat. The sea snake was twisting on the boat, its wound still bleeding. Was that sea snake not dead yet? Wu Jinyue wiped her face, opened her eyes wide, and looked around for her level A dagger. Finally, she saw the dagger in a corner of the boat. She patted the big black fish beneath her, signaling it to carry her onto the boat. She had to get up now and kill it. Before being thrown onto the boat, the sea snake had already been seriously injured by the big black fish. Not to mention the several strikes that Wu Jinyue aimed at it, all of which were meant to end its life. It twisted on the wooden boat, curling itself into a ball, with its snake head raised, watching Wu Jinyue. Sitting on the black fish, Wu Jinyue saw the sea snake also staring at her. Her plan to board the boat was shattered. The sea snake wouldn't give her the chance to get on. If she didn't get on, the sea snake wouldn't leave either. So she slid down from the black fish's back and patted it. Big black fish, flip the wooden boat over and bring me the dagger on the boat. She was reluctant to lose her top-grade dagger. She wasn't afraid that the sea snake would escape into the sea after falling in. Seeing the sea snake's intense gaze on her, she knew they wouldn't stop fighting. Even if it was badly injured now, it would be hard for her alone to face it. Where did the big black fish find such a tricky beast? Watching the black fish swim toward the wooden boat, Wu Jinyue slowly retreated, keeping a safe distance. The black fish swam around the boat twice, then dove underneath. With a sudden rush, it flipped the boat over, causing the sea snake and everything on it to fall into the sea. In that moment, the black fish caught the dagger in its mouth and turned to swim back toward Wu Jinyue. Watching the black fish grab the dagger and slap the sea snake with its tail during the process, Wu Jinyue slightly curled her lips. If she wasn't worried about the black fish killing the sea snake and losing the treasure chest and supplies, she would have already let it finish the job. She reached out and took the dagger from its mouth, then patted its tail. "Can you swim around it with me?" The black fish nodded. Seeing the sea snake fall into the water and head toward the person and the fish, Wu Jinyue quickly grabbed the two small creatures and threw them toward the overturned boat. Splash! The squirrel immediately climbed onto the boat with the little rabbit. Both stayed quietly behind the boat, occasionally peeking out. Wu Jinyue reached out and grabbed the black fish's fin. When the sea snake was about to reach them, she instructed the black fish to take her away, keeping some distance. Thus, a chase began in the sea between one person, one fish, and one snake. When the sea snake was about to catch up, Wu Jinyue held the black fish's fin and ran immediately. If the sea snake got tired and stopped, she would find a way to get closer and strike it. The sea was advantageous for the sea snake, so she could only fight a war of attrition. Fortunately, the black fish was guiding her through the water. Back and forth, the sea snake struggled and moved more slowly until it was exhausted, floating on the surface of the sea. Seeing the sea snake clearly on the verge of death, its exposed heart was barely beating. Wu Jinyue carefully climbed onto the back of a large black fish and slowly approached it. With a few more gentle strikes, the previously unconscious sea snake's body twitched a little, and blood flowed from its wounds. The surrounding seawater had turned pink. Under Wu Jinyue's persistent harassment, the sea snake finally turned into a pile of materials, which she collected into her backpack. Seeing that the sea snake was dead, she finally relaxed, her tense body easing as she collapsed onto the black fish. So tired, Bobo and the squirrel, seeing the battle was over, immediately jumped from the wooden boat into the sea and swam over. It took too much effort to deal with the sea snake, and Wu Jinyue felt completely exhausted. The black fish kept swimming around her, circling the boat. "Big fish, you can throw strange beasts from the sea onto the boat. Can you do the same for me?" she asked weakly. Hearing her words, Bobo and the squirrel, who had just managed to climb onto the black fish, jumped back into the sea and swam toward the boat. The black fish ultimately did not throw her directly onto the boat, but stopped next to it, waiting for her to rest before helping her climb up. Nearly half of the boat's planks were stained with sea snake blood. After climbing onto the boat, Wu Jinyue lay down in a spot away from the blood to rest. Just as her eyes were about to close, she suddenly remembered that she had asked the black fish to flip the boat over. What about her fishing net? Thinking of this, she quickly sat up and crawled to the edge of the boat to check. The fishing net was still hanging on the side of the boat, floating on the sea surface and swaying with the waves, not sinking underwater. It was likely that after the black fish flipped the boat, the contents of the net, along with the sea snake, were also thrown into the sea. She pulled the net up. The net still had about 40 durability left, so Wu Jinhua threw it back into the sea. Still feeling weak, she opened her backpack to see what she had gained from the sea snake. Iron treasure chest ×1. White thorn sea snake meat ×6. White thorn sea snake venom ×3. White thorn sea snake scales ×10. White thorn sea snake gallbladder ×1. Lost undersea ruins map, fragment, ×1. It turned out that the sea snake was called the white thorn sea snake. Its strong vitality made her unable to forget it even in death. Most of the resources she found in her backpack, she understood, but this lost undersea ruins map, fragment, puzzled her. What was it? Wu Jinhua reached out and picked it up. It was made of an animal hide that felt like cowhide, with routes and unreadable characters carved on it. The map fragment of the lost underwater ruins, the legendary habitat of the extinct Ares tribe, rumored to enhance racial talents, is a place every group dreams of. Collection progress. 1/4. Map fragments? To my surprise, this sea snake can actually drop such an item. There are 4 fragments in total to complete the map, and she is one of them. No matter how you look at it, this map is valuable. Actually, it's not just the map, it's the habitat of the Ares tribe, which is a great place. The only thing is, I don't know when she'll finish collecting all the fragments. She carefully stores this piece of the map in her backpack. Just as she was thinking about whether to sell the white-spined sea snake meat in the trading shop, she saw its description. White-spined sea snake meat from the white-spined snake, still highly toxic after cooking, stewing, or frying. It seems this meat can't be traded. She can only use it as a weapon. What surprised her was the description of the snake's venom. White-spined sea snake venom. Venom from the snake's venom glands, highly toxic. Just 1 drop can kill any race on this continent. The venom is wrapped in a soft, gel-like substance, similar to an egg. Each one is about the size of a quail egg. It's clear that each contains more than just a drop of venom. She remembered that the venom from a blue snake she killed earlier was only enough to incapacitate someone. This snake's venom, however, is deadly. She was very cautious when fighting this sea snake, afraid it might bite her. Luckily, she was careful. If she had been bitten, she might have died instantly. She estimates this sea snake is at least a high-level creature. She packed all these items into her backpack and waved to the 2 little creatures. Come here, it's time to eat. The 2, who had been grooming themselves nearby, immediately ran over when they heard, eat. Finally, they could enjoy a good meal again. Looking at the 2 damp little ones, she took off her backpack and placed it by the boat, creating a dry space for them. She reached in and gently pushed them inside, then patted their heads. All this rain and falling into the sea, your fur hasn't dried at all. Bobo, acting cute, rubbed against her wrist and softly called her twice. The squirrel used its paw to scratch its head and looked at the little rabbit beside it. There were still 2 red bean buns and 4 small meat-flavored buns left in the backpack. Bobo and the squirrel both chose to eat the small meat buns. She divided one to each of them and ate all the remaining red bean buns herself. Looking at the time, it was already past 3 o'clock. The rain had lessened quite a bit, but it was still faintly drizzling. The sea snake she just defeated was indeed a high-level monster, and her score had risen to 1,284. She had pulled far ahead of the 2nd and 3rd place players, Hao Luyun and Nalan Yuding. Wu Jinhua let out a breath and checked the time. She had less than 2 hours left to complete her task. However, due to the intense activity, her whole body was sore, as if she had been beaten on the ground. She mustered her strength and sat upright, feeling weak, and looked at the big black fish swimming happily beside her. Big black fish, come here. Wu Jinhua reached out and patted its large head. Looking into its dull eyes, she couldn't help but give it a gentle tap on the head, thinking about the terrifying sea snake just now. Where did you find that sea snake? The last seahorse you fought even lost its scales, and now you're after a sea snake. The black fish nudged her hand with its head and blew a bubble. Alright, stop looking for such dangerous monsters. I can't even imagine if the sea snake bites you. Will I still see you alive? Go find some small fish, like the ones you swallowed earlier, she said. Seeing the black fish obediently swim away, Wu Jinhua raised her hand and massaged her thighs. Ugh, the pain! As she massaged herself, she opened the world channel. Wu Jinua's score increased by 500 points. Plus the 500 from before, she must have killed 2 high-level monsters. 2 high-level monsters? That's hard to believe. I can't even handle mid-level monsters now. Has anyone found her shelter's coordinates? She just posted fish in the trading mall, probably near the sea. She's hiding, can't see her location. The discussion in the World Channel was inconsistent. Some people were debating what kind of monster she had killed, while others were guessing her residence. Wu Jinhua thought for a moment. Her shelter was some distance from this foggy area, not near the coast. The foggy area didn't seem to be fully connected to the outside world. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep being dropped in from the sea surface every time. The foggy area was more like a disconnected puzzle piece on this continent, part of the land but also separated from it. Watching their heated discussion, Wu Jinhua found it a bit boring. She quickly scrolled through messages, searching for valuable information. The top 3 players' discussion remained very lively, with some messages even asking for help. The number of viewers in the top right corner of the World Channel had already dropped sharply to 480,000. This means that in just a few hours, the number of players who died has already exceeded the total during the protection period. Wu Jinhua counted and found she sold over 10,000 campfires. The campfires she sold only covered some players. But looking at the chat, most players are discussing their scores on the leaderboard, with only a few asking for campfires. Campfires are very important for players under attack by strange beasts. Could it be that some players are selling campfires during this time?
She soon found out the answer. Chunjing said, "Stop chatting.
Even with a campfire, you can't stay in the shelter all the time. Go out and fight the strange beasts. That's how you get resources. Those who say they don't have axes, fighting strange beasts can sometimes drop treasure chests. Opening more will definitely get you axes. Many players going out to fight have also found food and lighters. It seems that most players without campfires have been persuaded to go out and fight strange beasts. The treasure chests dropped by these beasts have allowed some players to get lighters. This explains why only a few players are asking for campfires now. Some are also selling campfires. Chunjing is really trying hard to unite the players in Zone 47. After warning the players in the global chat, he stopped speaking. Only a few players still discuss the leaderboard. Does anyone know if Wu Jinhua is male or female? Has anyone added the big boss as a friend? It's obvious that someone who can kill high-level strange beasts is a guy, right? I bet 5 pieces of wood that Wu Jinhua is a guy. Someone started a betting game based on materials, guessing her gender, and a series of similar comments followed. Wu Jinhua was speechless. Why are these players who don't go out to fight strange beasts so good at talking nonsense? Seeing the comments where people kept betting on her gender, some players even started attacking those who disagreed. It was chaotic. Wu Jinhua said, "Does the bet count? If it does, I'll join." She couldn't help but speak up. When the main person responded, those who were clearly stirring trouble immediately fell silent. Wu Jinhua reached out and added the players who were provoking her to her blacklist. Things got lively. She looked down at the 2 little ones cuddled together and gently patted them. She adjusted her backpack and turned her head to look at the sea. Where is the big black fish? After the last sea snake, she was now anxious about how quickly the big black fish could find strange beasts. She was worried that if the big black fish didn't return soon, it might have gone to find dangerous beasts. She is now in a lot of pain all over her body. If the big black fish finds her a high-level exotic beast again, she definitely won't be able to handle it. She leans back and collapses on the boat. Suddenly, Wu Jinhua remembers her scuba diving gear. It was the reward from completing the Sea Storm Conqueror achievement last time. She quickly crawls up and takes it out of her backpack. Level A scuba gear. Infinite durability equipment with an underwater breathing system, capable of adjusting buoyancy for different depths, allowing descent to any area. Level A gear is very good. At this moment, The big black fish, which had gone out searching for exotic beasts, finally returns. It flicks its tail and throws a medium-level exotic beast onto the wooden boat. It's an octopus that has clearly been bitten twice by the big black fish. She takes out her dagger and quickly finishes it off. Iron treasure chest ×1. Octopus tentacles ×7. Ink sacs ×2. Filter gills ×1. Seeing the big black fish turn its head, intending to find the next exotic beast, she quickly reaches out to stop it. Big black fish, no need to look for more. Come here, come here. The big black fish dazedly turns around, looking up at Wu Jinyue, who is carrying something strange. Wu Jinyue quickly puts on her diving gear and then re-shoulders her backpack, which shields them from wind and rain. I'll go underwater, first to take a look. When I come back, I'll cover you with the backpack from the rain. After saying this, Wu Jinyue leaps into the sea and swims toward the big black fish. With this gear, it would be a shame not to go underwater and take a look. The two little ones watch Wu Jinyue jump into the sea again, and they rush to the boat's edge, eager to jump in too. Wu Jinyue turns her head and sees the little rabbit already at the boat's side, about to jump in. The squirrel is following behind the rabbit, also ready to jump. Hey, you two. Don't come down. Go back. Stay on the boat. Wu Jinyue quickly waves her hand and shouts loudly to the boat. She's only going into the water to look around. The two little ones can't breathe underwater, so it's best for them to stay on the boat for now. Besides, she doesn't plan to go very deep. She just wants to explore the waters around the wooden boat. Bobo and the squirrel are still on the boat, and she can't let the big black fish take her far away. If a storm suddenly appears, the two little ones wouldn't be able to handle it. Hearing Wu Jinyue's words, the two little ones step back and sit by the boat's edge, watching the person and fish in the sea. Wu Jinyue doesn't immediately dive, but carefully adjusts her gear. This level A gear is quite complicated to operate, with layers of equipment strapped onto her diving suit. Only after she becomes familiar with the controls does she slowly sink into the sea. The big black fish swims around her, following her as she goes down. The sea surface in the light drizzle is hard to see through, and the raindrops crashing down disturb the calm, making it look like a dark gray mirror. Bobo and Squirrel stretch their heads down but can't see clearly, so they quietly retreat to the middle of the wooden boat and lie down obediently. Yujinyu was stunned the moment she entered the sea. The view from above the water is always blurry. To her surprise, when she looked underwater, she saw that everything was glowing. Seaweed, coral, various stones, all the plants were shining. Some plants looked unusual, with branches that clearly seemed to be alien. Occasionally, a few small fish swam slowly past her, their tails flicking against her mask. Unlike the tiny fish caught on the surface, the small fish in the deep sea seemed to know they were the true rulers of the ocean. They weren't afraid of Yujinyu at all, and even swam over now and then to bother her view. Pushing aside the fish, Yujinyu turned her head and saw that the big black fish was already hunting in the area in front of her, catching small fish one after another. She adjusted her buoyancy device to keep herself steady and floated, then kicked her diving fins toward the big black fish. She had already used her special skills when she entered the water. The underwater space was completely different from the surface. Would the map still show only the sea surface? Sure enough, the maps above and below the water were clearly different. From above, the map only showed sea and sea. But underwater, she could see treasure chests and terrain in different areas. The underwater map was even more detailed than the land map. How amazing! After swimming to the big black fish, Yujinyu looked at the map in her mind. There was a treasure chest to the south. Since she was already down here, she might as well go take a look. She patted the big black fish's back and pointed south. I want to go there. Wearing her mask and breathing tube, she couldn't speak, so she just gave this simple reminder. The big black fish, which had been eating, spat out the small fish it was holding. It swam around her, nudged her shoulder, then moved to her calf. Yujinyu immediately understood what it meant. She struggled to lift her feet in her diving suit and fins, then climbed onto the big black fish's back. The gear was a bit heavy for her. Feeling her human grip tighten, The big black fish shook its body and swam south. Eugenie looked up at the direction. If the big black fish veered left, she would pat its right side. If it veered right, she would pat its left side. She never imagined she would end up in this world before. She only rode horses when she was on Blue Star. She never expected that now she would be riding a fish. The feeling was completely different from when she escaped a storm with a big black fish on the sea surface. The resistance underwater was much greater than on the surface, so she had to use more strength to hold on to the big black fish. The speed wasn't very fast, and she could see all the scenery along the way. While guiding the fish, Eugenia also enjoyed the surrounding environment. The glowing sea creatures made her feel like she was in a dream rather than in the ocean. As they moved forward, strange plants occasionally stretched out their branches, trying to entangle them, but the big black fish dodged each time. The fish was very fast, and soon they reached the marked spot on the map. Eugenia slipped off its back and floated beside it. The terrain ahead was clearly not a place she had randomly chosen after just starting to use this gear. A large ocean trench blocked her view. The scenery around her, filled with starlight, suddenly changed to a dark abyss with no light at all. The map in her mind showed that the treasure chest was beneath this spot. Her hand, which had loosened on the fins earlier, now gripped tightly again. She stared at the trench in front of her, but her feet kept retreating. She sensed danger, more terrifying than what she felt in the cedar forest before. It seemed as if something was watching her from the black abyss. She stepped onto the big black fish's back, patting it to take her away from here. Standing near the trench, she had a strange urge to jump in. Something inside was pulling her. The big black fish obediently led her to its hunting ground, a place covered entirely with piles of stones. Watching the fish suck out creatures from the stone heaps like jelly and swallow them, she saw that if there were clams or similar creatures, the fish would swing its tail violently to smash and eat them. She watched this strange scene and followed along. However, she didn't have a mouth like the big black fish to suck out food or a tail that could smash shells. She could only put all the shrimp on the stones and seaweed into her backpack, just like collecting shells. She picked up clams as if collecting stones. The seaweed on the stone heaps was colorful and wrapped around her feet. Eugenia felt like a girl picking mushrooms, just gathering all the fish and shrimp she saw. She loved eating shrimp back on Blue Star. The shrimp in this world looked no different from those on Blue Star, just a bit larger. A transparent blue body, about the length of a palm, looks especially plump. The shrimp, originally basking on a pile of stones, quickly scurried away when they saw someone trying to catch them. But the rich resources underwater made it hard for the shrimp to escape, so instead of chasing after the fleeing ones, she just caught another shrimp on the stone pile. She kept tossing them one by one into her backpack, enjoying the activity. However, while she was busy catching shrimp, a plant also mistook her for a shrimp and tried to catch her. The ordinary seaweed that was once wrapped around her feet had now transformed into blue seaweed extending from the stone pile. Scuba gear is already a bit bulky. Plus, the colorful seaweed on the stone pile sparkled and glowed. At first, Eugenia didn't notice anything unusual about the seaweed under her feet. It felt slippery, floating gently in the water. But just as she was about to put a shrimp into her backpack that was about to hide in a crack in the stones, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She couldn't quite describe the feeling, but if she had to put it into words, it was like her brain was sending her a warning to run. Eugenia always trusted her instincts. Her intuition had helped her avoid many dangers in this world, dodging attacks from strange creatures and staying alive. Her instincts from Earth had carried over to this world. As her achievement points increased her mental strength, her heightened mental alertness made her instincts sharper. Whenever her brain sent her a warning, her only thought was to escape. But she remained calm. After tossing the last shrimp into her backpack, she first looked back at the big black fish. About 50 meters away, the big black fish was still happily foraging among the stones. She took out her underwater whistle and held it in her left hand. Her right hand grasped the buoyancy control device. The blue seaweed on the stone pile grew more vibrant, glowing with starlight that surrounded Wu Jinyue. The colorful seaweed gradually turned into a single shade. Suddenly, whoosh, Wu Jinyue pulled the whistle sharply, while twisting the control device counterclockwise with her right hand. Her scuba gear propelled her upward quickly. The seaweed that had tangled around her feet was snapped apart in an instant. As she ascended rapidly, she felt a wave of dizziness and nausea. Her chest hurt, and she also heard ringing in her ears. She knew that doing this at the bottom of the sea could cause injury. She had descended slowly, so she didn't feel much at the time. But surfacing quickly lowered the pressure suddenly, making her feel very uncomfortable. The scuba diving equipment has reduced some of the pressure, but she still feels short of breath. She doesn't dare to hope that the seaweed might move when she calls for help to the big black fish. She can only escape in this dangerous way. Luckily, her symptoms eased a bit quickly. The big black fish swam toward her the moment Wu Jinyue blew the whistle. It opened its mouth and grabbed the air tank on her back, dragging it aside. She also adjusted the control device's button back to its original setting. She reached out and grabbed the fish fin of the big black fish. Wu Jinyue tried her best to stand straight and breathe deeply. This underwater place really isn't a good spot to stay. After a moment, Wu Jinyue looked down and finally saw the creature that had triggered her alarm. The colorful seaweed had all turned into one uniform color. Everywhere was a bright blue. Dense blue seaweed stretched out from the rocks, wriggling on top. Each strand twisted and curled together, forming larger seaweed that stretched out as if searching for Wu Jinyue's trace. When still or swaying with the water, these seaweeds looked like plants. But when they moved, they gave a creepy feeling like a puppet suddenly turning its head. The once beautiful appearance now looked frightening. Wu Jinyue felt a chill run down her back. This strange plant was completely different from the one she saw earlier during her walk. Who would have thought that a narrow crack in the rocks could hide such a large alien plant? With so many shrimps on the rocks, she guessed this plant would just grab a few and eat them when hungry. Watching the shrimps resting on the rocks, now wrapped and digested by the spreading seaweed, she saw they gradually stopped moving. Eventually, not even shells remained. This was the second alien plant she had encountered up close. The first one she saw was when she was about to pick its fruit. She couldn't tell which was stronger, but both made her scalp tingle. Looking at the seaweed in front of her, Wu Jinyue wondered, should she leave or stay? Suddenly, she remembered the toxic snake meat she dropped after dealing with the sea snake on the surface. She had fed toxic meat to the alien plant before, which only temporarily disabled it, but still showed the effect of poison. If she fed this large patch of seaweed-like alien plants with toxic snake meat, could she poison them all? She decided to try. Wu Jinyue took out 2 portions of white-spined sea snake meat from her backpack, turned her head, and signaled the big black fish to swim downward with her. She had thought about letting the big black fish carry her down and drop the meat, but she was worried that before it could drop, the fish might eat a couple of bites. If the plant wasn't poisoned and instead poisoned the fish first, that would be a big loss. Although this alien plant's territory is very large, dropping sea snake meat from such a high altitude over the ocean might not reach it. The big black fish holds the air tank on her back and slowly descends. When it reaches a certain height, the alien plant senses the smell of food above, and its branches climb upward. She had prepared in advance, but seeing this alien plant up close still makes her feel scared. It is beautiful yet dangerous. After dropping the sea snake meat, the big black fish swings her onto its back and circles above the alien plant. She and the fish wait for the meat to take effect. The big black fish swims around, occasionally eating small fish passing by. She sits quietly on its back, thinking about her mission. After a while, she feels that the big black fish has a bit of a mischievous side. It can sense her fear of the alien plant below. Sometimes it lowers itself to observe the seaweed closely or circles above, and then dives down on purpose to scare her. It only stops when she pats its head, then it happily swims upward again. With a breathing mask on underwater, she can't speak to stop the fish's behavior. Seeing that it is only scaring her and not actually letting her touch the alien plant, she goes along with it. Why did she think the big black fish was scary before? The more she interacts with it now, the more playful it becomes. After a while, she looks down and notices that the sea snake meat she dropped on the seaweed has almost been digested. Only some snake skin and meat strips remain. The seaweed still looks the same, shimmering with a faint blue glow. Could it be that the white-spined sea snake meat has no effect on it? She rides the big black fish closer to examine it and sees no obvious problem. She thinks to herself, wasting 2 pieces of snake meat. Since it hasn't harmed the alien plant, she doesn't want to waste more time and pats the fish's back, planning to leave. The big black fish blows a bubble, shakes its head, and swims toward the wooden boat with her on its back. She grips the fish's scales tightly, but the seawater splashing on her mask obstructs her view. The big black fish swims faster and faster, and she has to pat it hard to slow it down. After some distance, she can't help but turn her head to look at the seaweed patch. To her surprise, the once sprawling alien plant suddenly disappears. Only a few strands of seaweed remain on the rocks. Realizing something is wrong, she quickly commands the big black fish to turn back. A few seconds ago, it was flailing wildly. Why did it suddenly retreat into the cracks of the rocks? Staring at the alien plant that has pulled all the seaweed strands back into the rocks, she is puzzled beyond words. But she was sure that her white-spined sea snake meat had taken effect. After getting off the big black fish's back, she swam around the pile of stones twice. She couldn't find a larger hole or see inside it. What should she do? While Wu Jinyu was thinking beside the pile, the free blackfish swam over to catch fish and shrimp to eat. Watching the happy blackfish, she suddenly remembered how it had just eaten clams. It seemed like she had found a way to open the stone pile. She reached out to call the blackfish back, gently patting its big head. Since they couldn't talk in the sea, she picked up a clam from the pile. She pointed to its big tail, then to the clam. The blackfish thought Wu Jinyu wanted it to crack the clam open for her, so it leaned forward and knocked the clam shell off her hand. It swung its tail hard, breaking the shell and revealing the still-moving clam meat inside. It pushed the broken clam toward her mouth, excitedly swimming around her twice. After holding the clam in her hand, she saw the black fish lift another clam with its head, ready to open it for her again. Wu Jinyu quickly stopped it. She didn't really want the blackfish to feed her. She hugged its head, pointed to the broken clam, made a fist, then pointed to the stone pile, and patted its big tail. Using its tail like cracking a clamshell, it should break the stone pile. The blackfish finally understood this vivid gesture. It didn't want to eat clams, but wanted to get something from inside the pile. The blackfish didn't understand, but it followed the instructions. With 2 loud sounds, the solid stone pile was broken open, revealing what was underneath. As she expected, the entire pile was the habitat of this alien plant. The large stones were only covered with a thin layer of rock, and underneath was hollow. The missing alien plant had now curled into a ball, hiding deep inside the pile. Wu Jinyu took out a dagger and slowly swam over to it. The black fish also saw the cluster of seaweed hiding below. It spat out the shrimp shell from its mouth, swam around Wu Jinyu, and reached the alien plant first, looking around. Just as she was cautiously approaching, the black fish suddenly shook its head and bit one end of the seaweed. Wu Jinyu stopped in her tracks, stunned. Watching the black fish eat most of the seaweed as if eating noodles, then chewing. Only a part of the seaweed was still moving at the bottom of the pile. Most of the seaweed had already been swallowed by the black fish. It chewed very quickly. Wu Jinyu looked at it and suddenly remembered that she had just fed this strange plant some toxic sea snake meat. When she was at the shelter, she also fed some monsters poisonous meat. All the monsters that ate the poison meat turned into toxic meat after becoming supplies. Now, if the big black fish eats it, will it get poisoned? Thinking of this, she ignored the remaining seaweed. She quickly swam over to the big black fish and forcefully pried open its mouth. The fish was still chewing and kept its mouth tightly closed. Wu Jinyu became anxious and hit its mouth several times with her hand. "Open your mouth, you dead fish." She kept trying to pry and slap, pulling at its lips. Feeling the pressure near its mouth, The big black fish finally reluctantly opened its mouth. Everything was dark, and she couldn't see the seaweed anymore. Wu Jinyue became even more anxious, reaching her hand into its mouth. She stuck her whole arm inside but found nothing. She pulled her hand out, frustrated, and patted her head. It's all her fault for arguing with that strange plant. The big black fish looked at the human in front of it with big, round eyes, occasionally glancing at the strange plant it had almost eaten to death. It liked eating it and wanted more. Wu Jinyue also saw its eyes and hit its back hard, annoyed. You're so greedy. Now, you'll end up like that plant. The big black fish felt that the human's gaze was a bit strange, urgent, angry, and sad. It didn't understand. It just wanted to keep eating that crunchy thing. Seeing that the big black fish still refused to change and kept staring at the plant, Wu Jinyue was furious. She released her grip on its mouth and quickly swam toward the plant. She drew her dagger, grabbed the last seaweed strand, and stabbed at its root. After being fed poison meat earlier and having most of its body taken by the big black fish just now, the plant was already dying. Wu Jinyue, venting her frustration, stabbed a few more times and then forcefully dug out its root. Iron treasure chest ×1, toxic seaweed strands ×2, water avoidance pearl ×1. Congratulations to the player for completing the Hunting the Strange Plant achievement. Achievement points 1. Rewards: 1 iron treasure chest, 10 iron bars. Congratulations to the player for being the first to complete the Hunting the Strange Plant achievement in Zone 47 of Huaxia. Extra rewards: 1 achievement point, 1 iron treasure chest, 1 attribute point to distribute. Seeing the broadcast on the light screen, Wu Jinyue couldn't feel happy at all. If earning this achievement meant losing the big black fish, she would rather not complete it. Wu Jinyue held the dagger tightly, sat back, and lay on the pile of rocks. What should she do? The big black fish saw that the seaweed it wanted to eat disappeared and floated to the surface, blowing bubbles. It looked around and noticed another pile of rocks in the distance, covered with coral and small fish swimming inside. It wanted to eat. The fish swam over to Wu Jinyue, who looked very bored, and nudged her with its head. It wanted her to come with it to eat the small fish. Wu Jinyue lay on the rocks, feeling the big black fish constantly nudging her. She turned to the side, waiting to see how long it would take for the fish to get sick. The big black fish was anxious because she didn't want to follow it. It kept circling around her, sometimes looking at the small fish on the distant rocks, and other times staring at the human lying in front of it. The fish was very annoyed. It really was. It wanted to eat fish but also had to carry this human. It couldn't leave her behind. So it used some strength to turn Wu Jinyue over, bit into her air tank, and pulled her toward the rocks. Her knees scraped against the stones, and worried about tearing her wetsuit, she had no choice but to turn over and sit on the fish's back. The fish swam quickly to another rock pile, chasing and scattering the fish hiding in the crevices. After playing for a while, the big black fish swallowed all the small fish it caught, chewing a few times before swallowing them. Wu Jinyue watched the fish play like this for about 15 minutes. It took her to different coral reefs, small fish, and even fought with other strange creatures. She completely forgot there was a human on its back. At first, Wu Jinyue felt hopeless, but later she started doubting everything. Why was the fish still so energetic? Was it really poisoned? She slid down from the fish's back, swam to its front, and held its head, looking up and down. It showed no signs of weakness, no color change, just like before. Its face was still as black as ever. The fish had been obedient at first, letting Wu Jinyue hold it. But later, she kept touching and inspecting it. It suddenly shook its head, broke free from her hands, and threw her onto its back again. Phew! The big black fish surfaced with her. It reached out and took the breathing tube from its mouth. Wu Jinyue took a deep breath. Seeing that Wu Jinyue was still standing there, not leaving, the fish bit into her air tank's valve and dragged her to the boat. It was hard to climb aboard, and the squirrel and the little bird chirped and chirped, crawling into her arms. The squirrel even reached out its paw to grab her buoyancy device. Wu Jinyue picked up the two little animals and gently patted their heads. She turned her head to look at the big black fish, which was still circling the wooden boat and occasionally blowing bubbles. Only then did she confirm that the big black fish was not poisoned. Silly fish, causing her worry. She beckoned with her finger, and the big black fish swam over. She tapped its head twice, but the fish didn't seem to mind her gentle touch. Seeing that the big black fish still acted carefree, she couldn't do much but shout loudly at it from the boat. Holding its lips and staring into its eyes, she couldn't help but say, "Next time you go to the sea with me, don't eat random things, okay? Especially the small fish I feed or moving plants, you can't eat those, understand?" The big black fish nodded with its head to show it understood. It then sank back into the water to chase after small fish. Seeing that the big black fish was fine, she felt relieved. She gently patted the heads of the two little ones, took off her diving gear, and packed it into her backpack. She took out a bottle of mineral water, took a couple of sips, washed her face and hair, and then ate a small meat floss bun. Her stamina dropped to 3 after swimming. Diving really consumes a lot of energy. Most of her underwater time was spent riding the big black fish, so she hadn't swum much on her own. If she swam around alone underwater, she'd probably feel slow and sluggish once her stamina dropped below 2. After swallowing the bun, she pulled up the fishing net. She collected the net and checked the time. It's already past 4 p.m. She had been underwater for nearly an hour this time. Next time she uses the net, she should head back. She threw the net into the water and leaned against the boat to rest and relax. Since her return, the two little ones hadn't left her arms and had fallen asleep together. After a short rest, she moved the two little ones into her backpack to shelter them from the rain. She stood up and tapped the boat's edge with the handle of her knife. "Big black fish, find me 2 more strange beasts. Not too strong." The big black fish, still chasing small fish, heard her and made a gurgling sound. It floated up, looked at her, then turned around and sank back into the water. Seeing that the big black fish had already set off, she took out the strange plant treasures from her backpack. Blue shrimp times 42, clams times 35. There were quite a few shrimp and clams she gathered underwater. She didn't plan to sell them on the trading platform. It had been about 2 months since she last ate shrimp. She had been craving it for a long time. She remembered she had an iron pot, and once she returned to the shelter, she wanted to cook some. Besides these seafood, there was one other thing she was very interested in: water repellent bead. When placed in the mouth, it allows you to breathe underwater for 30 minutes. The only downside is that it can be used only once a day. She turned the bead in her hand and thought of her scuba diving gear. Both allow free breathing underwater, but each has pros and cons. The water repellent bead is lightweight and can be used just by holding it in the mouth. However, it only lasts for 30 minutes each time. The scuba gear is heavier, but as long as she has energy, she can use it endlessly. Moreover, when she just encountered alien plants, without the gear to reduce underwater pressure, she might have burst her lungs during a quick ascent. Comparing the two, scuba gear is more versatile. The water repellent bead is only convenient for occasional shallow water dives. Eugene carefully stored the bead, then gently rubbed the heads of the two small creatures and scratched their chins. Today they fell into the sea again, and tonight they would need a bath. The two small creatures, originally lying under her backpack, suddenly felt a chill at their backs, as if someone was thinking about them. Eugene held a dagger, sitting on the boat waiting for the big black fish to return. She was in a good mood. After a little more time, she could go back and take a bath. After a while, she saw the big black fish swimming toward her, holding an octopus in its mouth. Before it got close, the black fish threw the octopus onto the wooden boat and turned to leave. Watching the black fish's carefree attitude, Eugene wondered if it would get annoyed if she came every day. She quickly cut the octopus in front of her with her knife, then sat back down, continuing to boredly watch the sea surface. Wooden chest times 1, octopus legs times 8, ink sac times 1, filtering gills times 1. Eugene opened her backpack, sorted the items, then looked up at the still gloomy weather. It had been raining for hours, and it still hadn't stopped. Since entering this map, Bobo and the squirrel's fur hadn't dried. Sometimes, a gust of wind blows across the sea, and the two small creatures can only hide under her backpack. Seeing this, Eugenie felt distressed. She remembered that a raincoat had been found in a treasure chest a few days ago. Next time she came here, she would need to pack them properly before entering again. She shifted her position, trying to block the wind blowing across the sea. The rabbits and squirrels lay under her backpack, drowsy. After a while, the big black fish returned. This time, it brought back an octopus, but it was much larger than the ones caught earlier. However, it seemed quite angry. It swam to the wooden boat, and only then did Eugenie see clearly. Its head was covered in ink spray. It floated and sank in the sea, unable to wash off the ink on its head. The big black fish first stared at Wu Jinhua for a moment, then, as if venting, bit the octopus in its mouth and swung it high into the sky. Wu Jinhua watched as the black fish swung the octopus upward with its tail, causing the octopus to dance wildly in the air. Splash! The octopus fell into the sea, struggling to escape. But without 3 legs, it couldn't run away and was repeatedly thrown up and tossed out by the black fish. Wu Jinhua quickly reached out to stop it. Big black fish, don't throw it away. Put it on the boat first. She looked at the octopus, which was almost done for. If it was thrown a few more times, it might be finished. Reluctantly, the black fish tossed the octopus back onto the boat, then angrily stayed by the side, no longer circling or blowing bubbles. Wu Jinhua immediately dealt with the octopus that had been thrown onto the boat. Iron treasure chest ×1. Octopus legs ×5. Filtering gills ×2. After dealing with the octopus, Wu Jinhua put the dagger into her pocket and beckoned to the still angry black fish. Big black fish, come here. Let me see what this ink is. Your head is already dark enough, and now I can't even see your eyes. The black fish obediently swam over and tried to lift its head so she could see. Getting closer, Wu Jinhua finally saw the ink on the black fish's head clearly. It looked more like a blob of black mud smeared on top. The seawater hadn't washed it away. In fact, it made the ink look shiny and bright. Wu Jinhua didn't know how to remove the ink and didn't dare to touch it. If it stuck to her hand and couldn't be cleaned, she would be in trouble. She rummaged through her backpack and took out the white-spined sea snake scales that had fallen from the sea snake earlier. The white-spined sea snake is large, so its scales are big too. One scale was about the size of her palm. Wu Jinhua picked up a scale, scraping the ink with its sharp side inward, making a few scrapes. Maybe it worked? Part of the ink was scraped off. The scraped ink looked just like mud. Through the scale, Wu Jinhua felt resistance when scraping downward, as if digging through mud. The scraped ink stuck to one end of the scale. She flicked her hand, and the whole clump of ink slid down the scale and fell into the sea. After scraping for a long time, she finally stopped. Looking at the black fish with a few faint ink marks still on its head, she wiped the sweat from her brow. It was quite a tiring job. Seeing that the remaining ink was hard to remove, Wu Jinhua stopped and patted the black fish's dorsal fin. All right, almost done. Go into the sea and wash yourself. See if you can clean off the remaining ink on your head. The big black fish blew a bubble toward Eugenia's palm, then dove underwater. Eugenia lay on the boat's edge, watching the big black fish jump and splash on the sea surface. Sometimes, it even leapt over the wooden boat, splashing water onto it. Seeing how playful the big black fish was, she decided not to let it find any more strange beasts. Her backpack was already full. She carefully packed it up and put some small items, like water-repellent beads, into her pockets. Items that were numerous or large, she kept in her bag. After pulling up the fishing net one last time and collecting a wooden box, Eugenia slung her backpack on and gently placed the 2 small creatures inside. She then shouted to the big black fish, "Big black fish, I'm going home now." Hearing her voice, the big black fish, which had been fighting a strange beast in the distance, dropped the beast and swam back to the boat. Just as she was packing up the boat, Eugenia suddenly fell into the sea with a splash and swam over to the big black fish. She didn't know her current score, but she was confident she was in first place, thanks to the big black fish. She grabbed its head, rubbed it, then hugged it. "Thank you, big black fish. It's time for me to go home now. I'll visit you again next time. The big black fish, annoyed by her squeezing, shook off her hands and swam around her twice before disappearing into the sea. Eugenia opened the light screen and clicked on her personal profile. Unlimited exploration time. Can choose to leave the map immediately. Yes, although she was prepared to be ejected, she couldn't stop the violence in the foggy area. Bang! Once again, she, a rabbit, and a squirrel were thrown out of the fog. This time, she didn't even have time to turn twice before landing flat on the ground, like a falling leaf. Ouch! That hurt more than last time. Eugenia supported herself on the ground, clutching her waist and buttocks. She leaned on a nearby tree, rubbed her lower back, and gave it a gentle punch. Does this foggy map have a grudge against her? Each time, it threw her more violently. After easing her back pain, she stood up straight, patted her shoulders, and said, "Bobo, squirrel." The two small creatures immediately jumped onto her shoulders. Bobo softly called twice and nuzzled her neck. She patted their heads and headed back along the way she came. Checking the time, it was 4:45. She decided to head home early today. There were many things left to tidy up at the shelter. Because of fighting strange beasts, the land in front of the shelter was a mess. The two small creatures helped her avoid the strange beasts in the cedar forest. After plucking a few leaves, the three of them finally returned to the shelter. In front of the shelter, there are many wood chips dropped from making large fires. There are also many marks where a strange beast's claws have flipped the ground. Eugenia first places the two small creatures in nearby bushes to play by themselves. The two fires made in the morning are still burning. She picks up a metal bucket, fills it with water from the creek, and boils it over the fire. After stretching, she takes out an iron pot from the storage box and places it on the fire. She wants to eat seafood. After pouring 3 bottles of mineral water into the pot, she looks at the plain, white water with no seasoning. Eugenia opens the global chat channel and calls out, "Eugenia, if you have ginger or soy sauce, private message me to trade." After saying this, a few more people add themselves to the application list, which originally had over 99 requests. She randomly chooses someone who looks okay and trades 4 pieces of wood for a bag of ginger and a small bottle of soy sauce. She casually slices a few pieces with a dagger and throws them into the pot, then sits nearby waiting for the water to boil. She opens her friends list and clicks on Chi Qingzhou's chat window. "Eugenia, you're back. Are you still trading your rubber for an axe?" Chi Qingzhou, "Yes, I am." Eugenia gets up and walks into the shelter. In the corner of the room, she sorts through things and finds a level 70 durability C-grade iron axe. "Eugenia, image. I'll put this on the trading mall." Within 2 seconds of listing, the item shows as traded. Chi Qingzhou, "Thanks, big boss." Eugenia turns off the light screen and pours some shrimp and clams into the boiling water. Watching the shrimp turn from greenish to bright red and the clams opening their mouths, she hears a bubbling sound from the pot. She leans in to smell it, so fragrant. Then she turns around and calls the 2 small creatures, "Bobo, squirrels." Dinner time. The 2 little ones, who are still playing chase, immediately stop and rush toward the fire. They love eating. The fire is almost close to their fur, so Eugenia picks up each one and places them on a leaf plate. She scoops out the seafood, rinses it with mineral water, and puts 2 shrimps in front of them. The squirrel quickly reaches out its paw, grabs a shrimp, and eats it eagerly. The little rabbit looks seriously at the fragrant shrimp in front of it, with a serious face. Eugenia knows Bobo will get excited and dance around like last time when it saw kwaikue fruit. She gently taps its nose, takes a shrimp herself, and eats it while saying, "If Bobo doesn't eat soon, the squirrel will eat too, and you won't finish even one." Hearing this, the little rabbit turns its head to look at the squirrel happily eating. Seeing that the shrimp on its paw is already half gone, it quickly lowers its head and buries it in the shrimp, eating eagerly. Bobo wants to eat the most shrimp. Both little ones are busy eating. Wu Jinyu then pulls out the shrimp and clams and places them in the family's only stainless steel bowl. She now wants to cook some rice. A few days ago, she found a bag of rice in the treasure chest and wants to try it. Seafood with rice sounds very good. She puts the washed rice into a pot, adds the right amount of water. She sits by the fire, eating seafood, and watching the cooking process. The two little ones prefer shrimp, but they also happily eat clams. Especially after Wu Jinyu adds a few drops of soy sauce to the seafood, they eat even more eagerly. The fire dries her clothes, and the little one's fur becomes especially fluffy. But upon closer look, there are tiny salt grains on their fur. She reaches out to brush their fur, more determined than ever to give them a bath. She stirs the fire with a stick, then walks inside, taking out 2 towels to wipe the little one's fur, placing them beside an iron bucket. The little ones are eating happily and don't notice her actions. Wu Jinyu stands at the door, looking at the intact shelter, nodding with satisfaction. The extra reward for having a shelter with less than 30% damage is definitely within reach. But seeing the still simple house, she checks the upgrade requirements for the shelter. Upgrade the thatched hut, advanced, to a wooden house. Basic materials needed: 60 wood, 10 iron blocks, 50 iron nails. She has traded so much firewood today. This amount of wood is enough for her to upgrade. Spend 60 wood, 10 iron blocks, and 50 iron nails to upgrade the thatched hut, advanced, to a wooden house. Basic?
Yes.
Successfully submitted. Please wait patiently for 30 minutes while the shelter is being upgraded and optimized. 30 minutes, longer than the 5 minutes it took to upgrade the thatched hut before. Wu Jinyu sits back by the fire, feeling that the rice in the pot no longer makes bubbling water sounds. She lifts the lid. The aroma of rice hits her face, and there are even yellow marks around the edge of the pot, looking like crispy rice crust. She puts on outdoor gloves, lifts the pot off the fire, drizzles soy sauce over the rice, stirs, adds some salt and MSG. Then she scoops the remaining seafood into the pot, mixes everything evenly, tastes it, and finds it delicious. A nicely presented seafood rice is ready. The 2 little ones beside her are still happily eating boiled seafood with their heads lowered. Would you like some seafood rice? Wu Jinyu reaches out and scratches their chins. The 2 little ones have already eaten quite a bit of shrimp and clams, but they are still very interested in the seafood rice that Wu Jinyu is eating. The little rabbit even clings to her pant leg and climbs onto her lap, looking down at the rice in the pot. Bobo wants to eat seafood rice. The squirrel also looks at Wu Jinyu and nods, then gently calls out a couple of times in front of the leaf. She gently puts the little rabbit back on the ground, then takes out a stainless steel bowl with chopsticks and scoops some rice for them.
Eat up.
Once you're done, you have to stop. Look at your little tummies, so round. Wu Jinyu watches their round bellies and can't help but reach out to touch them. Bobo, Tada. The little rabbit and squirrel protest strongly against Wu Jinyu's playful behavior, but can't resist the temptation of the seafood rice. After protesting twice, they continue eating. Wu Jinyu places the now less hot iron pot in front of her, picks up her chopsticks, and starts eating. While eating, she opens the light screen to watch the game. Why hasn't Wu Jinyu's points moved in so long? This is bad. Why are more and more monsters appearing? Has anyone dropped frostgrass from killing monsters? Can someone explain what frostgrass is used for? Switching mineral water for wood. Switching mineral water for wood. Anyone interested, add me directly. Wu Jinyu eats her rice while scrolling through comments. Suddenly, a familiar ID catches her eye. Hao Luyan. Has anyone successfully sent a friend request to Wu Jinyu? Isn't this the 2nd place on the leaderboard? Seeing someone finally speak up on the leaderboard, the atmosphere in the chat channel heats up. Did anyone get their request accepted? I haven't either. 1. I request every hour. I've probably sent dozens by now. Wu Jinyu rarely speaks, and when she does, it's usually about trading supplies, not chatting. People who want to trade supplies with her probably added her, but I don't know who they are. Meanwhile, Qi Qingzhou has been fighting monsters all afternoon and finally gets a break in the shelter. He opens the world chat and sees these messages. He has added her as a friend, but he wouldn't dare to speak up in the world chat. He closes the light screen, drinks a bottle of water, and continues working on the side quests. Wu Jinyu looks at the players in the world chat, guessing how many she has added. She scratches her head. She doesn't even know how many people she's added. She reopens her friends list. Chun Linhan, Li Lingling, Qi Qingzhou, Qinjing, and 3 players trading materials. In total, she only has 7 friends.
It really is a many.
For her, friends are just places to exchange resources and messages. She doesn't care about how many friends she has. Watching Hao Luyan in the World Channel repeatedly ask if anyone has successfully added her as a friend, her curiosity grew. She opened her friend request list and found Hao Yuyun's name among many applicants. After taking a bite of food, she clicked to accept his friend request. In the World Channel, Hao Yuyun's comments suddenly stopped. Players in the channel noticed he stopped posting messages and guessed he might have added Wu Jinyue as a friend. But only he knew for sure if he had added her. Within 5 seconds of accepting his friend request, he quickly sent her a message. Hao Luyan, are you watching the World Channel? Why aren't you replying to me? Wu Jinyue, why haven't your points moved? Do you think the others behind you can't catch up, so you just stopped? Hao Luyan, what do you mean? He didn't expect that she just returned from the map without opening it, planning to eat, shower, and upgrade her shelter, while someone was watching her points. Besides exchanging supplies, she didn't like to send messages in places like the World Channel with hundreds of thousands of players. Hao Luyan, you stopped increasing your points because you think the people behind you are weak and it's not fun to compete. Wu Jinyue, your imagination is very rich. She didn't want to argue about this. She hadn't opened the map to return to her shelter, and with frost grass around, she couldn't even hunt monsters. She just wanted to know if Hao Luyan, rank 2nd, had obtained anything she was interested in from hunting monsters. But she couldn't ask directly. As the 2nd-ranked player, could he have something she wanted to trade? Wu Jinyue temporarily ignored his message and checked the leaderboard points. First place, Wu Jinyue, 1484 points. Second place, Hao Luyan, 632 points. Third place, Nalan Yuding, 603 points. With over 600 points, she had hunted many monsters. If she hadn't defeated the seahorse and sea snake and reached 1,000 points, she wouldn't be able to surpass him. Wu Jinyue, stop. Don't say anything yet. I have a question for you. Did you get frost grass, Hao Luyan? Yes, I did. Wu Jinyue, did you plant it, Hao Luyan? No. Nalan Yuding said not to plant it. If you plant it, the monsters won't come to the shelter. Wu Jinyue, that's good. I have frost grass, and I planted it near the shelter. So my points are currently stopped. Is there any problem with that? Hao Luyan saw Wu Jinyue's reply, and it seemed like he was getting impatient. He sent a flurry of messages quickly. Hao Luyan, I thought you knew the function of frost grass. You wasted so much time killing strange beasts, it's not worth it. Sigh, once you plant it, don't pull it out. If you do, it might all be for nothing. Wu Jinyue thought, just like Chen Linhan, he's talking too much. Wu Jinyue, even if I plant it, there's nothing I can do. I already have enough points, so I'll just rest for now. How many strange beasts did you kill to get the frost grass? After I killed the last beast, I only got frost grass, nothing else. Hao Luyan, it was probably more than 2 hours ago I killed a mid-level strange beast and got some. It's not just frost grass, I also got treasure chests and other things. Wu Jinyue, the last strange beast I killed only dropped frost grass, nothing else. Hao Luyan, maybe you have low luck. I got my frost grass along with a treasure chest. Wu Jinyue, seeing Hao Yuyun's comment, calmly looked at the screen and kept typing. Wu Jinyue, maybe, since I haven't gotten anything good from the treasure chests either. Hao Luyan, don't be discouraged. Even if your luck is low, look at your points. You've killed a lot, you'll catch up soon. Wu Jinyue, but that can't make up for the scarcity of resources. I only get beast meat, and the treasure chests are mostly food. What did you get? Her first message was to complain, but her real question was in the second. Hao Luyan, my luck isn't high either, I mostly get beast meat. The food from treasure chests is pretty good. I eat it too 5 times a day. Meanwhile, Hao Luyan saw Wu Jinyue wasn't replying, so he leaned on his hand and thought for a moment. Then he opened Nalan Yuding's chat window and carefully edited a message.
Hao Luyan, what do you think?
If I invite Wu Jinyue to join our survival team, is there hope, Nalan Yuding? Are you crazy? Wu Jinyue hasn't even accepted my friend request. How can she join us? Hao Luyan didn't reply to her. Instead, he turned to Wu Jinyue's friend list and started promoting. Hao Luyan, do you want to join our small survival team? We share real-time updates. If you join, you won't lose time killing strange beasts like today because you won't miss out on important information. Trust me, if you join our team, we can reach new heights together. What do you say? Will you come, Wu Jinyue? Sorry, I have social anxiety and don't team up with anyone. Hao Luyan wasn't upset after being rejected. He just repeated the benefits of joining a few more times. Watching his words, Wu Jinyue felt a bit frustrated. Is he really naive or pretending to be? Seeing this, Wu Jinyue also felt that such empty talk was pointless. So she decided to be straightforward. Wu Jinyue, I won't join your team. Do you have any materials from your treasure chest? I can trade for other materials you need. Meanwhile, Hao Luyan looked at the light screen and scratched his head. The topic changed pretty quickly. He checked his backpack and storage box. There was food and drink, so he didn't seem to be lacking anything. Hao Luyan, I don't need anything. Wu Jinyue finally gave up. Some people, like her, wouldn't let others know what good items she had. Even if she wanted to trade, she wouldn't reveal her resources. She had been talking to him just to find out what materials he might have to trade. But in the end, he just said he didn't need anything. How could someone not need anything? Besides food, he also had weapons, clothes, and building materials. Did he lack none of these? Could Hao Luyan be richer than her? Wu Jinyue also tapped her head, feeling a bit speechless. Not getting the answer she wanted, she lost interest in continuing the conversation. She left a message, I'm going to eat first, and turned off the light screen. She decided to focus on her own things. Bobo and the squirrel had already finished the seafood rice on the leaves. The cooldown for upgrading the shelter hadn't finished yet, so sitting in front of the shelter would be a waste of time. She took the dishes to the creek to wash, then hung the clothesline she traded from Qi Qingzhou. She sat back by the fire, patting the backs of the two little ones. Watching them crouch on the leaves, she suddenly thought about what she could do next. She picked up Bobo with her left hand and the squirrel with her right, then headed to the iron bucket that had cooled water. After it dries in the wind, you two will be full of salt particles. Come on, let's give you a good bath today. When the little rabbit was picked up, it didn't feel anything unusual. But the clever squirrel had already sensed something was wrong at the sight of the evil hot water bucket and struggled to get down. Wu Jinyue approached the bucket and saw Bobo still looking dazed, so she set it aside first. The little rabbit was easy to fool. It didn't run away after being put down. She took a towel, wrapped the squirrel tightly around its neck, and fixed it with a rubber band. Except for its head, everything below the neck was wrapped in the towel and secured with the rubber band. The squirrel was turned into a chicken wrap. Sitting on the ground, the squirrel was wrapped up and jumped around on the grass, trying to mock the squirrel. The bundled-up squirrel tilted its head and, feeling hopeless, collapsed to the side. Silly rabbit. You laughed at me, but soon you'll be the first to suffer. After tying up the squirrel, Wu Jinyue picked up the little rabbit. First, she dampened a towel with hot water, then gently wrapped it around the rabbit and rubbed off the salt on its fur. At this point, the little rabbit finally realized it was going to take a bath. But Wu Jinyue's gentle actions confused it, as it seemed less rough than yesterday when she scrubbed with a towel. Wu Jinyue let the rabbit get used to the water, which was covered with droplets, before placing it into a metal bucket. Once in the warm water, the rabbit's paws started paddling and slipping. The bucket wasn't big, so it kept crawling up and down. Wu Jinyue took out the shampoo she had prepared earlier, added some water, and rubbed it to create foam, then lifted the bunny and applied it to its fur. Its once fluffy coat now looked like a mashed mango seed. The rabbit disliked the foam and didn't look like it was swimming in the bucket anymore. It started struggling. Bobo. Woo-woo, Bobo. The tiny body with big strength kept struggling in her hands. But her resistance was useless. Wu Jinyue carefully scrubbed the rabbit from head to tail, front to back. Seeing the foam-covered bunny, she mischievously pinched its fur, causing the bubbles to rise. Bobo, now you're a little hedgehog, she chuckled loudly, petting the bunny's head and scratching its chin. The rabbit, unable to escape her grasp, simply lay in her palm, giving up. Bobo looked so sad. She placed the rabbit in the bucket to swim and rinse off the foam. She then picked up the squirrel lying still nearby, not removing its towel, and soaked it in the water. After soaking, she washed it from head to tail, just like the rabbit. Each of its 3 tails was scrubbed thoroughly. The 2 small creatures stayed together in the bucket, sometimes splashing water and sometimes fighting. Eugenia sat nearby, watching them play. Suddenly, her ring on her finger chimed. Congratulations! You completed the Build a Wooden House achievement. 1 achievement point, reward, 1 iron treasure chest, and 5 copper bars. Congratulations! You are the first in the Huaxia Zone 47 to complete the Build a Wooden House achievement. Extra rewards, 1 achievement point, 1 iron treasure chest, and 1 attribute point to distribute. Eugenia turned her head and saw that the original thatched hut had been transformed into a neat, square wooden house. Looking at the clearly thicker walls and expanded area in front of her compared to the thatched hut, Wu Jinyu quickly got up from the ground. A simple small wooden house, a hut built from wood that cannot be easily broken even with an axe. You already have basic knowledge of building shelters. After wrapping the 2 small creatures in towels from the iron bucket and holding them in her arms, Wu Jinyu pushed open the wooden door. Looking around, her belongings, except for bedding, had all been moved. The upgraded shelter was much larger. The bedroom was wider, with a small table and chair added against the wall. The storage room's position remained unchanged. Originally, the thatched house only had 2 areas, the storage room and the bedroom. To her surprise, this wooden house now had a bathroom. Although it lacked a wet-dry separation, Wu Jinyu was quite satisfied. However, there was no toilet or water heater inside the bathroom, only a few pipes leading downward and a floor drain. It seemed she would have to install these herself. After the tour, Wu Jinyu placed the 2 small creatures on the small table and carefully dried their water droplets with a towel. Once your fur dries, go play on the bed, understood? The 2 little creatures nodded blankly with towels on their heads. She checked the time. Dusk was approaching quickly. She hurriedly boiled 2 more buckets of water and carried them into the bathroom. The room had grown larger, and the single candle was no longer enough to light everything. She took out 3 candles from her box, 1 placed in the storage room, and 2 on the bedside table in the bedroom. After finishing these tasks, she turned around and went into the storage room, where she arranged several large storage boxes and packed all the items from her backpack inside. She now had too many things and planned to separate different types of items. Otherwise, as her belongings increased, it would be hard to find anything without opening each storage box. Once everything was prepared, she sat at the small table, her eyes fixed on the leaderboard and the time. The deadline for the task was approaching. As the last second passed, the light screen automatically popped up again. Outside, the sky had turned completely dark. It was 6 o'clock. The small ball inside the light screen was still bouncing, and a crisp sound came from inside. Hello, everyone. We meet again. Have you missed the ball? The ball missed everyone very much. The first task after the protection period has ended is complete. Now, I will announce the following rewards. Main task completed. Survived for 8 hours successfully. Players with shelter damage below 30% will receive an extra reward, a teleportation stone. Multiple subsequent dungeons will open, requiring players to use teleportation stones to proceed. After the small ball finished speaking, a stone suddenly appeared in the center of the shelter and dropped to the ground. This startled Eugenia, who was focused on watching the light screen. Bobo and the squirrel saw the sudden appearance of the stone and quickly jumped down from the small table, circling around it. Eugenia also stood up from the chair, walked over, and picked up the stone. Teleportation stone. As long as I know the coordinates, I can go anywhere. Friendly reminder. Be sure to confirm the correct height of the coordinates, or you might get buried underground or fall from the sky. I am not responsible for such accidents. The small ball said this is a tool for later adventures into dungeons. It's a good item, so Eugenia stored it away in her storage box. Her eyes returned to the light screen, watching the small, round-bodied ball that suddenly stretched out 2 hands holding a piece of paper. It seemed to be reading from the paper. After transforming, the small ball also wore black-rimmed glasses, looking much calmer. Side quest: defeat the monster. Congratulations to the players whose scores as of 6 o'clock are among the top 100 in the district leaderboard. Now, let the ball distribute the rewards to these players. Players ranked 51 to 100 will receive 1 shelter expansion stone, 1 iron treasure chest, 5 iron blocks, and 10 wood. Players ranked 11 to 50 will receive 2 expansion stones, 2 iron treasure chests, 10 iron blocks, and 20 wood. Players ranked 4 to 10 will receive 5 expansion stones, 1 silver treasure chest, 10 iron blocks, 5 copper blocks, 5 aluminum blocks, and 20 wood. Rewards for above rankings have been distributed. Next, the small ball will announce the rewards for the top 3 players. The small ball raised the paper in its hand, and its cheerful voice came through the light screen, making Eugene Yue a little nervous. The silver treasure chests for players ranked 4 to 10 alone were enough to make her envious. She was curious about what rewards the first-place player would get. Third place, Nalan Yuding. Reward: 5 expansion stones, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 black land, 1 backpack slot, and 1 attribute point to allocate. The reward for the third-place player only kept the rare materials, removing the basic ones. Compared to the other rankings, the single attribute point seemed much more valuable to her. Eugene Yue, leaning on her chin and watching the light screen, muttered to herself, "Looks like I probably don't have any basic materials left either." After announcing Nalan Yuding's reward, the small ball suddenly pulled out a small handheld firework launcher like a magic trick. Bang! With a squeeze of both hands, fireworks burst onto the light screen, sparkling and falling down. Watching the screen filled with fireworks, Eugene Yue slightly curled her lips. Very abstract and ceremonial. After the celebration, the small ball took the paper out from behind and adjusted its black-rimmed glasses without lenses, continuing to speak. The second-place player, Hao Luyun, receives 8 expansion stones, 1 silver treasure chest, 2 black lands, 2 backpack slots, and 1 attribute point to distribute. Since we've already celebrated just now, we won't celebrate the second place. Hao Luyun, who was watching the light screen, was waiting for the small ball to use fireworks for celebration. When he heard this, he couldn't sit still. He stood up from the bed, looked at the still smiling small ball, pointed at the light screen, and said angrily, "Why does Yuding get fireworks, but I don't?" He wanted to complain to Nalan Yuding but couldn't switch pages because the light screen was controlled by the small ball. He was very angry. Hao Luyun sat back down on the bed, still staring at the light screen. Next is the reward for the top player on the Zone 47 side quest leaderboard, Eugene Yue. Hearing this, Eugene Yue suddenly woke up and sat upright to look at the light screen. At this moment, the light screen, which was only controlled by the small ball, suddenly displayed a message. "Would you like to turn on camera sharing, Eugene Yue?" Before she could process this, she quickly clicked no. She thought, what kind of sharing? Sharing her camera with the small ball or with other players in the zone? Eugene Yue found it terrifying. She didn't want others to see her or her shelter environment. After Eugene Yue clicked no, the small ball shook its head regretfully. Sorry, player Eugene Yue refused to turn on the camera to celebrate with everyone. Eugene Yue stared at the small ball on the light screen, sneering with clenched teeth. She knew it was the small ball's trick. Alright, now I will announce the rewards for the top player on the leaderboard. The small ball rolled the paper in its hand to the bottom and adjusted its glasses. The top player, Eugene Yue, receives 10 expansion stones, 1 silver treasure chest, 3 black lands, 3 backpack slots, 2 attribute points to distribute, and 1 teleportation stone. Eugene Yue suddenly stood up excitedly. Such rich rewards. Bang! A gift package suddenly appeared inside the shelter, just like the teleportation stone before. She hurriedly pushed away the chair and ran over. Rewards. She was coming. She opened the gift pack, and all the rewards that the small ball had mentioned automatically went into her backpack. Eugene Yue opened her backpack, and it had increased from 25 slots to 28. Everything was neatly stored inside. She stood up and packed everything into the storage box, planning to organize it all later. She opened her personal profile and immediately assigned all her available attribute points today to her mental strength. Player, Woojin Yu age, 22 stamina, 9 health, 10 strength, 7 mental strength, 29 luck, 14 can be increased, reaching 29 points in mental strength. Woojin Yu felt a sudden clarity. It was like the feeling she had when she first learned the skill of summoning a horse, but amplified 10 times. She could hear her heartbeat, the movement of her internal organs, the pulsing of her blood vessels, and the heartbeat of the two small creatures beside her. As she listened carefully, a deep, muffled sound suddenly reached her ears, an indistinct breathing noise. She turned her head and looked. Under the faint glow of the campfire, she saw a strange beast a few dozen meters from the shelter. Because of the frost grass, it didn't come too close to the shelter, just passing by. She was amazed that she could hear such a distant sound from the beast. Woojin Yu suddenly understood the true purpose of mental strength. Increasing her mental strength enhanced her perception. Most importantly, after this boost, she was just 1 point away from leveling up her summoning skill. Once her mental strength reached 30, she could unlock the next level. Overjoyed, Woojin Yu picked up the two small creatures and gently patted their heads. They looked confused, watching helplessly as their carefully groomed fur was messed up again. Bobo, woo, Bobo. Clack, clack. While Woojin Yu was taking out a chocolate cake from the storage box, cutting it, and celebrating with the two small creatures, sharing the cake happily, a voice from the light screen caught her attention again. Woojin Yu held the chocolate cake, eating and watching the small ball. Until the next mission is announced, this leaderboard will not disappear. The small ball put away the paper in its hand and swapped it for another from behind. Let me see how many survivors are left in Zone 47. Wow, there are still 450,000 people. That's much higher than some other zones. The small ball exaggerated, twisting its arms in strange ways and then spreading them wide. Next, the system will update, merging zones with fewer people into zones with more people. Zone 47 will merge with Zones 25 and 85. Since Zone 47 has the highest number of survivors among the three, the new zone will still be called Zone 47. More people are surviving. Are you happy? The small ball in the light screen rolled around happily, looking like a child. Even if I can't see the World Channel now, I know players are probably very surprised. They are adding new players. After saying this, the little ball started fixing its papers, flipping through them. Strange, where did I put the new update notes? After finishing with one sheet, the little ball took out a bunch of papers and began searching. On the other side, Woojin dug into a large piece of chocolate cake. Indeed, sweets make people happy. This chocolate cake is really delicious. After about 10 minutes of searching, the little ball finally found the paper it needed. It collected all the other papers flying around on the screen, then cleared its throat and started speaking. The continent still in the Celandine zone has suddenly experienced a fog season that shouldn't be happening now. Over the next few months, players need to uncover the secrets behind the spreading fog. If they can't find it, the fog season will cover the entire Celandine zone until it reaches the Thorn Zone. Some players with teleport stones can choose to explore Fog Island in the deep fog a week after the fog season begins, with a chance to find rare resources. Players without teleport stones shouldn't be discouraged. The contents of treasure chests will be updated when the fog season starts. Treasure chests found on the continent may sometimes contain teleport stones. Fog season? It sounds similar to the fog map. Are they related? Woojin scratched her head. According to the little ball, if players find the secret of the fog tomorrow, does that mean the fog season will only last one day? While waiting for the little ball to continue explaining about the fog season, it finished speaking, packed away its papers, and took off its glasses. It's time to say goodbye, everyone. I hope next time you can still see me. Chio. The serious little ball turned back into its cheerful self, bouncing happily on the screen. That's all for now. Chio is going back to sleep. Players, enjoy the upcoming fog season. After saying this, the little ball reached out and tugged hard on the edge of the screen frame until it completely closed. Only then did Woojin come back to herself. Another survival challenge had begun. She opened her mouth and took another bite of the chocolate cake, then emotionlessly opened the world channel. Originally, only 450,000 people in Zone 47 remained in the top right corner of the channel, but now it was back to 990,000. The message refresh speed had clearly increased. Why are we still using the name Zone 47? I think Zone 25 sounds better. Hello to friends in Zone 25 and Zone 85. Is anyone adding friends? There are so many people. Those who say that the outside world is called Area 47, look over here because there are too few of you. Do you understand? Nearly half of the people in our original Area 47 are from this one zone. Add friends, add friends. Players from Zone 25 and Zone 85 can send friend requests to each other. Seeing the noisy world chat, she quickly closed it after scrolling a few times. After finishing the last piece of chocolate cake, she patted the two little ones who were licking their lips. Is the chocolate cake tasty? The squirrel softly chirped, and Bobo lifted its head, eyes shining brightly as it nodded wildly. Bobo loves eating. She wiped the chocolate from their mouths, then placed them on the bed. After tidying up the bed, Wu Jinyu rolled up her sleeves. The wounds she got a few days ago in the misty area are almost healed. Since the shelter was upgraded, many things inside have been moved around. Wu Jinyu decided to gather everything together, then took out all the items from her backpack and storage box, sorting and organizing them one by one. Sure enough, doing housework makes people go crazy. While tidying up, Wu Jinyu thought to herself. She had only been here a few days, but her belongings had already piled up quite a bit. Since the two little ones went to bed, they started playing parkour games. After the shelter was upgraded, the area they could play in had increased a lot. Finished tidying up, she picked up her clothes and towel, then went to the bathroom to take a shower. Having a bathroom with a drain is really great. Finally, she could take a quick shower instead of wiping herself with a wet towel. Wu Jinyu used 2 buckets of hot water to enjoy a refreshing shower. After washing up, she cuddled the two little ones and lay on the bed. After finishing everything, Wu Jinyu buried her face in the soft belly of the little rabbit, taking 2 deep breaths. Then she opened the light screen to surf the internet for a while. The little rabbit, now clean after the shower, smelled of bath lotion, and its soft fur was even smoother. Under the flickering candlelight, its orange and white fur looked warmer. Bobo, after so many days of Wu Jinyu's rough treatment, no longer felt anything. The 2-footed beast loved to be touched, so she let it. After touching her face with its tiny paw, Bobo yawned widely. Bobo wanted to sleep. Wu Jinyu opened the light screen and, unexpectedly, when she checked the world chat, she found that the topic everyone was discussing was about her again. Are the scores for Wu Jinyu, who ranked first in the last side quest, real? 1484 points. Not to mention killing low-level monsters. Even for mid-level monsters, you'd need to kill over 20. Are these scores real? It sounds a bit exaggerated. Could there be some special tricks involved? Has anyone mentioned the scores of second and third place? Over 600 points is also quite high. You're revealing the truth now. I remember that the top score in District 25 was about 467 points. Even with that score, the gap between first and second place was large. Don't talk about your district. The top 3 players in District 85 have combined scores that are lower than the first place in District 47. The scores of the top 3 in District 47 are really unbelievable. While players in the channel were discussing the scores of the top 3 players in District 47, a sarcastic voice suddenly appeared. It was someone familiar, Ding Shan, who had been silent for a while. Ding Shan said, "You guys probably don't know, but Eugenia sold a lot of campfires at high prices in the last mission. Now she's probably the person with the most construction materials in District 47. At first, her points were normal, but then they started to rise rapidly. As for why they got so high, only the heavens know how she did it." Eugenia, who was watching the light screen, squinted. This Ding Shan was bouncing around like a flea. Unfortunately, the World Channel doesn't have a block feature, only one to prevent him from viewing her trading mall. She was busy all day, yet she still had to see his comments in the World Channel. So annoying! Before she could think of how to scold him, another familiar name appeared. Xiao 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 said, Ding Shan, that name really suits you. Is it because you owe someone a favor, so your family gave you that name? Stop being sarcastic here. Instead of wasting time criticizing Eugeniu, why don't you try to get first place yourself and show us? Xiao Xiao Xiao. It seemed like the first time she saw the player, who was muted. During this time, she must have become quite skilled at insulting others, saying things that don't quite sound like insults, but also don't get her muted. Impressive. Eugeniu was lying on her bed, propping her head up, watching the fight in the World Channel. To her surprise, many players in District 47 were helping her criticize Ding Shan.
Hey, who's this?
Isn't that the merchant? Selling campfires made from 6 pieces of wood at a good price. Stop talking about others. You're selling campfires at twice the price of Eugeniu's. At Ding Shan, do you have the nerve to criticize Eugeniu? I bought a campfire with 1 piece of wood from her trading mall. Have you ever sold at that price? To the person above, 1 piece of wood for a campfire? Is the price of goods in District 47 that low? I also bought a campfire from Eugeniu, 2 pieces of wood, because I couldn't get a campfire with just 1 piece of wood. The person upstairs isn't because prices are low, it's because Wu Jinyue's big boss sets the prices freely. She even bought 5 iron nails and a large portion of raw fish. Good kid, you stole my fish. At upstairs. Meanwhile, Ding Shan saw so many people speaking up for Wu Jinyue and angrily hit the bed frame twice. Damn Wu Jinyue, ruining his fire-making business. Now she's making him look bad in the global chat after the zone merge. He had already noticed earlier that Wu Jinyue had blocked him. When he checked her trading shop, a bright message appeared in the middle of the screen. You have been blocked by this player, added to the trading ban list. He was so angry. He scrolled through the comments in the global chat and secretly remembered everyone defending Wu Jinyue. He vowed they would pay someday. Ding Shan said, You all work so hard to defend Wu Jinyue. Has she ever acknowledged you? You're all fools. Stop blaming me. I said she has a lot of building materials. Is that wrong? Her points are suspiciously high. What's wrong with that? How many of you can kill mid-level exotic beasts? She alone killed 2 high-level exotic beasts. Isn't that strange enough? At this point, the global chat erupted in shock. Players from zones 25 and 85, who had been watching, started speaking up. Even the top player in zone 25 couldn't hold back and spoke. Wu Wonking said, 2 high-level exotic beasts. That's 1,000 points. Who is Wu Jinyue? Wu Jinyue watched the heated discussion grow more intense, with players from different zones starting to mock each other. She touched Bobo's fur and typed a message. Wu Jinyue, thanks to some players for defending me. Don't discuss my points. I did kill 2 high-level exotic beasts. So what? I'm just a player forced into this world. And you, Ding Shan, check my profile. I think I already blocked you. Why are you still here? If you want to be a pest, first bang your head against the wall of that shelter and reincarnate. Finally, I welcome friends from zones 25 and 85 to join zone 47. Let's work together to survive. After saying this, Wu Jinyue felt much better. She didn't expect her shop's pricing to attract so many supporters. When listing items, she struggled to decide what to trade for and had no idea how to set prices. She also wanted to exchange common or rare foods for others' valuable supplies. But only fools would survive the protection period. She was sure that the more she progressed, the more the value of these materials would stand out. She only took advantage of the fact that there was plenty of food early on and was able to trade some rare materials with other players. In Zone 47, players who supported Wu Jinyue began to speak up, and when the main person finally appeared, they criticized Ding Shan even more fiercely. Some players couldn't help but swear, which led to them being muted. Ding Shan, you sell 6 pieces of wood for 1 fire pit. Don't expect anyone to trade with you in the future. Hey, did you see the items in his trading shop? Since more people started selling fire pits, no one trades with him anymore. Players who want to trade should check out Wu Jinyue's trading shop. I wonder when the big boss will bring back vampire squid meat. It's really delicious. Hey, you also took my fish. At the person above, Wu Jinyue looked at the global chat and scratched her head in confusion. Why were so many people asking her to keep selling seafood? She rubbed her nose and slowly bubbled up. Limited time seafood, not guaranteed to return later. The seafood she listed was whatever the big black fish gave her. As for when the seafood would return, she thought she would consider going back to the fog map to find big black fish after this fog season. After all, she didn't know what dangers this fog season might bring. Seeing Xiao, who was the most active in speaking up for her in the chat, she turned to her friend request list. She remembered seeing her name a few days ago when she was browsing. Sure enough, Wu Jinhua didn't take long to see her friend request pop up. She accepted it. In the global chat, Xiao, who had been loudly criticizing earlier, suddenly quieted down. Was she seeing things? When she saw the message pop up that her friend request had been accepted by the big boss, she immediately withdrew from the chat fight and looked at her friend list. Xiao. Big boss, why did you suddenly accept my request? Wu Jinhua, didn't you send it yourself? Xiao. Oh, I forgot. People in the chat said you don't add friends, so I kept trying every day. Wu Jinhua, don't go around cursing them just for me. If you get muted again, it will be hard to ask for help or trade in the chat later. Xiao. It's okay. I enjoy swearing. If I want to trade, I can just find friends. Don't worry about me, big boss. Wu Jinhua. Alright. Wu Jinhua saw Xiao chatting with her and then went back to the world channel to curse again. Such a strange player. After a little more time, she yawned widely. She stretched lazily, turned her head, and saw that the two little ones had fallen asleep. Bobo was snuggled against her, sleeping, and Squirrel was clinging to Bobo, also asleep, just like a game of stacking blocks. Carefully, she placed the two little ones into their nest, then pulled the blanket over her head and closed her eyes. Being woken up by the chattering of the little rabbit and squirrel gave Wu Jinhua a slight headache. She just squinted her eyes slightly, feeling that it wasn't quite time yet, her mind still sleepy and foggy. The light outside the window was dimmer than it had been a few days ago. She reached out, gently holding the two little ones in her arms. Wu Jinhua mumbled vaguely, "Be good. It's not time yet. Stay with me a little longer." But unusually, the little rabbit and squirrel didn't quiet down. Instead, they struggled vigorously in her arms. The squirrel even opened its mouth and gnawed at her wrist with its tiny teeth. A slight prickling sensation made Wu Jinhua frown and open her eyes. She reached out and gave the squirrel a gentle bump on the head. "Naughty. Why do you still have a habit of biting?" At this moment, Bobo took the chance to escape from her arms, scratched his ear, yawned, and hopped onto the head of the bed. Looking serious, he stared at her and called out louder, "Bobo! Bobo!" No matter how sleepy Wu Jinhua was, she could tell something was wrong with the two little ones. She rubbed her eyes and forced herself to get out of bed. Why hadn't she felt this sleepy a few days ago?
She checked the time.
It was 7:30. Wu Jinhua yawned widely, about to lie back down when her mind suddenly buzzed. It was 7:30. She sat up straight in a flash, repeatedly checking the system time. How could it be 7:30? A few days ago, she would wake up before 7. Even if she was still asleep, the two little ones would call her to wake up on time. But today was different. She overslept, and the two little ones hadn't woken her early. She turned her head and saw that they also looked sleepy and dazed. Maybe they thought she had finished her task and woke her up, but their energy was clearly worse than when they had called her earlier. Bobo's head was buried in her hair, his little ears flickering. Squirrel couldn't keep sitting upright anymore. He had buried his head in her blanket and was sleeping soundly. Something was wrong. Wu Jinhua quickly scooped them into her arms and gently stroked their heads. "Bobo, Bobo? Squirrel? Squirrel?" The two little ones half closed their eyes, responded softly, then turned over and burrowed into her arms, closing their eyes again. She gently rocked her arms, and it was obvious they had fallen back asleep. Wu Jinhua couldn't help but yawn again. Looking at their sleeping faces, she also felt very sleepy. Half asleep and half awake, she turned her head to look outside the window. The fog was thick everywhere. The campfire at the entrance lit up a small patch of ground in front of the shelter. But the light only reached about 5 meters around. Beyond that, the fog was so dense that she couldn't see the small creek 100 meters away from the shelter. In just one night, the fog season had arrived, covering the whole continent. She gently placed the two little ones into their blanket nests, then slowly got out of bed. She washed up briefly and sat back on the bed. She didn't know what was happening outside and didn't dare to go out easily. She opened the light screen and searched for information about the fog season. There was nothing. Wu Jinyu sighed and switched to the World Channel. Unlike yesterday, now only a few people were talking, and all their messages were full of panic. Why is the fog so thick outside? I saw it reach my window when I woke up. People upstairs quickly build a fire at the door. The fire can light up and stop the fog from coming in. I only slept 4 or 5 hours yesterday, and today I slept 8 hours but still feel tired. Why is the World Channel so quiet? It was lively yesterday. People upstairs, I had a cold last night, and my nose was blocked. I was afraid I might suffocate while sleeping, so I didn't sleep all night. I can tell you for sure, the World Channel didn't suddenly become so quiet. It just stopped talking after midnight today. Wu Jinyu rubbed her forehead as she looked at these messages. After filtering out useless information, she began to think. The campfire does help dispel the fog. But the 2 fires at her door were made yesterday morning and will go out soon. She would need to make new ones later. The fog season causes people and strange beasts to fall into deep sleep. But they don't sleep forever. If they sleep for about twice the usual time, they might wake up. The moment the fog season begins, these effects start immediately. Looking at the fog outside, Wu Jinyu only felt a headache. How could she go out to find resources? She knew that no strange beasts were active outside now. But what about strange plants? And who knew what strange things might be hidden in the fog? Humans fear the unknown creatures they can't see most of all. More importantly, Wu Jinyu realized that this survival game was a chain of events. If players didn't stock enough food during the protection period and the previous mission, they wouldn't survive. Once they couldn't find the secret behind the fog season would cover the entire Xian Chao zone. Players would have trouble even eating. Moreover, no one knew how long the Xian Chao period would last. If it lasted several months until the thorny zone, she would have accumulated enough food, but other players might not be so lucky. Within a few weeks, many people could die. Staying inside all the time was not an option. She had to go out to find the secret behind the fog and couldn't stay in the shelter forever. Wu Jinyu thought more about this. Wu Jinyu quickly tidied herself up, drank a bottle of water, and ate 2 steamed buns for breakfast. Afterward, she carried her backpack and opened the door. Relying on others for hope was foolish. Instead of hoping someone else could solve the fog's secret, she decided to do it herself. She walked into the light of the campfire, took out her workbench, and made a few more fires to place in front of the shelter. Once the fires lit the path from the creek to the shelter, she stopped. Because her mental energy was only at 29 points, she felt especially nervous about the fog. Inside the shelter, she only sensed a faint, almost imperceptible danger outside. When she stepped out, that feeling suddenly turned real. She sensed something in the fog. Outside the protection of the frost grass, she heard faint sounds. She didn't hear a heartbeat, but she heard the sounds it made when moving. It was slowly retreating as her fires spread out. Wu Jinyu stood by the fire, circling around the shelter. After making sure every spot was covered with fire, she opened the global chat. Only a few people were talking. Without overthinking, she reached out and typed a message. Anyone without a fire, quickly place one at the door. If possible, put more. There's something in the fog, and it's afraid of fire. Her message caused a stir. A small number of players hiding inside the shelter finally jumped out. Big boss, are you still awake? Big boss, can you light some more fires? I don't have fire starting tools. I'm too scared to go out. Can you tell us what's outside? Thanks, big boss. I just made a fire at the door, and I feel much better. Your Zone 47 is pretty amazing. Big boss, please put more fires up. Following her principle of making money, Wu Jinyu listed a batch of fires that could be traded for 2 pieces of wood in her shop. She also included some that only needed 1 piece of wood. In just a few seconds, all of them were sold out. After packing up the workbench, Wu Jinhua leaned against the wooden door of the shelter and used her tracking skill. As expected, the map was covered in fog, with no sign of the creek. Her level 1 tracking skill was useless in the foggy season. She had many questions but no one to ask. Thinking of Qinlin Han, who was living among strange beasts, Wu Jinhua pulled him from her friends list. Wu Jinhua, are you awake? Beep beep, not yet. After 2 minutes, there was still silence on the other end. She understood he was still sleeping. She scratched her head and looked at the fog in front of her, feeling a bit lost. If she didn't go out, what could she do? She wanted to explore the fog, but Bobo and the squirrel were still asleep. She was a little worried to go out alone. She searched her backpack and found yesterday's expansion stones and black soil. Expansion stone, a magical stone that can enlarge the shelter by 1 square meter. She took out all the expansion stones, and immediately a light screen appeared in front of the shelter. Would you like to use 10 expansion stones to increase the shelter area by 10 square meters? Yes, usage successful. After Wu Jinhua clicked the option, the shelter shook slightly. The outer edge of the shelter expanded, and she slowly stepped back until the shaking stopped. 10 square meters wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. She reached out and pulled open the wooden door, glancing around inside. The layout hadn't changed, just the size of each space had slightly increased. Visually, there was some noticeable difference. She looked around the interior again and checked on the 2 little ones. They were still sleeping peacefully. Gently touching them, Wu Jinhua closed the door and stepped outside. Besides the expansion stones, she also had black soil. Wu Jinhua sat by the campfire, resting her chin on her hand. Maybe she should plant something today? She took the black soil out of her backpack and circled around the shelter. Where should she place these 3 patches of land? After walking around, she arrived at the center of the creek and the shelter. This seemed like a good spot. Would you like to place the black soil here, movable? Yes. Placement successful. She took out all the seeds from her backpack. 2 tomato seeds, 1 pumpkin seed, and 2 eggplant seeds. Each piece of land could only plant 1 seed. Would you like to plant 1 tomato seed, 1 pumpkin seed, and 1 eggplant seed? Yes. Planting successful. Watching the tiny seedlings sway on the black soil, Wu Jinhua was a little surprised. Was it really done? She reached out and gently touched the seedlings, feeling a bit speechless. If it were placed on Blue Star, this technology would surely win an award. I checked their ripening times. Tomatoes ripen the fastest, taking only 7 days. Next are eggplants, needing 8 days. Pumpkins take the longest, requiring a full 10 days to ripen. After finishing these tasks, she felt relaxed again. What else could she do to pass the time? She looked around and still sensed sounds coming from the fog outside. She didn't know what was happening outside, and the World Channel had no useful news. She decided to wait for the 2 little ones to wake up and explore the fog with them, then turned and entered the shelter. Qinlin Han in her friends list hadn't replied to her yet. She sat inside the storage room and opened each storage box one by one. She wanted to find something that could help her. When she opened the last box, she found a bunch of treasure chests. She had forgotten to open them last night. But recalling what the little ball said yesterday, she felt relieved. The contents of the treasure chests would be updated when the fog season arrived, so opening them now could give her new items. Yesterday, because of a post-protection task, she earned a lot, completing 4 achievements in 1 day. Although one achievement didn't give her attribute points, she had already gained enough from the others. She had 12 wooden chests, 17 iron chests, and 2 silver chests. She rubbed her hands and placed all the chests on a small table. Time to open them. Following her usual routine, she washed her hands, silently wished for good luck, and opened all the wooden chests at once. Would you like to open the 12 wooden chests? Yes, she received 35 bottles of mineral water, 2 bottles of orange juice, 10 steamed buns, 5 baked flatbreads for donuts, 5 meat-flavored biscuits for French bread rolls, 2 fresh meat mooncakes, 1 matcha cake, 2 beef jerky, 1 roasted chestnut, 2 jars of honey, 1 glass cup, 1 protective goggles, 2 matches, 1 flint, 1 umbrella for sanitary pads, 1 lipstick, 1 razor. 2 stainless steel bowls, 2 tissue packs, 1 stew pot, 1 level C iron axe, durability 120, 1 level D iron axe, durability 60, 1 outdoor glove, 1 barbecue grill, 1 cauldron, 1 men's hoodie, 1 pair of sports pants, and 5 candles. Some of the items were too many to fit on the table and were piled on the floor. She quickly packed everything into the storage boxes and sorted them. She placed the cauldron on her bed. Now, when she returns at night and surfs the internet, she has something to lean on. She took a fresh meat mooncake and bit into it. It tasted good, salty, and savory. There was only 1 fresh meat mooncake left. Once Bobo and Squirrel woke up, she planned to let them try it. Although she received many duplicate items, Wu Jinyu was very satisfied. After all, she couldn't get any rare treasures from the wooden chests. After tidying everything up, she turned her attention to the pile of iron treasure chests. Open 17 iron treasure chests. Yes, 10 bottles of mineral water, 5 red bean breads, 2 rubber, 2 disinfection tablets, 1 smart toilet blueprint, 1 air-breathing mask blueprint, 1 shelter windproof cover blueprint? That's so few. Wu Jinyu looked confused. She reached out and picked up a few light blueprints on the small table, examining them carefully. What was going on? Among these items, which one lowered her chances of getting food and other resources? Wu Jinyu looked through these 3 blueprints. The smart toilet and air-breathing mask were made of slightly thick paper. Only the shelter windproof cover blueprint was drawn on a piece of exotic beast hide. She could faintly feel that this beast hide was not taken from an ordinary beast. 17 iron chests had directly given her a big surprise. Wu Jinyu carefully examined each blueprint. Smart toilet blueprint. No need for flushing or electricity. Once built, it functions fully, without other considerations. Materials needed: 10 limestone for iron blocks, 5 plastic, 2 copper blocks limestone, another material she had never seen before. She turned to look at another blueprint. Air-breathing mask blueprint. When breathing is difficult or the air is heavily polluted, just wear this to breathe the freshest oxygen. Materials needed: 5 iron blocks, 3 aluminum blocks, 3 disinfection tablets, 3 graphite, 2 filtration gills. Filtration gills need regular replacement. Wu Jinyu was stunned. Looking at this blueprint, she thought there was an 80% chance that air pollution would occur later. And the next blueprint, the shelter windproof cover, implied that there might be weather conditions strong enough to blow the shelter away in the future. Shelter windproof cover blueprint, the ultimate windproof artifact for the shelter. No need to say more. Materials needed: 40 iron blocks, 30 aluminum blocks, 15 glass fiber, 15 plastic, 10 leather. The material cost was very high. Thinking about the update announcement that Xiaoqiu mentioned before the last mission, it said that the last mission was not a bad thing, but our final benefit. Now, seeing these items, she felt it was indeed a benefit. At least it gave them a chance to go out and gather supplies or hunt exotic beasts. Thinking about the upcoming strong winds, heavy snow, pollution, and other dangers she didn't know about, she felt a shiver run down her spine. She sighed, placed the materials into the treasure chest carefully, and then sat back in the chair. She reached out and patted her face to wake herself up, telling herself that nothing was impossible to get through. After all, she was in this world now, and no matter how bad things got, they couldn't get much worse. She needed to cheer up. Using her sleeve, she wiped the last 2 treasure chests. She silently thought, "My dear treasures, I must find some good items for her." She wasn't sure if she could keep collecting large amounts of treasure chests like this anymore. Open 2 silver treasure chests. Yes, received the Lost Mage Cloak ×1, top-tier bow of the Lick-Winged People ×1. She looked at what was inside the silver treasure chest and froze. Both items were without levels. Could this be the new items that the small sphere mentioned after the treasure chest update? Lost Mage Cloak, a rare item crafted by a powerful mage, made of strong magic. When worn, it allows you to blend naturally into different races, but only if you don't speak or reveal yourself while wearing it. Top-tier bow of the Lick-Winged People, an essential weapon for archers among the Lick-Winged People. The only downside is that the feathered arrows need to be made separately. Besides these two items, the silver treasure chest was empty. Just like the iron treasure chest, it had very little content. But with her current luck, the fewer items she got, the better. She picked up the cloak from the table and shook it gently. Tiny sparkles of light slid down the fabric. The cloak wasn't a tie style, but a one-piece. She flipped it around and finally found the opening to put it on. She took off her backpack and slipped into the cloak. The cloak, originally dark purple, instantly brightened when worn, with a silver thread around the hem. The fabric felt not very thick, but surprisingly stiff. She stood in front of the full-length mirror, touched the cloak, and thought it looked pretty good on her. After wearing it for a while, she reached out to take it off, but just as she was about to pull the fabric at her collarbone, the two little ones woke up. First, the squirrel opened its eyes in a daze while she was looking at herself in the mirror. Seeing the tall creature that emitted the same scent as her, it suddenly shivered and snapped out of its daze. Who is this? A two-legged beast? Why is this thing as big as a two-legged beast? Her mind raced through possibilities. It reached out with its paw, grabbing the blanket underneath and pulling it to its face. Then it quietly stretched out another paw, shaking the nearby Bobo awake with a quick shake. Rabbit, wake up. Something else is in the house.
No.
Here comes its kind. The squirrel pretended to still be sleeping, while secretly holding the small rabbit's leg behind its back and shaking it vigorously. Bobo, The small rabbit was quickly awakened, eyes still half closed, and let out a big yawn. Bobo was very sleepy. Hearing Bobo make a sound, the squirrel hurriedly covered its mouth. Unfortunately, it was too late. The small rabbit had already shouted out and rolled outside the nest, standing on all four paws with its head held high. Bobo, the small rabbit, looked blankly at the person in front of it and called out confused. Seeing Bobo wake up, Eugenia relaxed her grip on her cloak and smiled as she beckoned to the little rabbit. Bobo, you're awake. To Eugenia's surprise, the small rabbit, who normally would run over when she beckoned, started to back away repeatedly. Bobo looked at this strange creature of its own kind in front of it. At first, it was happy, finally found its group. But once its mind cleared, it suddenly realized. Wasn't it at home? How did its group come to find it here? The small rabbit cautiously watched the stranger, ears standing straight up, fur bristling all over like a round ball. The squirrel also came out of the nest at this moment, standing in front of Bobo. Seeing how the two looked at her, Eugenia instantly understood. It was this cloak's fault. She forcefully tore off the cloak and threw it aside. Come here, let me see. You've been sleeping so long, Eugenia said calmly. Now Bobo and the squirrel were even more scared. The squirrel had already grabbed the small rabbit's hind leg and was rushing toward the wooden door. Two-legged creatures, goodbye for now. I'll come back to find you later. Bobo, meanwhile, was being dragged along, staring blankly at Eugenia. Before it could react, the squirrel had already pulled it to the door. Woo-woo, Bobo. Eugenia had already quickly moved to block their way when the squirrel tried to grab the small rabbit's leg. Where are you going? What are you running for? You haven't even had breakfast yet. The squirrel, still cautious, looked at Eugenia. When Bobo heard the word, breakfast, its hind legs suddenly kicked free from the squirrel's grip and it hopped in front of Eugenia. Bobo. Bobo wanted breakfast. The squirrel looked at the small rabbit in disbelief, rushing forward to try to grab it again. Silly rabbit. Eugenia watched the chaotic scene with a sigh, calmly picked up one of them, and took them to the small table. Then she took out 2 meat-flavored buns from the storage box. Eat up, breakfast. Afterward, we'll go see the mist outside. She took the stainless steel bowl from the wooden treasure chest and placed the meat-flavored small bread inside. There were exactly 2 bowls, enough for each of the 2 little ones to eat from. She saw that Bobo and Squirrel still looked at her with cautious eyes. Eugenia simply handed each of them a small piece of bread. What are you thinking? Hurry up and eat breakfast. I haven't changed. Here, smell this. She extended her finger and gently touched their noses. Bobo, Tada. Neither Bobo nor Squirrel immediately started eating or trusted her. Instead, they both jumped onto her shoulders, tugging at her clothes and sniffing her. Eugenia relaxed and let the two little ones jump around freely, sniffing here, sniffing there. After thoroughly checking her entire body, Squirrel grabbed her sleeve and looked at the scar on her forearm from her previous injury in the misty area, nodding in understanding. They are two-legged creatures. Bobo only sniffed her neck before affectionately jumping into her arms. Two-legged creatures. After the inspection, the two small ones jumped back onto the table, looked at the cloak she had placed on the bed, and then turned to stare at her intently. They had just seen that once she took off that item, she would transform back. Eugenia also noticed the look in their eyes when they looked at the cloak, but she didn't know how to explain. After a moment of thought, she remembered how confused Bobo looked when she last asked if it knew Reich E-Ren and tentatively spoke. "Do you know about the lost magician?" The two little ones looked at each other first, then nodded. "This cloak was made by a magician for me. When I wear it, I can be like you."
Do you
understand? Eugenia didn't know how to explain further. She thought her words were simple and vague enough that they might not understand. But surprisingly, when they heard about the lost magician, they accepted the cloak calmly. Squirrel even jumped onto the bed, picked up the cloak, touched it, pointed at it, then at herself, and crawled under it. Eugenia understood. They wanted her to wear it again. Bobo also squatted on the ground, looking at her and softly calling out twice. Bobo wanted to see. Seeing their bright, sparkling eyes, Eugenia realized they wanted her to transform into their kind again. She didn't know why the two little ones survived alone in the pine forest. During her search for supplies, she hadn't seen any other creatures of their kind. But from their eyes, she understood. They missed their tribe. She put the cloak back on, spun around in front of the two little ones, and Bobo, unable to hold back, grabbed the cloak and climbed onto her shoulder, rubbing against her happily. Squirrel sat quietly on the bed, staring without saying a word. They put on the cloak right in front of her, and although it still carried the same scent as them, she could clearly tell it wasn't one of her kind. After taking off the cloak, she gently patted their heads to comfort them, then sat on the bed and held them close. "It's okay, don't be sad. We'll go out more often in the future. Maybe we'll see some strange animals from your tribe." The two little ones still looked unhappy. Eugenia patted their backs, placed them on a small table, and then pulled out a storage box filled with food. She opened the box and brought the two little ones over. "Besides the meat floss biscuits, what would you like for breakfast? Do you want to eat the chocolate cake we had last night? You like that the most. Oh, and there's fresh meat mooncake. Do you want to try it?" As expected, food is a good way to cheer people up. Eugenia tore the fresh meat mooncake and the meat floss biscuits in half and put them into their bowls. After finishing breakfast, the two little ones looked much happier. Eugenia packed her bag and then took out a top-tier bow belonging to the Lickwing people. She had just tried on the cloak and now wanted to try this.
Such a beautiful bow.
That was her first impression when she saw it. The bow was carved with unknown plants, their vines winding around it in circles. The curved bow body looked like a crescent moon. If she had to compare it to an animal, it would be a hunting cheetah. The deep purple bow with silver-white strings looked dangerous, yet beautiful. Eugenia picked it up and felt its weight. It was quite heavy. With this bow, she could learn arrow skills from a scroll. She took out the Lickwing people's beginner archery scroll. Unlike last time, when the strap wouldn't open no matter what, this time she simply placed the scroll on the small table, and the strap automatically fell off. She spread the scroll to the right, and a light screen popped up. On the screen was a creature resembling an elf, carrying a bow and arrow, smiling as it looked forward. "Hello, young Lickwing Guardian. Welcome to the archery learning class. I am Fengyu, your instructor for beginner archery. You can call me teacher." Eugenia was stunned when the elf-like creature appeared. She thought the scroll would be like those in martial arts novels, filled with text or small pictures. But what was this? A video lesson? No wonder it came from a silver treasure chest. She quickly arranged the scroll, picked up her bow and arrow, and watched the light screen carefully. The first lesson in learning archery. No feathered arrows are needed. Good, she didn't have any feathered arrows now either. She just checked the materials needed to make feathered arrows. Feathered arrow. 2 iron blocks, 2 pieces of wood, 5 feathers, 2 plastic. 1 batch of arrows produces 10 arrows. But even so, Eugenie still feels a bit distressed. Since they are consumables and the materials are precious, she wonders when she will have enough resources to freely use this bow and arrow. Snapping back to reality, her gaze returns to the light screen where Rick Wing, Feng Yu, is demonstrating standing, holding the bow, and aiming poses. Eugenie also learned archery on Blue Star. With some basic skills, she is quite comfortable. Feng Yu is very patient, repeatedly correcting her mistakes. Maybe it's the change in teaching style or some special boost from the different world. The movements Feng Yu teaches in the light screen, she can learn after practicing twice. Pulling the bowstring is quite difficult. After practicing several times, her fingers become a bit sore from pulling the string so often, and her forehead is covered with sweat. Her actions become more precise. Knocking the arrow, drawing the string, pushing the bow, aiming. Eugenie works hard to perfect her movements. She decides that once her mental strength is enough to upgrade the squire technique, she will allocate some attribute points to her strength. Otherwise, she can't easily control this bow. After finishing the first lesson, she breathes heavily and puts down the bow and arrow to rest. Feng Yu also stops his movements, watching her, then suddenly speaks. "Are you tired?
Take a break.
You've already practiced very well. You're a talented little one." Hearing this, Eugenie, who was slowly drinking mineral water, widened her eyes and spat out her drink. Can he see her? Cough, cough, cough. Eugenie places her mineral water on the table, clutching her chest and coughing forcefully a few times. Feng Yu first blinked innocently, then slung the bow back on his shoulder, looking at her in front of the light screen. Getting anxious about drinking water isn't a good habit. Finally catching her breath, Eugenie coughed even louder.
Can you see me?
After catching her breath, she wiped the water from her mouth, straightened up, and asked puzzled. Of course, little one. After practicing for so long, can't you see me? I can see. Eugenie didn't forget that Feng Yu called her the little one of the Reich-winged people of the Guardian clan when she opened her scroll. She thought the light screen was just a recording, so she didn't pay much attention. Now she suddenly realizes it's not a recording but a live video.
So what Feng Yu said sounds strange.
She's human. How could she be called a little one of the Reich-winged people? She thought this and asked directly. Since you can see me, why do you call me a young member of the Lickwing race? Unexpectedly, Feng Yu suddenly pressed his face close to the light screen, reached out and poked it, then smiled faintly. You learned our Lickwing people's archery skills, so you are one of our young members. Huh? So, even if I am not a Lickwing person, but I learned archery from you, I am considered part of the Lickwing race. His face pulled back from the light screen, and Feng Yu weighed the bow and arrow on his back, without directly answering her question. Only races that are connected to the Lickwing race can obtain their bows and arrows and see me. Don't you understand the rules of the Misty Continent? Young member, Wu Jinyu said, not knowing much about the rules. She only knew she wanted to learn archery and improve her skills. Whether she was a Lickwing or not didn't matter. As long as she was behind the light screen, she didn't know him and he didn't know her. Learning archery was the most important thing. So she didn't respond to Feng Yu's words, just nodded. After resting for a few minutes, she got up from the chair again, took her bow and arrow, and nodded at him. I'm rested and ready to continue learning. Unexpectedly, Feng Yu inside the light screen was lazily taking out a cloth to wipe his bow and arrow. The second lesson in the next training will require feathered arrows. Do you have any? Wu Jinyu widened her eyes and looked at her bow and arrow. No, then you can't learn the second lesson, young member. Go find some materials to make feathers for arrows. I'll leave first. Wu Jinyu watched Feng Yu put his bow and arrow back on his back, scratched his head, and softly said, Where can I find materials in the misty season? Forget it. I'll ask in the World Channel later if anyone wants to trade with me. As Feng Yu was about to step out of the light screen, he paused, and his body reappeared inside it. It was as if he picked up something that could project the light screen and took her along. Misty season? I think it shouldn't be this time of year now, he said as they walked. Wu Jinyu saw Feng Yu looking unconvinced, so she simply picked up a scroll and took it to the window. Look, this is the misty season. She stretched out her hand and pushed the scroll out the window so he could see more clearly. Fengyu, who had been relaxed before, saw the thick fog in front of him, and his face pressed close to the light screen again, examining carefully from all directions, muttering constantly. Is it really the misty season? Oh no, why is it starting so early? And how did the pupils come out? Eugenia listened quietly and remembered it in her mind. These are clues to find out the secret of the misty season. Also, what are pupils? Are they things she sensed outside in the mist? She brought back Fengyu, who had already seen the outside situation, and placed him on the small table again. Eugenia looked at the light screen and spoke sincerely. Teacher Fengyu, I'm not mistaken, right? In the light screen, Fengyu had already stopped walking and was sitting under a tree with a blade of grass in his mouth. Eugenia clearly saw that there was no fog around Fengyu. The scenery behind the tree trunk was clear. It is indeed the misty season. No, even if it's the misty season, why aren't you sleeping? Don't your eyes hurt? Fengyu leaned against the tree trunk and squinted. I just woke up, and as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw thick fog outside. Teacher Fengyu, can you tell me about the misty season? Eugenia humbly asked for advice. She was completely confused about this misty season. Even if she went out now, she could only wander nearby and didn't know what to do to uncover the secret of its arrival. Fortunately, she met a local who knew about the misty season, so she had to ask carefully. Fengyu looked a bit tired, yawned, and said, No wonder I feel so sleepy today. It's the misty season. Eugenia didn't speak and sat quietly on the chair, watching the light screen. After a while, Fengyu seemed to have rested well. He opened his bright blue eyes and looked at the light screen. If it's the misty season, I suggest you go to sleep now. Except for some races that don't need sleep naturally, everyone else should be sleeping now. Even if you don't sleep, don't leave your group or go into the mist. Staying in the mist for too long can cause you to lose your eyes, just like the pupils inside the mist. Losing your eyes? Eugenia opened her mouth in shock. She didn't enter the mist because Bobo and the squirrel were sleeping. If she didn't have those two little ones, she would have packed up and entered the mist after waking up. It's too scary. But Fengyu chuckled and relaxed his body. There's no need to be so afraid, little one. If you go into the mist and go blind, then the entire Misty Continent's population would be blind. I mean, don't stay too long. Let me think. It should be no more than 4 hours. No, actually, there's no specific time. It depends on how much your eyes can handle. Like the jumping mice, they can stay in the fog for at most 2 hours, but trolls, perhaps because of their strong limbs and simple minds, can remain for over 12 hours, Eugenia listened carefully and even took out her pen and paper to write and draw. Fengyu watched with interest as the small cubs in the light screen moved a black object around and poked at the screen. What? Cub, do you want to go into the fog? Eugenia finished writing, looked up at the screen. This fog season is indeed strange. She had been awake for a while, but her mind still felt fuzzy, like she hadn't fully woken up. Just in case she couldn't remember later, she decided to write down everything Fengyu said. Yes, I want to go into the fog. I want to find out the secret of the early arrival of the fog season, she said confidently. You're a strange little one. Well, if you really want to go into the fog, don't forget the pupils. They might be the best way for you to find the secret. Eugenia was sure Fengyu knew something. But he didn't say directly, only occasionally gave some hints. Seeing Fengyu's furrowed brow and dislike in his tone, it was clear he disliked the pupils. After copying this information onto her paper, she looked up. Is there anything on the pupils? I saw a campfire outside your house, very well made. The fire can indeed drive away some of the fog, but only part of it. I can see fog inside your shelter too, but it's okay. You have enough fires burning, so the fog won't hurt you. If you go out, it's best to bring something that can cover your eyes, to reduce the fog's damage. Suddenly, he changed the subject. But on the pupils, there's something better that can clear the fog. The pupils? Are they a species of creature in the fog? Is there something on them that can clear the fog? Eugenia asked as she ran to the storage box, rummaging through it. She remembered she had previously found a pair of goggles. After putting on the goggles, she hurried back to the light screen. looked up and continued listening to Fengyu. Fengyu watched as the cubs on the screen put on a strange, transparent mask that completely covered their eyes, and he nodded. Yes, take this with you when you go out. Your eyes will feel much better. Only the pupils can stay in the fog for a long time. As for that thing, I haven't seen it myself, but I heard it can temporarily clear the fog, and the range of clearing isn't very large. If you use a lot at once, maybe you'll get some unusual effects. After saying this long paragraph, Fengyu yawned, seeming tired from talking, and waved at her. That's enough. I need to rest now. Call me out when you have the feather arrows. If you're going into the mist, remember not to take those two behind you. I'm leaving now. Before Wu Jinyue could thank him, Fengyu quickly closed the light screen, rolled up the scroll, and the strap automatically fastened. She could now find someone to trade materials for feather arrows, but Fengyu closed the light screen so fast she didn't have time to speak. The scroll was already secured. Wu Jinyue sighed, put away the scroll, then turned to look at the two little ones. They had jumped onto her backpack while she was practicing her bow, seemingly waiting for her to leave. She was planning to wait until they woke up to take them out together, but now that was impossible. Luckily, Fengyu warned her about the dangers of the mist. If she took them out without knowing anything and they went blind, she would feel very guilty. Bobo, squirrel. Maybe I can't take you out today, she said, approaching the two little ones and petting them. The fog outside is too dangerous. You don't have goggles yet. I don't know how long you can stay in the fog. Stay quietly at home and wait for me to come back, okay? Unsurprisingly, both little ones shook their heads and clung tightly to the strap of her backpack with their claws. Don't leave me. Wu Jinyue didn't spoil them. She gently picked them up and placed them on the bed. No, you can only stay inside now. You can't go out for the time being. The fog outside can even blind people. Do you know what it means to go blind? It's like this. She reached out and covered both of their eyes while explaining. Just like this, you'll never see anything again. Only a dark, black world. She rambled on for a while, then released her hands and tucked them into their nest. After touching the nest again, the two little ones yawned. But they still reached out, claws hooking her fingers, their eyes hazy. If Fengyu hadn't told her that the sleep of the mist season was harmless, she definitely wouldn't have let them sleep now. Now that she knew sleep wasn't bad for them, she let them rest. If they wake up later and find I'm not back, they're not allowed to come out looking for me. Understand? She patted them and placed two small honey bread pieces in their bowls. Wu Jinyue packed her backpack, stashed the gravity pearl and dagger in her pocket, took a little food, and made a torch from a wooden board. She wanted to test the power of her bow and arrows. So she opened the world channel. Wu Jinyue, gather feathers. There are feathers available for trading.
Please note and add me.
On the other side, just waking up and hiding in the shelter, Qi Qingzhou saw the message in the world chat and quickly private messaged her. Qi Qingzhou, boss, I have feathers. Wu Jinyue, how many feathers do you have and what do you want to trade for? Qi Qingzhou rubbed his head and looked at the thick fog outside, thinking for a moment. Qi Qingzhou, I have 6 feathers. I want to trade for food. Wu Jinyue, how many do you want to trade for? Qi Qingzhou, 2 feathers for 1 steamed bun. If the boss buys all of them, can I get an extra bottle of water? These feathers are not rare to him. During the mission, he killed many low-level golden pheasants that dropped feathers. Although not many, trading them for food is just right. After all, no one knows how long this fog season will last. He has a feeling that food will only get more expensive later. Wu Jinyue didn't reply immediately. She went to check her stash of steamed buns. Steamed buns times 57 Wu Jinyue. Deal. Please quickly go to the trading mall to exchange. Qi Qingzhou. Okay, soon. She received the feathers. Use 2 iron blocks, 2 wood, 5 feathers, and 2 plastic to craft 10 arrows? Yes, crafting successful. Wu Jinyue took an arrow from her backpack, inspecting it carefully. The arrowhead was clearly made of iron, sharp and broad, with a triangular shape shining with a cold light. The feathers from the recent trade were used as arrow fletching. She hefted one, it was quite heavy. She knocked it on the bowstring and aimed outside the door. Although she and Fengyu only had 1 lesson, she could still use it reasonably well. After practicing a couple of shots, she put the arrow back into her quiver. Such expensive arrows shouldn't be wasted. Now she wanted to test her bow's effectiveness outside. She put on her cloak and stepped out of the shelter. The two little ones had fallen asleep again. Wu Jinyue closed the door tightly and added a few more fires before feeling reassured and leaving. With frost grass and the fires burning, the two little ones should be safe inside the shelter. She carefully checked the coordinates of the shelter on the light screen and memorized them in her mind to prevent losing her way if she left. She slowly stepped out of the frost grass barrier. Without the fire to disperse the fog, it quickly surrounded her from all sides. Because she had a torch in her hand, the fog's visibility range increased from about 1 meter to roughly 3 meters. The pupils in the fog were still around her, but unlike inside the shelter, they no longer circled her. It was probably due to the cloak's effect, Wu Jinhua thought. She didn't move away from the pupils but followed their footsteps by sound. She wondered what a creature without eyes looked like. She held her torch and followed behind it, walking and stopping occasionally, listening carefully to its movements. The fog was so thick that she even felt like the mist was flowing like water, moving up and down. Her pupils never stopped walking, wandering left and right. Wu Jinyue kept following her, trying to catch up. She sensed that a fellow creature was always behind her, too close. So, before Wu Jinyue could catch up, it moved ahead and approached her. Holding a torch, Wu Jinyue watched as a small, wrinkled creature with no neck or eyes, resembling a human figure, slowly emerged from the fog. It was a bit ugly, she thought to herself. The creature in front of her twitched its large ears, seeming to rely on hearing to move. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and shouted loudly at her, even reaching out a claw to push her cloak. Dressed in a mage's cloak, she wondered if she had been driven away by the creature. Wu Jinyue wasn't sure, but she carefully stepped back a few paces, raising her torch in front of her. The torch's light dispersed the thick fog, allowing her to see the creature clearly. It stood at the edge of the fog and open space, staring at her. Since it had no eyes, the dark hollow sockets faced her. Her back was slightly sweaty, but the creature didn't try to push her again. It only called out to her twice. When Wu Jinyue took a step back, it moved closer. After walking about 10 steps, it re-entered the fog and disappeared. She exhaled heavily, wiped the sweat from her forehead. Solitary creatures don't gather in groups. If they meet their kind, they tend to drive them away. She summarized silently. After thinking, she didn't leave because the creature drove her away, but instead kept a distance that was neither too close nor too far, quietly following. She had traveled a long way and only encountered this one creature. It was better to keep watching. Wu Jinyue held her torch and continued following. After an hour, she sensed that the creature ahead was still aimlessly wandering. She lost patience. Following it all this time, she only learned its habits, nothing else. Moreover, during this time, even with the torch, her eyes felt uncomfortable, as if a clamp was pinching her eyelids, making her very uneasy. Since Fomi said it had something that could dispel fog, she decided to take that item and return to the shelter. Wu Jinyue stopped, took out her workbench, and made 2 fires on the spot. She arranged the fires one behind the other, then put down her torch, and took out her bow and arrow. Quickly, she removed her cloak and packed it away. Just after finishing, the creature reached the fog boundary. Its dark hollow eye sockets stared at her. Even when prepared to see this creature again, Wu Jinyue was still startled. With thick fog present, whenever she saw it, she was in a very close position, facing it directly. After calming her emotions, she slowly knocked an arrow onto her bow. Although her pupils had no eyes, her dark eye sockets seemed to see everything, watching her precisely. She raised her bow level, aiming at its forehead, and decisively shot. Whoosh! The arrow missed. The creature, which had been standing still, instantly moved to a new position and continued to stare at her. Was it able to move so quickly? Wu Jinyue suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. If it could move that fast, with her current archery skills, she wouldn't be able to deal with it, let alone use a dagger at close range. If she stepped out of the fire circle's protection, this thing might attack her. She drew another arrow. Looking at the creature's eye sockets without eyeballs, she thought of a good plan. She crouched down, grabbed a handful of stones, and threw them to the left. The creature quickly appeared where the stones fell and crushed the small stones into fragments.
Eugenia understood now. The creature was guided by sound.
Without eyes, its hearing and smell must be even more sensitive. Her arrow's flight created a flow of air that it could sense. After understanding this, Eugenia raised her bow again. As she was about to shoot, she kicked a stone upward with her toe. Puff! Before the stone hit the ground, the creature was already at the predicted spot where the stone would land. The subsequent arrow successfully hit its head. Fog pearl ×1. Only one pearl?
No treasureches?
Eugenia opened her backpack and took out the pearl. Fog pearl, a treasure dropped by the creature. Toss this pearl into the fog. Within 50 meters around it, the fog will be completely dispersed for 15 minutes. She twirled the fog pearl between her fingers, watching the fluff inside swirl. Is this what Windio said could disperse fog? It looks like an ordinary pearl. Although this pearl can only clear fog within 15 minutes and 50 meters, she still thought it was better than a fire. Torches and campfires can also disperse fog, but their range is only about 5 meters and moving them is troublesome. Campfires also have a smaller dispersal range and are heavy to carry. Windio said that the creature can only live in the fog. Since this pearl can disperse fog, it should also be able to drive away the creature. If she had enough fog pearls, it would definitely be more convenient than torches or campfires. But the drop rate is so low. Only one pearl per creature. After putting away the beads and bow and arrow, Eugenia opened the map in her mind, planning to follow the map coordinates back to the shelter. The updated coordinate feature on her small ball fit perfectly with her map. As she walked, she thought. It was still a bit of a distance to go back, since she had been following the pupil for quite a while. She gnawed on a steamed bun and drank a bottle of water, finally reaching the shelter an hour before sunset. Bobo and the squirrel were already awake. After finishing the food Eugenia left, they sat on the bed and played around. When they heard her open the door, the two little ones alertly looked up and turned their heads, showing caution. When they saw it was her, they all suddenly rushed from the bed and jumped onto her. All right, stop sniffing, I see you're not hurt. Let me see if you've eaten your food, Eugenia said as she carried the two little ones and placed them on the bed. The food bowl was already empty, so she took out a bottle of water and added some. The campfire outside the shelter was still burning brightly. She counted at least 20 people around the house, extending all the way to the creek. Even if a small amount of fog entered the shelter, it wouldn't cause much harm. The two little ones hadn't gone out today, and Eugenia didn't plan to give them a bath. She filled 2 buckets with water, let them cool, and quickly washed herself. She simply dried her damp hair with a towel and lit a few candles for light. Sitting by the bed, she opened the light screen. The world channel was already overwhelmed. Messages were flooding in faster than she could read. She decided to turn it off and looked at her friends list. Chun Linhan was already awake. There were over 99 new messages. She wiped her face and swiped her finger upward. The more she swiped, the faster the messages appeared, and she couldn't see the end. Eugenia decided to give up. You sent so many messages again. I can't reach the end. Please resend the top message. Chun Linhan replied. You're finally back. You won't leave the shelter, right? Don't go out. Some people in the world channel have turned red-eyed and blurry after going outside. They're still crying in the channel, Eugenia said. I know. I was planning to ask you about it this morning, but you weren't awake, Chun Linhan responded. The fog is strange today. I usually sleep no more than 8 hours, but last night I slept for 15 hours. When I woke up, it was already 2 p.m. Luckily, I checked the world channel early and saw that I shouldn't go out. Otherwise, I would have just had breakfast and left, Eugenia said. This fog is too dangerous, she asked. Did you see any strange beasts outside the window today? Chun Linhan replied, probably not. I have frost-resistant grass, and there is a safe distance around the shelter where no strange beasts appear. Now that the fog has rolled in, I can't see anything clearly. However, I haven't heard any sounds from outside today, so there probably aren't any strange beasts. Wu Jinyue. Got it. Since even Chenlinhan's area has no strange beasts, they probably all went deep into the forest to sleep. Wu Jinyue. Build more fire pits at the entrance, or the fog might still drift into the shelter. If anyone has goggles or something to cover their eyes, they should wear them all the time. Chenlinhan. There are fire pits at the entrance, but I don't see any fog. Why is that? That's not right. You know so much. Did you go outside? Hey, don't run around randomly. I watched the World Channel all day today. Many people went out looking for treasure chests because they ran out of food and got their eyes hurt by the fog. How are your eyes now, Wu Jinyue? They're okay. I haven't been outside for long, so no problem. You should quickly build a few more fire pits. Chenlinhan. How many fire pits do I need? I don't have many matches left, probably only enough to make 6 or 7 more. Wu Jinyue. Hurry up, I plan to list some now to earn a little money. Chenlinhan. Got it. After finishing the chat with Chenlinhan, she turned to the World Channel. Wu Jinyue. I'll list a batch of fire pits in 2 minutes. The once noisy World Channel suddenly fell silent, leaving only a few confused players from Zone 25 and Zone 85. Wu Jinyue moved her chair to the middle of the shelter, took out the workbench, and started making fire pits again. She kept the same price as usual, 2 pieces of wood. She shook her hand, yawned, feeling a bit sleepy. She stopped making fire pits. Wu Jinyue. Stop listing them, no need to crouch anymore. The fog easily drifts into the shelter, so put more fire pits at the door if you can. Boss, I already did that after you mentioned it this morning. Just 1 fire pit isn't enough. Fog will drift in from the back if placed at the front, and from the front if placed at the back. Boss, aren't you tired?
I've slept twice already. So sleepy.
I was just sleepy when I woke up this afternoon, but now I'm both sleepy and hungry. Does anyone have some food to share? Boss, did you go out today? How's outside? Can you put more fire pits up? Comma. There were so many messages. Wu Jinyue couldn't keep up. Of course, she was very tired today. But since she hung the jade pendant around her neck, she felt much better. Although she still kept yawning and her mind was foggy, at least she didn't fall asleep on the bed. Now, Eugene, you stop talking. The original discussion about her was gradually drowned out by messages asking for help. Many people lacked enough firewood, and the fog spread into the shelter, causing trouble as their pupils followed the fog inside. Most players couldn't fight the pupils directly. She was able to shoot from a distance because she had a bow and fire to protect herself. Based on messages from the global chat, the pupils' danger was greater than she expected. Only some people who avoided injury from the pupils could post in the chat. She believed many others didn't even get a chance to ask for help before being attacked. Looking at the help messages in the chat, she thought for a moment, then typed out a message. Eugene, you said, if any creature comes through the fog, stay calm. If that creature doesn't kill you immediately, you still have a chance to survive. Leave the global chat and quickly make 2 fires to clear the fog. If the creature is already near you and you can't make a fire in time, stay still and don't move. Calm your mind, slow down your heartbeat, and wait for it to leave. These creatures don't have eyes but have very sharp hearing. If you're lucky and follow my advice, you might survive. These tips were her lessons learned all day. She shared this information freely with other players. Many of them didn't have protective goggles, and some couldn't even afford to light a fire in front of the shelter every day. And going outside, they only had the shelter left. If the shelter was invaded, they would be quickly taken by the pupils. Sharing some information might prevent the server population from dropping too fast. The recent merging of 3 zones made her feel very anxious. The survival methods in Zone 25 and Zone 85 were different from those in Zone 47. Although Zone 47 also had some confused people, like Ding Shan, or others who hadn't yet shown themselves, most players were willing to share experiences and trade peacefully. Zone 25 and Zone 85 were clearly different. She had seen some players trading markets in these zones, and many items were priced very high. The items she listed recently had low trade requirements. She was confident she had upset some people with her firewood sales. Not necessarily just those trading firewood, but also players trading other items. She had already received many reports via private messages on her profile. The reports varied widely, with some even accusing her of misconduct. Some reports came from the system, others from players. She had deleted all these report messages. The more servers are merged, the more chaotic things become. She doesn't want to see such disorder. She already senses that there will be many harsh weather conditions ahead: snowstorms, strong winds, pollution. She believes that over time, players' survival skills will improve significantly and their numbers won't decrease too quickly. But for now, she doesn't want too many other servers to merge with Server 47. She shares some news, knowing it can't make their lives perfect, but at least it gives them a way to survive. Eugeniu says, "If that thing leaves the shelter, immediately light a fire at the door. If possible, surround the shelter with a ring of fires. Frost grass can block it, but not completely. The pupils rely on fog to move. As long as the fog near the shelter reaches a level where it can come and go freely, it can still get in, just a bit more time-consuming." The global chat has been quiet ever since Eugeniu spoke. Everyone seems to be waiting for her to share more about the Miss season. After finishing her words, Eugeniu pauses. Seeing that the global chat remains silent, she adds, "There's no need to be so quiet. I've finished talking." As soon as she says this, the chat explodes like water splashing into hot oil. "Boss, I'm not asking if you've gone out, but you definitely went out, or how would you know what that monster looks like? What's really happening outside? I went out today and didn't encounter that monster, but my eyes hurt a lot. Everyone upstairs, take a torch with you. It will help your eyes, and the torch can scare away that monster. Be careful when you go out. Be careful. I went out this afternoon, and now I have terrible pain in my eyes and blurry vision. Are you all from Server 47 so united? Upstairs, it's not unity, just that no one wants to die. We're sharing survival tips." Watching the various messages in the global chat, Eugeniu thinks for a moment and adds another message. She says, "Without protective measures, go out less. Wear something like goggles to protect your eyes and don't take them off once you put them on." After her message, some players agree and reply. Taking advantage of everyone speaking up, Eugeniu also starts calling for trades. "I have plastic, rubber, leather, fiberglass, disinfectant tablets, and other items that improve daily life. Feel free to trade with me. Note: add me as a friend and include a note." After saying this, Eugeniu turns to the friend request interface and begins selecting players for trading. Some of the friends she had added looked very familiar. For example, Nalan Yuding and Wu Wonking, who was first on the rankings in Zone 25. Nalan Yuding wasn't the first time she saw her. She had been adding her as a friend for a few days. Wu Wonking was probably the first time she added her, and her note was straightforward: plastic exchange. She accepted Nalan Yuding's friend request first. "Wu Jinhua, what are you trading?" Nalan Yuding: "Did I add you?" On the other side of the continent, inside a dark shelter, a girl suddenly sat up on her bed. Bright light from the screen illuminated her face. She hesitated, deleting and typing in the input box, unsure what to say next. Seeing that Wu Jinhua wasn't replying, she hurriedly typed the next message. "Nalan Yuding, I have disinfectant tablets. I want to trade disinfectant tablets for food." Wu Jinhua: "Huh? How many disinfectant tablets do you have? How much food do you want for one?" Nalan Yuding quickly got off the bed, opened her storage box, and took out the disinfectant tablets. She then checked her food supplies before deciding how much to trade. Nalan Yuding: 2 disinfectant tablets. I want to trade 1 disinfectant tablet for 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of water. 2 disinfectant tablets equal 4 pieces of bread and 2 bottles of water. Wu Jinhua also turned to her storage box and checked her food. She needed to ensure that she and the 2 children had enough food for the coming months. Thanks to the big black fish, her box only contained canned tuna and octopus, enough for 3 people to eat for 20 days. Besides, there were other cooked foods, rice, and vegetables from the black soil outside the door. But even so, starting tomorrow, she needed to explore outside and try to find treasure chests. Relying on what she had now wasn't sustainable. Wu Jinhua: "Okay, for buns and 2 bottles of water. I've put them in the trading mall." Nalan Yuding: "Alright, I also have some plastic, but I need to trade more food for it because that's the only thing in the treasure chest." Wu Jinhua was naturally open to all these materials. She first took out all the blueprints and compared them to what she could currently craft. After comparing, only one blueprint's materials were close enough. Mountain bike blueprint can help you move smoothly in harsh environments. The speed depends on how fast your legs can pedal. As long as you dare to ride, there's nowhere you can't go. Materials needed: 10 iron blocks, 2 copper blocks, 2 leather, 6 plastic, 8 rubber. She still needed 5 plastic and 3 rubber to complete this blueprint. If she could make a mountain bike, her trips to find treasure chests and the eye people would be much faster. Wu Jinhua, how much food do you want to trade? You should know that during the fog season, everyone doesn't have much food. Nail and Yuding. Understood.
I know food is valuable now.
I want to trade 1 plastic for 6 loaves of bread. Can you add a bottle of water? Wu Jinhua looked at the light screen and frowned. It was a bit expensive. 6 loaves of bread, even with her current luck, would cost her a whole wooden box. Plus, during the fog season, bread is worth even more. Wu Jinhua, 6 loaves of bread is too much. I can only accept 5 loaves and no water. On the other side, Nalan Yuding saw this message and also frowned, sighing helplessly. During the fog season, she couldn't search for treasure chests as easily as before. She didn't have much food left in her storage. Food will only become more expensive later. Nalan Yuding, okay, but no steamed buns, only other types of bread. Wu Jinhua, sure. She quickly listed honey bread for trade and soon received the plastic. Nalan Yuding, thank you, big boss. Maybe we can trade again in the future. Wu Jinhua, okay. After finishing her conversation with Nalan Yuding, she turned to accept another application from Wu Wanqing. Just after the application was approved, she received a message. Wu Wanqing, trade 2 plastics for a weapon. A weapon? Wu Jinhua, what kind of weapon? Wu Wanqing, a dagger, but I want one above sea level. She had just traded with Nalan Yuding, exchanging food. Now Wu Wanqing wanted to trade a dagger. Was she planning to fight against the eye? Wu Jinhua didn't ask, but found the dagger she wanted in the treasure chest. She had an A-level dagger, a B-level, and a C-level dagger. But she felt this trade was a bit expensive. Wu Jinhua, your offer is too high. My dagger hasn't been used, and it still has 120 durability. 2 plastics aren't enough to trade for my high durability C-level dagger. Wu Wanqing, what? Then should I add this? Picture Wu Jinhua. What is this? Wu Wanqing, a small cart with a towing rope, adjustable length. Wu Jinhua, okay, deal. Sitting on the bed, Wu Jinhua was very happy when she saw the small cart. Every time she went to see the big black fish, her backpack wasn't enough to carry everything. Sometimes she even had to sell some fish meat. Now that she had this small cart, she could put the extra things inside and pull them back. It was tied with a rope, so it should be pretty sturdy. Soon she got the plastic and the small cart. Wu Jinhua excitedly took the small cart out of her backpack. The 2 little ones saw a strange object on the ground that could be pushed and jumped right in. Wu Jinhua then led the 2 little ones around the wall. The wheels were smooth and easy to push, very suitable for her. After placing the small cart in the storage room, she sat back on the bed. She still needed 2 plastics and 3 rubbers. Today, she was determined to finish her mountain bike. She started browsing her friend request list again. Many players had no notes or had notes asking her to generously help them without asking for anything in return. Few players could produce these materials, and some wouldn't trade even if they could. She deleted all these messages and finally found a trade request for plastics. It was from a player in Zone 85, named Yutienda. Wu Jinhua, how to trade. Yutienda, are you the top player in Zone 47 from the last quest? Wu Jinhua, does being the top player have anything to do with our trade? Yutienda, yes, I have 2 plastics. I want to trade for 10 bottles of water and 15 pieces of bread. Wu Jinhua frowned, but didn't reply. Instead, she checked his trading shop. She was shocked when she saw it. Yutienda's shop listed a red sugar bun for 8 pieces of wood. Wu Jinhua, have the trading conditions in Zone 85 always been this expensive? Yutienda, yes, that's the price. Wu Jinhua, alright. After saying that, Wu Jinhua deleted him. 2 plastics for 10 bottles of water and 15 bread, and he asked if she was the top player, clearly asking for a lot. During the fog season, the value of food kept rising. She knew from others' trading shops that food was now the most expensive item. Before the last quest, axes and daggers were the most valuable. Now, during the fog season, food has replaced them. She was trading, not giving freebies, so she didn't tolerate unreasonable offers. Deleting him was easier. While Wu Jinyue was still looking for trading partners in her request list, Chen Linhan suddenly appeared in her friends list. Chen Linhan, are you still looking for someone to trade with? Stop for a moment and check the World Channel. Someone is spreading rumors about you. Wu Jinyue. Chen Linhan, if I hadn't argued with someone yesterday and gotten banned, I would have cursed them back. Who said your trading partners are all bad people? Crazy. Who was insulting her trading partners? She stopped searching for trading partners and returned to the world chat. Yu Tianda said, you don't say anything, and just because you think the price is high, you can delete people at will. Your trading mall in Zone 47 is a mess. The prices are crazy, and new players like us have to sell our supplies cheaply.